And we are live for week 11. How's it going, everyone? Year 5, week 11 of the Sunday morning live. Seriously, grateful for you all. Grateful for everyone already in the live stream right now. I already see a bunch of you in here. We are on Madrid time this morning, the last early window game of the season. It has been a season with the most international games we have ever seen. We got the Dolphins playing against the Commanders in just about an hour. Madrid time today. It is the best day of the week. Let's go, man. Week 11. It is time to lock in, get into the fantasy football playoffs, finish the season strong with the props as well. We're going to get to tons and tons and tons of start-sit questions on the live stream today, like we did last week, like we've been doing all season, like we've been doing for the past 5 years. All right, a lot to get through today. Of course, we are going to start with this Madrid game between the Dolphins and the Commanders. I will, of course, prioritize the start-sit questions from that game as well. There's a ton to get through today. Let's start with the Dolphins side of this game. The Dolphins are favored in this one against the Commanders. No Jaden Daniels, no Terry McLaurin. For the Commanders today, this is two very bad defenses coming into this game. Could be pretty sneakily a high-scoring game here in Madrid. The Dolphins are coming off, I would argue, the biggest upset of the entire season. They just beat the Buffalo Bills in a game that honestly did not end up being very close, basically from start to finish. I talked about in the live stream last week, did not think there was a world where the Bills scored less than 30 points against the Dolphins last week. And man, it was a world we were living in, very much so. They didn't even really come close to 30 points, the Buffalo Bills last week. Devon Achane absolutely smashed. He was the key that you needed in DFS last week. Had a 40-point game. His first game over 31 points this season. His second game over 30 points on the season. Achane's up to running back 3 now in fantasy points per game, even on a struggling Dolphins team, only behind Jonathan Taylor and Christian McCaffrey. That's the end of the list, scoring more points per game now than Gibbs and Bijan. Just an incredible role that Achane is in. He's had at least 5 catches in 3 straight games. He's got 17 catches in his last 3 games. Now he gets a Commanders defense that has been very, very bad against the run. Obviously, we're smashing Achane into our lineups today. Let me pull up the running back ranks here as we get started on the Week 11 Sunday morning live stream. So hop over to the running backs. Let me know in the chat what positions you guys want to see next. We're going to get to so many start-sit questions, especially in this first hour with a focus on this Dolphins-Commanders game. I don't think there's too many tough start-sits here, really, in the Dolphins-Commanders game. Good morning to the fantasy geeks, the fantasy nerds. Shout out to everyone already in this live stream. Seriously, it's going to be a fun one, and appreciate you all. If you are already tuned into the YouTube, guys, we still haven't hit the 100 like mark on the YouTube live. We got to hit the like button. It takes 2 seconds. We can already get halfway there with everyone already in the YouTube live, watching live on TikTok. Shout out to you as well. Hit that follow button over on the TikTok live, and I'm telling you, better viewing experience over on YouTube. The Washington Commanders have one of the worst defenses in the NFL right now. They're allowing 4.5 yards per carry. Jahmyr Gibbs went for 9.5 yards per carry against the Commanders last week. Had 142 rushing yards and 2 TDs. He had 38 points. 15 carries, 9.5 yards per carry. Montgomery was at 4.7. Kareem Hunt and Pacheco, they were both over 4 yards per carry. The Seahawks running back struggled a little bit. This game, the Dolphins are 2.5, 3-point favorites in this game. Expected to be kind of close. Jalen Waddle, talked about him on the live last week. He hit his player prop. We went 2 for 2 on the free player props on this live. Last week, we're up to 65% on the season. Got 2 more for you today we'll talk through. I will talk through my favorite props in this Dolphins-Commanders game too, though none of those are the official props on the live today. But Waddle has been a solid wide receiver 1 in fantasy football since Tyreek went down. He now has just 2 games under 14 points since Tyreek has been out. He's in one of the most locked-in roles across the league at wide receiver. He's been under 23% target share 1 time since Tyreek Hill was sidelined. Hard to expect that to change here against the Washington Commanders. Him and Achane are the entire offense here for the Dolphins. Just a perfect environment for fantasy. Mike McDaniels not getting fired has been a great outcome for fantasy football. As bad as the Commanders have been against the run, they've actually been even worse against the pass. I mean, every single week we're seeing receivers go over 15 points against this Commanders defense. Both Amon-Ra and J-Mo did it. Last week, J-Mo, by the way, was the wide receiver 2 on the week. Last week, we've been on J-Mo smashing in the back-to-back weeks. His role has completely changed. Torrey Horton and JSN, they were both top 10 receivers in their last matchup against the Commanders. That was 2 weeks ago in week 9 and week 8. Rashee Rice was the wide receiver 2. They've allowed a top 10 wide receiver finish in 3 straight weeks, a top 12 wide receiver finish in 4 straight weeks. So yeah, Jalen Waddle firmly in the wide receiver 1 ranks here in week 11. Do not know how you bench Jalen Waddle against the Washington Commanders in Madrid on Madrid time. Basically, everyone else in the Dolphins is not startable. I could see a Malik Washington game here, but he's not a guy I really feel great starting. He did score last week, but 2 catches, only 45% snap share, 14% target share. He only had 3 targets last week. It's Waddle, it's Achane, and then it's basically bench everyone else. I really don't feel great starting Tua either, though the matchup is not bad for Tua. If you're in a super flex league, if you're desperate at QB, you could do much worse than Tua. I'll pull up the wide receiver ranks here on both lives. On the Commanders side of this game, we got Marcus Mariota starting. There's no Terry McLaurin. Zach Ertz projects as a top 12 tight end. Deebo Samuel is definitely startable given how many weapons are out for the Commanders. He had 12.9 last week, did score to save his day. Not getting any rushing work. He has 3 rushing yards over his last 2 games, 4 rushing yards over his last 5 games. The rushing role has pretty much evaporated. I mean, still like a 4-way backfield here for the Commanders too, which makes all the running backs pretty sketchy. Deebo does have 9 catches over his last 2 games, though. The target share is going to be there for Deebo. He's at least 20% target share for 3 straight. He's the best weapon this offense has by a decent margin. So he's startable. He's a back-end wide receiver 2. I'd start him over someone like Zay Flowers. Weatherman Sam's got some serious reporting to do today, by the way. This is probably the worst weather week of the season. Don't want to overreact, but do not want to underreact to some of the weather across the league today either. So yeah, I'm starting Deebo over Zay. Deebo versus Parker Washington is pretty close. I think I'd lean Parker Washington there. Deebo versus Khalil Shakir. I think I'd go Deebo over Shakir. Deebo versus Michael Wilson, Trey Tucker. Those are pretty close ones. I'd probably lean Deebo there. I'd probably play Deebo over Tet McMillan, who I think has continued to be underrated in his role, but not a guy I want to start this week against the Falcons. So yeah, Deebo's startable, I think, in a decent amount of spots here in week 11 with some of the buys as well. In the running backs, we have it Chris Rodriguez, then Jerry McNichols, then Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. All 3 of these guys are going to have a chance to score against the Dolphins. The Dolphins' run defense has been really bad this season. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, 11 carries last week, 40% of the backfield, but Chris Rodriguez got banged up in that game. It was Chris Rodriguez that actually started the game and looked like the lead back. He had only 6 carries, but yeah, he only had 33% of the snaps. I think he was on pace to be the lead back in this game. He was only at 2.7 yards per carry. He did score the touchdown, though. Chris Rodriguez profiles the short yardage and goal line back. Jeremy McNichols, he profiles as the clear pass down back in that Austin Eckler role now. So where does Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt fill in? He's like the between the 20s big play running back in this backfield. So there's a ceiling there, but man, the floor is low every single week for Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. He's not the primary goal line back on this team. He's not the primary passing back on this team either. So it puts him in a really rough spot. He's been under 6 points now, guys, in 5 straight games, has Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Bill is really tough to trust. I do think Bill is worth holding on to in pretty much all leagues because this schedule for the Commanders running backs in the fantasy football playoffs is absolutely unreal. They have 2 of the top 3 running back matchups in the fantasy playoffs. They open against the Giants in week 15, then they get the Eagles, then the Cowboys in week 17. This whole team really has a really exciting fantasy playoff schedule. Jaden Daniels maybe will be back, but you got to think they give the rookie some run down the stretch of the season. But yeah, none of these guys can really be started. I think Chris Rodriguez is the guy I would lean on the most here, most likely to score. We're projecting him a little bit ahead of these other running backs. Mariota is an interesting super flex dart throw here as well. His passing yards, though, is like right around 200 yards. Got to hope he runs a little bit here against the Dolphins. He had 18.7 points last week, 2 passing touchdowns, only 22 rushing yards, 9.7 yards per attempt, though, against the Lions for Marcus Mariota. Definitely capable of winning this game. He only had 1 red zone carry. 18% rush area, 5 rushing attempts. Last week did Marcus Mariota. Got a chance at a rushing touchdown here, but there's 3 running backs in the mix. Debo definitely going to be involved here as well. So yeah, Zach Ertz, he's like a back-end tight end 1. Debo is a back-end wide receiver 2. And Chris Rodriguez is just a complete flex play dart throw. That's this Commanders-Dolphins game. I think the Dolphins do take this. They're favored in this game by 2.5. I think they cover that. I don't think the Dolphins offense is stopped in this game. The Commanders defense is looking even worse than the Dolphins defense. All right, time to lock in on some of the Madrid time start sits. If you have a start sit for the game that starts in about 45 minutes now, we are up on Madrid time for you today to lock in these start sits. I'll pull up the QB rank, seeing some people ask for that. Definitely a very unique QB week, in my opinion. A lot of guys you're not going to feel comfortable starting over the QBs you're used to starting here in week 11. Now, I'm going to make some cases for some pretty gross start sits at QB. But let's get to some of these Madrid time start sits. We got Saquon versus Jalen Waddle. Yeah, Saquon projects pretty low, in my opinion, this week in the running back ranks. He's down at, what is this, running back like 11? Running back 13. He's outside the top 12 running backs. I double-checked this one actually this morning because it just felt wrong. Saquon's role isn't bad right now, but we're actually pretty optimistic in our Saquon projection given everything he's done so far this season. He only has a 2.7% touchdown rate this year. Didn't score last game out against the Packers. Lions have actually been really good against running backs as well. The Eagles offensive line is getting healthier. The Eagles team in general is getting healthier. Gosh, this is a tough call. Yeah, I would honestly argue that Saquon has the higher floor and Waddle has the higher ceiling. I think I would lean Saquon over Waddle here. Saquon's minimum getting 15 touches in this game, probably going to go 20 plus touches in this game. Last game out, he had 22 carries and 3 targets. You're getting 25 touches from Saquon. I'm willing to start him over Waddle almost every week. Yeah, I think this is a tough call, but I would go Saquon here over Jalen Waddle. Someone asked for the wide receiver ranks. Yeah, I got you with the wide receiver ranks. Lamar or Stafford. Yeah, there's some serious weather to report. I think we might just need to jump to the weather report, the Weatherman Sam report here off the cuff today, because there is a lot of significant weather that could impact. I'll go to the tight end rankings next. I got you. Could impact the Madrid time start sits. I think we should jump to the Weatherman Sam report quick. Where's Winston in the QB lineup? Yeah, I'm not starting Winston. Like, absolutely not starting James Winston this week. Let's go to the Weatherman Sam report here. I'll pull it up on the YouTube Live. If you're watching live on TikTok, by the way, guys, come to the YouTube Live. I'm telling you, it is a better viewing experience. I can pull up comments on screen. I can pull up the weather report on screen. Link is right in the TikTok bio. I'll talk through the weather report for both lives, though. I'm very concerned for the passing game in the Packers at Giants. So absolutely no hope for James Winston. I don't think today with this weather report for the Packers at Giants. Ravens at Browns, Bucks at Bills. I put these in order of how concerned I am about these games. The Bengals at Steelers is the 4th game. All of these games have somewhat similar weather reports. There's not really any rain or snow projected today. There was some potential rain/snow for that Bucks-Bills game. Seems that like that's unlikely now. But 20 to 25 mile an hour sustained winds basically in all of these games, and 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts in the Packers at Giants game, the Ravens at Browns game, the Bucks at Bills game, and the Bengals at Steelers game. I mean, that's 8 teams, guys, that have a pretty significant concern in the passing projection. All of these games, the wind projects to be worse in the beginning of the game than it does at the end of the game. And again, I'm a little less concerned about this Bengals at Steelers game. That weather report does look like 5 to 10 miles an hour less basically across the board in terms of the sustained winds and the wind gusts. So like 20 mile an hour sustained winds, 30 mile an hour wind gusts, where all these other games are closer to 25 mile an hour sustained winds, 40 mile an hour wind gusts. So what does this all mean for our fantasy lineups, for our props? I think you got to be a little bit cautious with the passing attacks in these games, especially the Packers at Giants game. I'm still okay starting Wan'Dale. Wan'Dale still projects pretty well with Darius Slayton out. Jameis Winston is going to still have to throw. There's going to be throwing in all of these games still. It's just going to be a little less than it would have been. And deep throwing specifically is going to be impacted. The Packers are going to lean on the run in this game against the Giants. The Giants defense is also extremely injured right now. The Giants are without their second best defensive tackle, their second best defensive end, their second safety, and a linebacker or two, and they might be missing their top corner as well. There's like 4 or 5 starters out for the Giants defense today. Got to think it's a huge spot here for Josh Jacobs. I like Jacobs and the Packers defense a lot today with this weather report. This Bengals-Steelers game was extremely high scoring when they played a couple weeks ago on Thursday night. I'm, again, least concerned about that one. This Ravens at Browns game, I think both of these teams skew pretty run heavy in this spot, given how these teams are built. Ravens should be able to take care of business. I like Derrick Henry. Lamar Jackson is still a guy you probably need to start because he's obviously a big piece of the rushing attack too. But yeah, not very in on Jerry Jeudy like I was last week. Maybe Harold Fannin gets pushed a little bit more here. Quinshon Judkins may be more involved as well. And Zay Flowers, I definitely am less excited about because of this weather report. Again, 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts. This Packers-Giants game, Ravens-Browns, and Bucks-Bills, all three of these games have potential for 40 mile an hour wind gusts. 25 miles an hour is the threshold of concern. And then the Bucks at Bills, man, this is like really not great for the Bills, who are desperate for a win after an embarrassing loss against the Dolphins. And you got 40 mile an hour wind gusts for Josh Allen. There was this pseudo report, not like an official report, that Keon Coleman might be a healthy scratch today, which would be pretty shocking, to be honest, in favor of McCole Hardman and Gabe Davis for the Bills, potentially. I mean, these guys do not profile well in 40 mile an hour wind. I mean, Keon Coleman really doesn't either. But James Cook, Sean Tucker, I think benefit the most here from this win report. And I am going to be benching Baker Mayfield in a lot of spots today. I'm going to be starting some pretty gross QBs here over Baker Mayfield in week 11. All right, let's hop back over to the running back ranks here. So that's the Weatherman Sam report. I'm sure I'll have to pull it up again, but this is probably the most concerned I've been across the total number of games I'm concerned about. Really 3 games, I'm like pretty concerned about the passing. We've docked the passing in the WalterPicks app in all 3 of these games. And then that Bengals at Steelers game, like just slight concern. I'm not like super concerned, but slight concern. I would prefer not to be like heavily invested in these passing attacks today though. The weather that bad in Buffalo. Yeah, so the weather report in Buffalo is 20 to 25 mile an hour sustained winds and 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts. So yeah, it's pretty concerning. All right, let's get to some more Madrid time start sits here. I'll pull down this Weatherman Sam report. Madrid time, Mariota or Brock Purdy. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Brock Purdy's going to be back today. Mariota's not in a bad matchup here in Madrid. I think I probably would go Brock Purdy, though. I actually feel decent about Brock Purdy today. Obviously, some risk here, given it's his first game back. But the Arizona Cardinals defense, they're also significantly injured on the defensive side of the ball. They're without their starting linebacker, and they're without 3 of their top 3 defensive ends are all out. And they're out their top corner as well. So they're missing their starting corner, their starting linebacker, and 3 defensive ends for the Cardinals defense today. And this defense was actually doing pretty well. But yeah, with all these injuries, I feel pretty good about Brock Purdy and the entire 49ers offense. Purdy's been out for a while. And the 49ers defense, by the way, they're also super banged up still. Like half their starting defense is still out. This 49ers defense has been one we've been attacking on this live stream like for the past month, it feels like. And Brock Purdy could be in like a really high scoring game environment, especially with you consider, I just talked about for those 4 games, I'm pretty concerned about weather-wise. And this is not one of them. This could end up being one of the highest scoring games of the week here between the 49ers and the Cardinals. We haven't seen too many big QB performances against the Arizona Cardinals, but again, they're pretty banged up on defense. They're missing 4 starters on defense today. Kittle's back. Pearsall's back. Juwan Jennings is as healthy as he's been all season. McCaffrey's in prime form. I mean, this team suddenly, this 49ers offense, I think is looking pretty legit here in week 11. So yeah, I think I'd go Purdy over Mariota in this spot. And I actually like Purdy stacks a bit for the DFS slate today. Nikki, favorite props, player prop for this game. Yeah, so there's 3 props I like in this Madrid game, the Commanders and Dolphins game. They're all, I think, a little sneaky here. And we did go 3 for 3 on the props on the early window last week. We've been 65% of the official free player props on this live stream. These are not, I got 2 official props I'll get to a bit later in the live. But yeah, in this Commanders game, there's a few props that I do like. The first one is Marcus Mariota under half an interception. I think there's an outcome in this game where we don't see very much pass volume for Mariota. He only threw the ball 22 times last week against the Lions, a game that they were getting absolutely pumped, basically from start to finish. This game's projected to be a lot closer. He had 16 completions on 22 attempts, 73% completion percentage. This Dolphins secondary is as well as they played against the Bills last week. Josh Allen had a pick, but they've only forced 2 interceptions this whole season because teams are also really run heavy against them. See, I like Mariota under half a reception. That's at plus odds right now. The other under that I like, and this one might feel a little dangerous, is Achane's reception under. It's at 5.5 receptions. And similar to that Commanders one, I'm not super convinced that the Dolphins will need to throw a ton in this game. We just saw Jahmyr Gibbs go over 9 yards per carry against the Commanders, and their secondary has been really bad too. But they actually haven't allowed a ton of catches to running backs this season. 5.5 receptions is an extremely high line. This is right at Achane's ceiling, really, in terms of catches. They're averaging 3.4 receptions allowed per game. That's the 3rd fewest in the NFL. Only one player has hit this line. It was Omarion Hampton back in week 5. Even Gibbs, he only had 3 catches last week. They just might not need to funnel a ton of work here to Achane in this game. So I like his under 5.5 receptions in this spot as well. And then I got one more under for us, and that's Jalen Lane's under receptions in this game. I think he's at 2.5 in most spots. 1.5 is at plus odds, which I like as well. He's got 2 games this season over 2 catches. Treylon Burks is out this week, and he actually played a decent bit last week. Jalen Lane only played 28% of snaps. Does not seem to mesh very well here with Marcus Mariota. He had 1 target on his 6 routes. Last week only ran 6 routes. He's probably going under 20 routes. Again, I think the pass volume for the Commanders could be pretty low here as well. And if you even with Treylon Burks out, Terry McLaurin out, I think Debo's ahead of Jalen Lane. Robbie Chosen is ahead of Jalen Lane. And Chris Moore might be ahead of Jalen Lane too. Plus Zach Ertz, the tight ends, the running backs, Mariota rushing. I mean, Jalen Lane could easily finish this game with 0 catches. So yeah, I like the Jalen Lane under, the Mariota interceptions under, and the Achane receptions under. 3 unders I like here in Madrid time. Marcus Mariota or Trevor Lawrence. Again, we're going rapid fire here in the Madrid time start sits. We are on Madrid time this morning, guys. It's the best day of the week. Shout out to every single one of you in this live stream on Madrid time with me today. Mariota versus Trevor Lawrence. Yeah, I think I have Trevor Lawrence in my must bench list this week. I do. Let me talk through the must benches here because those are probably relevant for some of these Madrid time start sits. The QBs that I'm concerned about this week, I'm very concerned about Baker Mayfield with the weather report in Buffalo. I think the Bucs are going to lean on Sean Tucker in this game this week. I think he's a pretty interesting sleeper because of that. 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts in that Buffalo game. I'm pretty concerned about Sam Darnold against the Rams as well. Geno Smith, I think, is probably a little overrated versus the Cowboys, as bad as they've been against QBs. Trevor Lawrence and Jameis Winston, I'm pretty nervous about as well. Trevor Lawrence, no Brian Thomas Jr. in this spot. Chargers secondary has been pretty good. And then, yeah, Jameis Winston, he's in another game with 35 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts. So, yeah, no thanks to Trevor Lawrence. I would go Mariota, over Trevor Lawrence. I think the floor is like a decent bit higher. I'd go Mariota over Winston. I'd go Mariota over Trevor Lawrence. Man, Mariota versus Geno is actually probably pretty close. Let me hop over to the QB ranks here for a second. Yeah, I would go Mariota over Geno. We got Mariota over Caleb Williams as well. That one does not sit great with me. Vikings secondary has been pretty good. I don't think I could stomach playing Mariota over Caleb. I probably would still go Caleb here. I'd play Purdy over all of them, though. Mariota versus Mayfield, I honestly think I might go Mariota over Mayfield with the weather report in that game. I'm not playing Mariota over Flacco or Aaron Rodgers. Not playing him over Jordan Love, even with that weather report in that game. Definitely some tough QB start sits here. Good morning. Let's go. It is Sunday, man. Best day of the week. Stafford, Lamar, and then Rashad White, Chase Brown, Aaron Jones. Yeah, not a Madrid time question here. I don't think we can bench Lamar God, we have Stafford and Lamar. They're 0.1 points projected apart here. Stafford's been playing like the MVP. Right now it's May, then Stafford. I actually think Lamar's a pretty interesting dark horse at MVP. He missed 3 games, but he's got a pretty good schedule here after this game against the Browns. He definitely could catch up in the counting stats and finish this season like crazy. Rachaad White, Chase Brown, Aaron Jones. Yeah, I like all 3 of these running backs today. I think Sean Tucker is going to be the primary ball carrier for the Bucs, though. And yeah, I don't want to bench Chase Brown. I probably rank these Chase Brown, then Aaron Jones, then Rachaad White personally. And I think that's actually might be exactly how we have it. Yeah, it is. Hop back over to the running back ranks here. Pull up the wide receiver ranks on the YouTube live. If Samaje Perine doesn't play, which I think he is not expected to play, Chase Brown might not come off the field like a single time today. That's basically what happened last week. He was in arguably the best running back role in the last game he played because Samaje Perine went down. He played 96% of the snaps, a 96% snap share in Chase Brown's last game. That was basically entirely because Perine got knocked out. Maybe we see Taj Brooks, the rookie running back, who's like barely done anything this season. Maybe he gets like a little bit of a role, but I don't think he profiles quite the same as Perine does. Got a good question here from Nicholas in the YouTube live. Guys, we are in Madrid time this morning. So I'm going to try to prioritize these Madrid time start sits. This is an interesting one here with Malik Washington versus Luther Burden. I think Malik maybe projects a tiny bit better. I actually don't think either of these guys. Yeah, Malik they both made just barely my wide receiver rankings list. I'm pretty in on Luther Burden this week. I definitely would say that Malik Washington has the safer floor. I'd also argue that Luther Burden's ceiling is way, way higher than Malik Washington's. Like if you're just saying odds to get 100 yards and a touchdown, it's near zero, I think, for Malik Washington. Definitely not near zero, as near zero at least, for Luther Burden. Luther Burden is coming off his high snap share of the season. I believe his highest route participation as well. Yeah, 48.5% snap share, by far the highest of his career and of his season. 44% route participation, same thing there, highest percentage of the season. Got 3 targets in the game. He still is like by far the most efficient receiver for the Bears so far this season. It's a small sample size, so there's an asterisk here for the efficiency for Luther Burden. He's caught 89% of his targets. He's at 3.2 yards per route run. The only 2 receivers in the NFL over 3 yards per route run are Jackson Smith-Njigba and Puka Nacua. That's it. And that's Luther Burden. And he doesn't quite qualify in our rankings yet because of the sample size. So again, small sample size here for Luther Burden, but I'm still pretty bullish on his ceiling. I personally lean Luther Burden here, but if you want to lock in like at least 5 points, then you go Malik Washington. That's how I play it. Parker Washington or Deebo Samuel. Yeah, so Parker Washington projects pretty good once again because Brian Thomas Jr. is out. I think, we got these guys back to back here in the wide receiver ranks. I'm going Parker Washington. I actually have Parker Washington at the end of tier 4 in the wide receiver ranks, and Deebo's the top of tier 5. So I actually do have a tier break here in my wide receiver tiers. Parker Washington's back-to-back games over 17 points. He had a punt return last week that skewed his point total a little bit. We aren't actually counting that in the fantasy scoring in the WalterPicks app, but he did have a punt return touchdown that is 6 points in most leagues. So he does have back-to-back games with 17 points. Only 3 catches last week in a pretty tough matchup against the Texans, but a 29% target share. He's now gone over 20% target share in 3 straight games. Deebo's role has been like pretty good too. I don't hate the matchup here for Deebo, but yeah, I think I lean Parker Washington over Deebo Samuel. Tight end ranks. Yeah, I got you with the tight end ranks. Let me pull up the tight end ranks. Pretty gross, I would say, the tight end position this week. Like as soon as tight end 4, I start to get honestly a little concerned about the tight ends. Not as in on K. Dotton as I was last week, given the matchup. Super flex here. Mariota, Brissett, Mills, McCarthy, pick 2. Absolutely disgusting super flex question here. I do have Brissett as an interesting sleeper this week. I think this one's probably JJ McCarthy and Brissett. Yeah, it is. You got actually 2 top 13 QBs here in Brissett and McCarthy in our ranks. These guys rank ahead of Bo Nix, ahead of Baker Mayfield this week, ahead of Sam Darnold and Caleb Williams, Trevor Lawrence and Geno against the Cowboys. Yeah, I think that the Vikings offense will actually do pretty well here against the Bears. The Bears defense has been bad all season. And the Vikings offensive line is in a really good spot here against the Bears defensive line. Hola, Sam in Spanish. Ertz, Schultz, or Loveland. Yeah, the tight end start sits, man. They're gross. They're gross here in week 11. I actually have like some pretty odd tiers at tight end. I have the first 3 tiers at tight end are all one player. I got McBride in tier 1, Brock Bowers alone in tier 2. He gets the Cowboys. You could argue he's in tier 1 with McBride, and then I have Kittle in his own tier, tier 3, against the Cardinals. I think the ceiling for Kittle is up there with McBride and Bowers, but the floor is a little scary with Pearsall back, Jennings healthy. I have Cade Otton at the top of tier 4, and then tier 4 goes all the way from Otton through Dallas Goedert. There's like 12 guys in tier 4. I think Ertz is in there. Yeah, I do have Ertz over Schultz and Loveland. I have them both in tier 5. I would go Ertz over Schultz and Loveland. There's no Terry McLaurin. The Dolphins secondary has not been good. They're actually 3rd worst against tight ends all season. That was partially because when they played the Ravens, they scored, I think, 3 tight end touchdowns in that game. Schultz has been pretty involved recently too, but not a great matchup for him. I would agree that Loveland's ceiling is pretty high. Cole Kmet will be active in this game this week, though. Yeah, I think you go Ertz. He's been pretty involved with Mariota, at least a 19% target share in 5 straight games. Now, some of those were with Daniels. He's got at least 4 catches in 3 straight. 54 yards last week. That was the 2nd most of the season. I think a decent chance at a touchdown here in Madrid. So, yeah, I'm going Ertz over Schultz. I'm going Ertz over Colston Loveland. I'm going Brock Purdy over Caleb this week, yeah. I'd probably go Ertz. Man, I'm pretty nervous for Cade Otton. He projects well because he's had a huge role. I mean, 17 points last week without a touchdown. 9 catches, 82 yards. Much different matchup this week, though, versus the Bills. The weather is pretty scary. He's out there every single snap. He's had at least a 20% target share now in back-to-back games. Man, the Bills are the number 1 defense versus tight ends, though. I wouldn't knock you for going Ertz over Otton. I have them in the same tier. Like anyone in tier 4, I think you could argue for over each other. Should I be concerned about starting Bo Nix? Yeah, I don't know how you're not concerned about starting Bo Nix. But when we have Joe Flacco and Aaron Rodgers and JJ McCarthy and Jacoby Brissett projected ahead of you, then you got to be a little concerned. A little bit concerned, at least. He had 7.8 points against the Raiders. Now he gets the Chiefs, a way more difficult matchup. They are underdogs in this game. He's going to have to be leaned on in this game. But yeah, there's not too high of a ceiling, I don't think, for Bo Nix against the Chiefs here. Waddle or Drake London? I don't know how we're benching Drake London right now. Even in a tough matchup, even with him on the injury report this week, he should play. He's questionable with a back and illness. I believe he didn't do great versus the Panthers the first time. Yeah, only 10.5 points, 5 catches, 55 yards in that game. The Panthers have been very good in the secondary. They are a run funnel defense. This Falcons-Panthers game, both these teams are run funnel defenses. Falcons are one of the most biggest run funnels in the league, and the Panthers are a pretty sneaky run funnel as well. So I like the running backs in this game. Bijan, Tyler Algier, Rico, Chuba Hubbard, I think is even like a little bit of a sleeper, but I'm still not benching Drake London with how well he's been playing. He's been the wide receiver 1 in back-to-back weeks. Like, how are we benching that? Trey Tucker or Parker Washington, Goddard or Theo Johnson? Not a Madrid time question here. Yeah, wide receiver ranks. I got you with the wide receiver ranks. I do prefer Parker Washington over Trey Tucker. The ceiling for Trey Tucker is definitely high. He's going to be out there 100% of the plays against the Cowboys. And then Goddard or Theo. Yeah, I'd lean Goddard over Theo. We got a interesting Madrid time question here. Good morning, Sam. Good morning to all of you as well. We are in Madrid time here in week 11, the best day of the week, man. Shout out to every single one of you in this live. If you have not already, if you're watching the YouTube live, guys, smash the like button. Takes 2 seconds. Do appreciate it a ton. If you're watching live on TikTok, guys, hit the follow button and come over to the YouTube live. It is a better viewing experience on YouTube. Shout out to everyone who's tuned in with me on Madrid time this morning. So we got Breece Hall, who already played on Thursday Night Football. Got Daniel Jones on bye. Mariota, Darnold, Purdy, or Brissett. Yeah, this is a pretty interesting QB start sit here. Let me hop back over to the QB ranks. And I got some pretty wide tiers at QB as well. This week, I think all of these guys, almost all of these guys are in tier 4. I got Mariota at the very end of tier 4. I think I have Darnold in tier 5. No, Darnold's actually one spot ahead of Mariota in tier 4. Purdy and Brissett. God, Brissett ranks number 1 here. There's no Marvin Harrison this week for the Cardinals, but Brissett's been at least 19 points in every single game he's played. He's been a top 12 QB every single week that he's played. At least 2 passing touchdowns in every game, and now he gets a 49ers defense missing half their starters. In the Cardinals defense, guys, it's not stopping the 49ers offense today. I really think this is a game environment to attack for fantasy in DFS. I like the 49ers and Cardinals stacks today. Both these defenses are extremely injured. The Cardinals are missing their starting linebacker, their top 3 defensive ends, and their starting corner. The 49ers are without their top corner, their starting linebacker, their starting safety, and maybe their best defensive tackle as well. So both these defenses are missing 4 or 5 starters. And this is the healthiest the 49ers offense has been all season. Jacoby Brissett's shown a pretty strong floor. Granted, no Marvin Harrison's not good for this Arizona Cardinals offense. It's going to be Michael Wilson and Greg Dortch and Zay Jones. Xavier Weaver is maybe going to play here for the Cardinals. Obviously, Trey McBride's going to have a huge role. But yeah, I think I would go Brissett, then I would go Purdy. Again, both these guys in that same game environment, I do like. I do want guys in this game today. All right, let's get to some more Madrid time start sits. We are like 20 minutes from kickoff here in Madrid. Similar question here. Darnold, Mariota, Brissett. Yeah, it's Brissett. It's Brissett. I'm playing Brissett over Mariota. I'm playing Brissett over Darnold. Debo or JMO? We're not benching JMO for Debo. Absolutely not. JMO has absolutely smashed in back-to-back weeks. We've been on it on this live stream. We got him as wide receiver 18 this week. I'd honestly probably start him over a couple of the guys we have ranked ahead of him in the WalterPicks app right now. I would play JMO over Adams and Metcalf probably with the weather report in that Steelers game. Yeah, JMO is like a pretty easy start, I would say, over Debo. There's no Sam Laporta now, too, for the Lions. He's out for at least the next 4 games. The role has really increased. The first time all season we've seen back-to-back games over a 16% target share for Jameson Williams. Is Drake London going to play? Yeah, he is expected to play. Brissett or JJ McCarthy? Yeah, that one's pretty close. I think we have JJ ahead. Yeah, I think I would probably go JJ there. Really good matchup for JJ McCarthy. Flex 1, Waddle, AJ Brown, CeeDee Lamb. Yeah, we're not benching CeeDee Lamb. Come on. Definitely not benching CeeDee Lamb. Yeah, it goes Lamb, then Waddle, then AJ Brown. I think all of those guys are in totally different tiers. Lamb's right up there in tier 1. Waddle's at the top of tier 3, and AJ Brown's like in the middle of tier 4. I do think AJ Brown, pretty good squeaky wheel narrative for AJ Brown this week, though. Rachaad White or Deebo Samuel in the flex. Oh, man, this one's actually, I think, pretty close. I am nervous about Rachaad White. The receiving role should be there. He projects well every week with Bucky Irving out because the receiving role looks good. But I'm very nervous that he's losing like all of the rushing work to Sean Tucker, or much more of it than we've seen. Rachaad White was at 73% of the snaps last week, 71% route participation. He only saw 47% of the carries, though, 10 carries. He's been at 3.8 yards per carry or below in like 8 straight games. And Sean Tucker's looked way better on the ground over the last 2. So you got to think Sean Tucker continues to get more and more work on the ground. I don't know how the coaching staff can look at this backfield and not give Sean Tucker more and more work in the rushing. But it's still Rachaad White that's going to be the best receiving back. He had 5 targets last week. Only finished the game with 10.4 points. I mean, he has a pretty good floor. He caught all 5 of his targets. It's not a terrible matchup here against the Bills either. All that being said, I think Deebo's ceiling is actually a decent bit higher. I probably would go Deebo over Rachaad White. I'm not playing Deebo over Chase Brown. Nope. You definitely have to start Chase Brown. Ertz or Ferguson. Yeah, we're going Jake Ferguson there over Zach Ertz. Gadsden or Deebo. I'm going Gadsden over Deebo pretty easily. Mariota, Brissett. I'm going Brissett over Mariota. You're not starting Malik Washington to start sit like this. You're not starting Malik over AJ Brown or Zay. I'm actually pretty nervous about Zay, given the weather report in that game. Zay Flowers, by the way, like allergic to the end zone. He has 2 touchdowns this whole season. He has 1 end zone target this entire year. Zay Flowers. That came back in week 1 as well. He doesn't have a target in the end zone, Zay Flowers, since week 1. I mean, just such a low touchdown probability for someone who gets actually a decent amount of targets. Keon Coleman is reported to potentially be a healthy scratch this week. Man, as I talk through this one, maybe you do have to start Malik Washington. If this is a start 1, though, it's AJ Brown. I'm starting AJ Brown over Malik Washington. I'm starting AJ Brown over Jalen Naylor. Trey Tucker, Ricky Pearsall. Yeah, the Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings questions, 2 of the toughest questions of the week, in my opinion. It's so tough to know what this receiver room is going to look like. We really haven't seen a game with both these guys, like basically all season. Ricky Pearsall's first game back, too, comes with, I think, a little bit of risk, but he's been out so long, he really might be 100%. The matchup is really good. The Cardinals are without their top corner. We already talked about the Cardinals without 4 or 5 of their starters on defense. Purdy's back as well to throw another wrench into things. He's barely played this season. I mean, this is really the first game all year. We got Brock Purdy, Ricky Pearsall, a healthy Juwan Jennings, a healthy George Kittle. So just a ton of variables at play for this 49ers season. It's almost like week 1, it feels like, for this offense. We have Juwan Jennings just barely ahead of Pearsall. I probably would go Trey Tucker over both of them against the Cowboys. Dobbs or Trey Tucker. Yeah, I'm going Trey Tucker, I think, over Dobbs as well with the weather report in that game. Again, that Packers-Giants game, up to 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts in that game. Harvey or Sutton? Yeah, I'm going Harvey over Sutton. We'll talk about Harvey here when we get to that game here in about 15 minutes. Do you want to prioritize some of these Madrid time start sits? A lot of Mariota questions here in a week with a bunch of buys. I'm starting Brissett, with decent confidence. I'm starting Brissett, JJ McCarthy, Aaron Rodgers, Brock Purdy, all over Mariota. I would start Mariota over Trevor Lawrence, Michael Penix, Jameis Winston, guys like this. Caleb Williams, I think I would start over Mariota as well. I'm not willing to stomach that one. What QB should I try to get off waivers to start over Bo Nix? Yeah, it's Rodgers. It's Flacco. Flacco would be the number 1 choice. Even with the weather in that game, still projects pretty well. I think Jacoby Brissett, JJ McCarthy, Aaron Rodgers, Joe Flacco, all of these guys I'd add and start over Bo Nix. Parker Washington or Deebo Samuel, that's definitely a close call. I think I talked about this one actually earlier. Yeah, I had Parker Washington at the very end of tier 4, and I have Deebo Samuel at the very top of tier 5. So I would go Parker Washington over Deebo. But I think it's more of a floor-ceiling decision there, too. Deebo does have a ceiling. I think Parker Washington's floor is a lot better, though. Running back ranks. Yeah, I got you with the running back ranks. Shout out to every single one of you this live stream right now, by the way. If you're just tuning in, smash the like button. We are just getting started. We're going to be live for the next 3 hours, 3.5 hours. We're on Madrid time today, so we started an extra 30 minutes early to get these Madrid time start sits in. If you guys have not already downloaded the WalterPicks app, I really do not know what you're waiting for. I got it behind me on TikTok. It's on screen all live on the YouTube. It is the best way to dominate fantasy and props. Like, you are actively not trying to win your league. If you haven't tried the WalterPicks app, sync your league for free. You get a 14-day trial, free trial too, to all the premium features when you use code SAM when you sign up. Do appreciate that. You can search that on the App Store and try it today. If I don't get your start sit, best place to go is the WalterPicks app. I've spent the last 5+ years of my life helping build the app. Any other Madrid start sits? Brissett versus Flacco. Oh, God. This was a really easy one before the weather report. I still think it's Flacco over Brissett, but it's closer now. We only have them like 1.5 point projected apart. Yeah, I think I would go Flacco over Brissett. If you want to play it safe, though, it's probably Brissett over Flacco. We're not starting either of the defenses in this Madrid game. I honestly probably would go with the Falcons here. The Falcons defense over the Seahawks defense. I do like adding the Seahawks defense, though. I believe they have a really good schedule coming up. They're one of the best defenses in the league in terms of generating pressure. Yeah, they get the Titans next week. So stash the Seahawks for next week. Start the Falcons this week against the Panthers. Mills, Mariota. Oh, God, I'm going Mariota over Mills. I'm pretty nervous for the Texans passing today. Not a good matchup for the Texans offensive line against the Jags defensive line. Sorry, not the Jags. The Titans. They played the Jags last week, right? Yeah. And Mills went for 28.7. Mills was the QB1 last week. Wow. He had a rushing touchdown as well, though, in that spot. Yeah, this is part of the reason I'm very in on Justin Herbert today against the Jags. I don't feel great about Davis Mills against the Titans still, though. I do feel good about Woody Marks. But yeah, I'm playing Brissett in this game over Davis Mills. Tight end ranks. Yeah, I got you with the tight end ranks. We're going to go game by game here very, very shortly. Want to get in any of the final Madrid time start sits here in week 11. Pull up the tight end ranks. Donald, Mariota, Brissett. Yeah, I think we've had a lot of questions like this. It's Brissett. Aaron Jones or Ladd. I think I saw this one on the TikTok live too. God, I want to start both these guys pretty bad this week. I think it's probably Ladd over Aaron Jones, but I like both these guys a lot. Debo, DK, or JMO. This is a good one here at wide receiver. I think I probably would go JMO, then DK, then Debo. We have DK just slightly ahead of JMO, but that game could have 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts actually in that Steelers-Bengals game. I like JMO, yeah, more than Metcalf. With Sam Laporta out, I'd go JMO, then Metcalf, then Debo. I think we've gotten to pretty much all of the the Madrid time. I just am wired to assume we're on London time. All these times are the same time zone. With weather outlook, are you going Higgins or Addison? Yeah, I'm still going to go T. Higgins. Before we jump into the game-by-game breakdown of the live stream, let me just jump to the weather report again really quick because it is pretty critical here in week 11. And if you're watching live on TikTok, guys, I got the weather report up on YouTube. Link to that's right in the TikTok bio. But I'm going to talk through it right here for both lives. There's 3 games that I'm very concerned about passing-wise. The Packers at Giants, the Ravens at Browns, and the Bucks at Bills. All 3 of these games project to have 20 to 25-mile-an-hour sustained winds. And then 30 to 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I mean, not good pass game environments here. Going to be really difficult to throw the ball deep. All of these games project the wind to be worse early in the game than late in the game. So it might be a little bit easier to pass deeper into the game. This isn't a weather report where it's just like fully impossible to pass. Like the sustained winds at points in these games are going to be under 25 miles an hour. You can pass in that, but with the wind gusts up to 40 miles an hour, it does make me pretty concerned. It makes me a lot less excited about a guy like Zay Flowers or Jerry Jeudy or Christian Watson. It makes me a decent bit less excited about all the Bills' deep receivers outside of Khalil Shakir, Emeka Egbuka, Tez Johnson. I think all these guys get a bit of a knock. DK Metcalf. I think that the Bengals and Steelers game, though, I do want to be clear, this weather report's not quite as bad. Like, I'm just a little concerned in that Bengals-Steelers game, not super concerned. I would say very concerned in the Packers, Giants, Ravens, Browns, Bucks, Bills. A little concerned in the Bengals at Steelers. So I'm still starting T. Higgins. I'm still starting Jamar Chase. I'm still going to start TK Metcalf in some spots. I'm probably more concerned about him. But yeah, I'm still starting Flacco too. That game is basically like minus 5 miles an hour from this weather report, and that's basically the Bengals at Steelers weather report. So a little bit less concerning. But yeah, Baker Mayfield, I'm pretty nervous for Baker against the Bills with that weather report. Even though the matchup's good, the game environment should be good. All right, that's the Weatherman Sam update. I'm sure I'll have to read that a couple more times on this live because it certainly is a critical piece of week 11. The most concerning weather report across the slate that we've seen all season. And there's not going to really show either in a lot of the hype because there's not rain, not snow, not stuff you can really see. Darnold or Baker, yeah, I think I'd lean. I feel like I still lean Baker here. Yeah, I'm still leaning Baker over Darnold. It's not a good matchup for Darnold, even with that weather report for Baker. Man, it's a close call, though. I do think Rashid Shaheed gets more involved today as well. Yeah, definitely a toss-up here between Baker and Darnold. We have them projected 0.1 points apart. They're literally 0.1 points apart in projection. Yeah, if it's this close too, honestly, as I think about this, if the projection's this close, one of these guys is playing in the game with 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts and the other is not, you probably just want to go Darnold here over Baker. And the Rams offense has not been slowed down like at all this whole season. Could push the Seahawks offense a little bit more than usual there as well. Elite OG member, need a QB start. Caleb, Stafford, Love, Flacco, Rodgers. Yeah, shout out to you, man, for doing the WalterPicks subscription. The best way you could possibly support me is by trying out the WalterPicks app subscription. You get a completely free 14-day trial to all the premium features in the WalterPicks app. I spent the last 5+ years of my life building this app. It's going to help you dominate fantasy, dominate props. And I got you on this live still with some of the more difficult start sits. I don't think you can start Caleb Williams in this start sit. Stafford, Love, Flacco. Yeah, so Love is another guy I'm like a little bit more concerned about than I would have been because of the weather report of 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So then it comes down to Flacco and Rodgers, and I think it's Flacco, man. The pass attempt volume for Flacco has been absolutely unreal. Joe Flacco, guys, if you just look at the games that he has started, Joe Flacco leads the NFL in fantasy points per game at quarterback. 18.8, 26, 24.3, 32.7. Doesn't have a game under 2 passing touchdowns. The passing volume has just been incredible. He's been at 45 pass attempts or more in 3 of his 4 starts. Night and day. He was the least efficient quarterback in the NFL when he was on the Browns, and suddenly he's the number 1 quarterback in points per game if you just look at his starts on the Bengals. I mean, truly wild stuff. And he put up 26 points last time he played the Steelers. The weather in this game is like a little concerning. We got some other QBs, I think, of similar concern. So yeah, I'm okay going Flacco here in this start sit. Definitely, it doesn't feel great. Like in my stomach, it doesn't feel great. But I think the analysis there is pretty sound. I think the decision there to go Flacco is pretty sound. Worthy or Shakir? Man, that's actually pretty close. Let's go to the wide receiver ranks here quick. Let me know in the chat too which rankings you guys want to see next. I'll hop over to the wide receiver ranks in both lives. And then we will start going game by game here. London, the Madrid time, I keep saying London. Madrid time game starts here in 6 minutes. So if there's any more Madrid questions, like I got pulled up here on the YouTube live, get those in. I think Deebo Samuel's been one of the most asked about guys. There's a ceiling here for Deebo. He's going to hit a 20% target share in this game with all these injuries for the Commanders. No Terry McLaurin being the biggest one for him. There's also no Treylon Burks, who played like half the snaps last week. I'm not starting Deebo over Aaron Jones, though. Absolutely not. I'm pretty in on Aaron Jones this week. Aaron Jones is like very quietly suddenly in a workhorse role for the Vikings, who have one of the best offensive lines in the league. The Bears have one of the worst defensive lines in the NFL as well. Like a pretty big mismatch there, offensive, defensive line-wise. In that Vikings-Bears game, yeah, it's Aaron Jones by a mile here. Easily over Deebo Samuel. Pretty easily over Sutton. Sutton projects under 10 points this week. Sutton having like a great season, but actually been pretty boom bust. Doesn't have a game over 11 points in his last 3. Man, only 10.7 against the Cowboys. Now he gets the Chiefs. He's a touchdown or bust here. I argue Deebo's a touchdown or bust guy as well. Last week, a touchdown saved Deebo's game. Caleb Williams or Jacoby Brissett? It's Jacoby Brissett. I can't believe how confidently I'm telling you that it's Jacoby Brissett, honestly, here in week 11, but here we are. And Jacoby Brissett's been over 19 points in every single start. And now he gets a 49ers defense missing half their starters. Even without Marvin Harrison Jr., you kind of have to be starting Brissett in a bunch of different spots. All right, let's go game by game here now as this Madrid game's about to kick off. Let's start with this Bengals-Steelers game. This game has opened with a 50-point over-under. It's down to 48.5, probably because of the weather report in that game. Again, this weather is not quite as bad. It's not quite as bad as some of these other games. Sustained winds in the 15 to 20 mile an hour range for the Bengals and Steelers. Wind gusts in the 30 to 35 mile an hour range in this Bengals Steelers game. This game also is one of them that it looks like it's going to be much worse in the first half than the second half. Like, I'm actually really not concerned about the second half of this game. Flacco projects great because he's been great for the Bengals. Let's start with the Bengals side of this game. By the way, it came out between last live and this live that Joe Burrow has like a legit shot to come back week 14 or 15 around Thanksgiving time. He's been a guy I've been stashing in a bunch of leagues. If they can just turn out a couple of wins and keep the Bengals in the playoff hunt, man, am I going to be excited to have Joe Flacco in the fantasy football playoffs with how good. Joe Burrow. They've got two Joes here. How excited I'll be to have Joe Burrow in the fantasy football playoffs, how good Joe Flacco has been. Opens the playoffs against the Ravens, then Dolphins, then gets the Cardinals. The game that he said he's going to try to come back for is that week 13 game against the Ravens. Then they get a matchup versus the Bills. I mean, some really big shootout games. We're projecting him back week 14 right now, but this could also be absolutely massive for Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, who are plenty fine with Flacco too. Jamar Chase projects as wide receiver 1 this week. He had an absolutely ridiculous game against the Steelers the last time they played, 38.1 points. He had 16 catches against the Steelers just 3 weeks ago. The weather is not getting me off Jamar Chase, not getting me off T. Higgins, not getting me off Joe Flacco here in week 11. On the Steelers side of this game, I mean, this Steelers defense has been so up and down all season. Is it a good defense? Is it a bad defense? Every week it's hard to tell. The defensive line is definitely strong. The rest of the defense, though, has been pretty rough. I see a Madrid time question here. Bill or Rodriguez at running back? Yeah, I lean Chris Rodriguez over Bill. I think Bill has the bigger big play potential. Chris Rodriguez is the better chance of a touchdown, though. That's what's going to matter in fantasy. I'm okay going Chris Rodriguez there. Aaron Rodgers projects as a top 10 QB here in week 11. He's definitely startable. I would play Flacco over Rodgers. I would play Rodgers over both quarterbacks that are about to play here in Madrid. Jalen Warren projects as a top 12 running back. There's no defense that's been worse than the Bengals this season at stopping running backs. And there's been some bad defenses, guys. We haven't seen a big game from Jalen Warren really this whole year. Not a single game for Jalen Warren over 20 points yet this whole season. See someone talking about Derrick Henry versus the Browns. We'll talk about that a little bit. But yeah, the role's been pretty good for Jalen Warren. The last time he played the Bengals, he almost went for 20 points, 19.8. Didn't score in that game, but had 127 rushing yards. Got to feel pretty good about Warren in this spot. DK Metcalf is definitely a good start here as well. A little bit nervous for him with the weather report, but I'm not going to panic with specifically the Bengals Steelers weather report being a little bit less scary than the rest of these that I'm sharing. Shout out to everybody in this live stream right now, by the way, guys. Smash the like button if you're with me on Madrid time this morning. Hit the follow button over on TikTok as well. Hop over to the wide receiver ranks here. Check those out. Put the running back ranks up here. Let's go to the next game here. I do think the Bengals take care of business here against the Steelers. They are 5.5 point underdogs in this game. Yeah, I still am pretty in on the offensive performance here for both these teams, and I do like the Bengals against the Steelers. I also like Pat Freiermuth and the tight ends for the Steelers as interesting sleepers this week. I'm forced to start Freiermuth in one of my leagues with some of the buys this week, some of the injuries going on this week. The Bengals are dead last versus tight ends. They've been absolutely destroyed by tight ends, and Freiermuth had 28 points, 5 catches, 111, 2 TDs the last time he played the Bengals. The Steelers tight ends just popped off the last time they played the Bengals. I think at least one of these tight ends, Freiermuth or Jonnu, will have a big game today. Dobbs or Debo? Quick. Yeah, I'm going Debo over Dobbs. Yeah, Dobbs is definitely another guy I'm pretty concerned with the weather report. Sleeping on Baker. I think you're sleeping on the impact of 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts in the Bills-Buccaneers game. I do not want my quarterbacks throwing in 40-mile-an-hour winds. It's not going to be sustained 40-mile-an-hour winds, but the sustained winds, guys, in these games is like right at that 25-mile-an-hour threshold. That's pretty concerning. So yeah, I'm not in on Baker Mayfield this week. I'm really not. I guess let's jump to that game here. Let's jump to this Bills-Bucs game next. The Bills are 6-point favorites at home in this one. Josh Allen still projects as QB1 despite the weather report because he's going to, if he's not throwing, he's going to be running. And there still will be some throwing that happens in this game. It's not like it's going to be impossible to throw, but the deep ball is going to be tough. Really weird report around Keon Coleman. I haven't seen any official confirmation that Keon Coleman isn't going to play today. But there was a report that Keon Coleman wasn't going to play. Like an unvalidated, like not super legit source that everyone's quote tweeting that Keon Coleman's not going to play. We right now are projecting Keon Coleman out based on that news. Keon Coleman's coming off his highest target share of the season. 20.5%. His highest target share in the last month. His highest target total since week 1. 8 targets last week. Didn't do much with them. 3 catches, 46 yards. Did score against the Dolphins. The weather report here is not good for Keon Coleman. But really, you're going to play Gabe Davis and McCole Hardman over Keon Coleman. It just doesn't really make that much sense to me. It feels like an unnecessary risk here for the Bills to be trotting out Gabe Davis and McCole Hardman over Keon Coleman. But if you have Keon Coleman, definitely got to be monitoring the news here 90 minutes before kickoff. We'll get it on this live stream, whether Keon Coleman is actually playing or not, because there's an invalidated report there. There's not very many running backs I want to play more than James Cook this week here against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with this weather report, with how big this game is for the Buffalo Bills and how bad the Bucs have been against the run. Trevion Henderson just ripped off 2 long runs last week, 28 points. He was a top 5 running back. Jahmyr Gibbs had almost 40 points against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This is the type of running back James Cook can be here in this spot. And there's no Dalton Kincaid. There might be no Keon Coleman. I mean, this is the best weapon they have on offense right now, outside of Josh Allen, obviously. We have him for a 65% rush share. This week, that would be near his season highs. He could easily go over 20 carries in this game versus the Bucs. The rest of the Bills' offense is pretty hard to trust. I really don't want to force Dawson Knox in, even with Kincaid out. Shakir is startable, but I don't think the ceiling is like super exciting for Khalil Shakir. I think the wind impacts him the least, though, with the type of role he plays. Has been a pretty consistent 20 to 25% target share for Shakir. He's got 6 catches at least in his last 3 games, but hasn't had a touchdown in his last 2. So yeah, he's startable, but not a must start. Back end wide receiver 2, I would say Khalil Shakir. The Bills are 6-point favorites in the spot versus the Bucs after an embarrassing loss to the Miami Dolphins. I'm really not sure the Bills deserve 6 points here. On the Buccaneers side of this game, Cade Otton projects as tight end 4, even in the most difficult tight end matchup that exists so far this season. The Bills are allowing the fewest points per game to tight ends, but Cade Otton's had such a strong role. I think the weather impact is probably the least impacted, him and Rachaad White, in the pass game with the 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. But he still projects as tight end 4. I feel a little scared about the tight end 4 rank here, but I mean, he's like half a point apart from tight end 8 at Kyle Pitts, at half a point away. I mean, all these tight ends rank really, really close. Cade Otton doesn't have a touchdown this entire season. Doesn't have a super legit ceiling in comparison to some of these other tight ends. But he still projects well because the target share projects pretty good. The game environment projects pretty strong too. They're 6-point underdogs. I'm not willing to bench Egbuka because of the weather report, similar to T. Higgins and Jamar Chase in that game. This weather report is worse than the Bengals-Steelers game, to be clear. I don't want to start Baker Mayfield, though, with the weather. And Rachaad White and Sean Tucker are both pretty interesting. I really think Sean Tucker is going to lead this backfield in carries today, has the better chance at the rushing touchdown today over Rachaad White, and the Bills' run defense has been bad. I mean, this is one of the worst run defenses in the league, like over the last month. Achane just absolutely dominated them on the ground last week. They're allowing the 3rd most rushing yards and the most rushing touchdowns in the NFL. I do like Sean Tucker's odds to score in this game. I think it's at plus 180. Actually, I pull up my favorite touchdown props on the YouTube live if you want to see those in order of how much I like them. I'll get to each of these as I talk through these games. I do like that Chase Brown one too. I didn't mention that in the Bengals game. But he's going to be 90% snap share or above if P. Ryan doesn't play. So Sean Tucker, an interesting sleeper, I think, this week. Rachaad White still projects better than him because of the receiving role. Egbuka's a must start. Tez Johnson, Sterling Shepard, Cameron Johnson. Don't want to start any of these guys here with the weather report for the Bucs. So it's Cade Otton. He's a start. Egbuka's a start. Sean Tucker's a sleeper. Rachaad White is a back-end running back too, just with the receiving role. We have P. Ryan in right now. No, we have P. Ryan projected out. So yeah, I do like Chase Brown a decent bit there with a pretty strong role. We're going to get to some start sits. Any start sits in any of the games I've talked about so far? Brissett or Bo? Yeah, I'm going Brissett. Rachaad White for Sutton. No need to spam in the YouTube chat. I think I probably would take Sutton. Freiermuth or Otton ceiling. Oh, gosh. I mean, it's hard to say Freiermuth doesn't have a higher ceiling with what he did last time against the Bengals in the ceiling we've seen for Otton all season. But yeah, Otton's still definitely the better play over Freiermuth. Projects like a decent bit better. I think you still kind of have to go Otton. All right, let's get to this next game here. Talk through the Bucs-Bills game. That game has 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 25-mile-an-hour sustained winds. The Bengals-Steelers, that game has 20-mile-an-hour, 15 to 20-mile-an-hour sustained winds, 25, 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So less concerned about the Steelers-Bengals. Let's get to the Chargers-Jaguars, a game that I am pretty excited about for DFS purposes. I will be going with this stack in DFS a decent amount. Dolphins offense is just churning right now in their first drive on Madrid time this morning. Justin Herbert projects his QB2. I really think he's got a very good chance to finish his QB1, given the game environment Josh Allen's going to be in with the weather there. Last week, Davis Mills was the QB1 versus the Jags. The Jags defensive line is good, and the Chargers offensive line is not good right now. I've seen some rankings that have them dead last in offensive line rankings with all the injuries they've had, and they were top 5 offensive line coming into the season. They're pretty rough. But still, we've seen Justin Herbert cook as a top 4 QB in 3 of his last 4 games. Didn't do great last week versus the Steelers defensive line. Still turned out a win in that spot, though. And if Davis Mills can finish his QB1 against this Jags team, definitely so can Justin Herbert. Gadsden was not really expected to play early in the week. He's off the injury report now, so ranks as a top 5 tight end. Hard not to start Gadsden against the Jags. Let me pull this up real quick. The Jaguars, they're without 2 starting corners in this game. So yeah, I like Gadsden. I like Ladd. I think Quentin Johnson and Keenan Allen are interesting this week too. One of those guys will probably disappoint, and the other one's probably going to outperform their projection. We got both these guys projected between 9 and 10 fantasy points. Gadsden or K9, I'm going Gadsden there very easily. Very, very easily. This is a very good matchup for Gadsden against the Jags. Really good matchup for the whole passing attack. Kamani Vidal is a start too. He ranks as running back 16 against the Jags, coming off a pretty good game against the Steelers. On the Jaguar side of this game, there's no Brian Thomas Jr. There's no Travis Hunter. Jacoby Myers is on the team now. His role is probably going to grow week over week. Last week, he only played 43% of snaps. He's probably going to get up to 80% of the snaps. 60 to 80% of snap share is what I'd expect for Jacoby in his second game. But it's Parker Washington or nobody else, I think, at wide receiver for fantasy purposes. Jacoby does project in the top 36, like a back-end wide receiver 3, but Parker Washington's had a pretty good role in 3 straight games now. I don't want to start Trevor Lawrence. Travis Etienne is in borderline must-start territory. He's running back 14, projects for 15 points here against the Chargers. I would play Woody Marks, though, over Travis Etienne, pretty easily. I'm pretty in on Woody Marks this week. We'll talk about Woody Marks here in a second. But his role last week was very substantial. The weather's looking bad in the Bills game. Yeah, the weather is looking bad in that game. 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts in that game. 25-mile-an-hour sustained winds in that game. There's 2 other games. The Packers and Giants game, that's concerning as well, and the Ravens-Browns game. All similar weather reports there. The Steelers-Bengals game is also a little concerning, but not quite as bad. You got Rashid, Egbuka, Chase Brown, and Judkins. Theo Johnson and Otten. Yeah, I'm going Otten over Theo Johnson. The Giants' weather is also bad. Otten's floor is, I think, better than Theo Johnson's. Then I'm going Rashid Rice I think I go Rashid Rice and Egbuka here, or Rashid Rice and Chase Brown. I'm not playing Judkins in this spot. I'm playing Woody Marks over Tet pretty easily as well. All right, that's the Jaguars and Texans. So the Jaguars and Chargers game. This game only is a 43.5 over under. I think this over is pretty compelling here in this Chargers Jags game. I do like the Chargers passing attack decent amount. All right, we've talked through the first 4 games. We got the next 4 coming up here. The Bears versus the Vikings. This game also has a pretty high over-under at 48.5. I don't think the Vikings offense is going to be stopped in this game. I know people are pretty down on J.J. McCarthy. J.J. McCarthy, I think, is a pretty interesting sleeper this week. Kind of interesting for DFS as well. I mentioned it earlier, but the offensive-defensive line matchup here is a pretty big mismatch, where the Vikings have one of the best offensive lines, and the Bears have one of the worst defensive lines. Pull up the running back ranks here as I talk through this game, but I do like Aaron Jones a lot because of this. Aaron Jones is quietly in a workhorse role all of a sudden. 71% snap share for Aaron Jones last week, 60% route participation for Aaron Jones. These are all from advanced stats in the WalterPicks app. If you haven't checked out the WalterPicks app yet, I do not know what you're waiting for at this point of the season. You're either trying to win your fantasy league and props or you're not. It's a free app. You can get access to the premium features for free when you use code SAM for 14 days. Do appreciate everyone that checks it out. But yeah, Aaron Jones, if you look at the advanced stats in the WalterPicks app, is in a really strong role. He had 6 targets last week, 26 routes that he ran, 70% snap share, finished with just 16 points. Not bad, obviously, but didn't score. Now he gets the Bears, who have been one of the worst run defenses in the league over the last 2 months. Chase Brown had 19 points against them. Efficiency-wise, they're allowing 4.9 yards per carry. That's in the bottom 6 among defenses. Tracy had 5.1 yards per carry against them last week. And again, this Vikings offensive line is very, very strong. So I like Aaron Jones a lot. He's a must start, in my opinion, this week. Justin Jefferson is a guy you're not benching against the Bears. J.J. McCarthy himself, I think, is startable this week too. We got him sandwiched right between Jordan Love and Aaron Rodgers. I honestly would start him over Aaron Rodgers. I wouldn't start him over Dak, but I would start him over Jordan Love. I would start him over Jacoby Brissett, who I think is pretty interesting this week too. I would start him over Bo Nix and Baker Mayfield. I think Brock Purdy's got a high ceiling, but I'd probably go J.J. McCarthy there too. The Bears are 2.5-point underdogs in Minnesota in this game. And with all the weather across the league this week, there's 8 teams playing in concerning wind. This game's in a dome. So I'm also feel pretty good playing pieces in this game that just avoids the weather entirely. TJ Hawkinson's a bench. I think Jordan Addison, we have ranked a little bit low. I feel like he should be a tiny bit higher. JJ over Baker, crying face. Yeah, I feel you. In a vacuum, I feel that. But here in week 11, we got JJ McCarthy playing in a dome with a top 3 offensive line against a bottom 3 defensive line. And then you got Baker Mayfield playing in 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. You choose which guy you ultimately want. But yeah, I'm going JJ McCarthy over Baker this week, pretty confidently. Jordan Addison's been under 9 points in back-to-back games. I still think the ceiling is here, though. He did have a 27% target share last week. Empty targets here for Jefferson and Addison. Last week, the target shares looked good, but so many of them were uncatchable. Pretty bad plays just in general. But the volume's there. I still think there's a ceiling here for Addison, and Justin Jefferson's just not a guy we can really bench. Samps came on the live last week. He's going to be joining us, I think, at halftime in the Madrid game again this week. Called Jalen Naylor. Called his shot with Jalen Naylor. Finishes the wide receiver 4. And man, my DFS lineup, guys, kind of smashed. Last week, I got all the hard parts of the DFS lineup correct last week, but had Jefferson in and didn't have time after the live to swap in Jalen Naylor from what Samps was saying and upgrade another spot. And if I did, man, I really could have cashed big time with the DFS lineup last week. But what a call by Samps. on the live last week with Jalen Naylor. He still has an interesting ceiling this week too. That's the Viking side of this game. On the Bears side, DeAndre Swift continues to be one of the most underrated players in fantasy football. He was really underrated coming into this season. Guys, we have not seen DeAndre Swift ever in his entire career average under 12 fantasy points per game in the season. And yet he was getting drafted super late as the clear lead running back for the Bears in this Ben Johnson offense. And this season, he's averaging almost 16 fantasy points per game. He's running back 12 in points per game. And we talked about Munungai a ton on the live. Last week, Munungai versus Trevian Henderson, I ended up getting that spot right. Munungai versus DeAndre Swift ended up being just the exact same role for Swift. It's actually a little higher of a role even than he had in his previous 3 games. 62% snap share for Swift. Saw half the carries again. Had the higher target share. He had 8 targets last week, did DeAndre Swift. 5 catches, 80 rushing yards. He led the team in rushing. Munungai did end up getting the touchdown, which I did call on the live last week as well. But yeah, Swift is like a pretty decent start in week 11 here against the Vikings. Not an amazing matchup for him, but the role is pretty good. He is splitting a bit with Munungai. The touchdown ceiling is a bit reduced, but the target volume and the carry volume, the snap share is all pretty decent for Swift right now. The receivers for this Bears team, Adunze projects the best again, DJ Moore, then Zacchaeus, then Burden. I'm pretty in on Luther Burden this week, guys. I didn't put him in my sleeper list, but I would have if there was a little bit more space for him. I think this is going to be, if it's not this week, it'll be next week, a breakout game for Luther Burden. I think we see Luther Burden's biggest game of the season. I think we see Luther Burden's biggest role of the season. And I will jump to it. Luther Burden is one of the free player props on this live this week. The last time I was in on Luther Burden on this live as a free player prop was week 3 against the Cowboys. That was a lot of his production came on one flea flicker deep pass, but 3 catches, 101 and a TD. I've been very in on the talent profile here for Luther Burden since the NFL draft. And he's been extremely efficient this season on a per route basis. He's running the most routes he ran all season last week. I think that trend continues here in week 11. I like Luther Burden over 1.5 receptions today. I think he's an interesting sleeper just in general. I'm not starting him over DJ Moore or Rome Odunze, but I do like his props. And I am starting Rome Odunze in this game. I think DJ Moore is a pretty risky start. And Zacchaeus is not a guy you can start. Colston Loveland. I've already seen some Colston Loveland questions. The ceiling is here for Loveland. He does project with one of the highest ceilings on the slate among tight ends. 4 catches, 55 yards last week, down to a 62% snap share, though. And Kmet's going to play. Kmet is not like going away. As much as we would want that for fantasy, he played 66% of the snaps last week. They played a bunch of 2 tight end sets. But if Kmet's playing over half the snaps, it really does lower the floor a lot for Colston Loveland. That's why he ranks where he does. I would play guys like Harold Fannin, Kyle Pitts, Theo Johnson, Jake Ferguson, Gadsden, Otten, all over Colston Loveland. RJ Harvey or Gadsden in the flex? Man, I think I'm going Harvey there over Gadsden. All right, that is the Bears-Vikings game. I do think the Vikings take this one. They're 2.5-point favorites at home. I do really like the Aaron Jones props today as well, and I like him in DFS also. I'll get you my favorite DFS stacks here coming up in a few minutes. The Texans at Titans. We have a top 5 defensive line going up against probably the worst defensive line in the NFL here with the Titans. Titans are allowing the most sacks per game in the NFL. They are coming off the bye here, but there's really not a single player you could start in fantasy for the Titans. I don't want to start these running backs against this defensive line, this offensive line, defensive line mismatch. I don't want to start Calvin Ridley in his first game back. And with Calvin Ridley being in his first game back, I mean, one of these receivers is going to get squeezed. We're projecting it to be Van Jefferson, but it could easily be DK or Imanol. Tough wide receiver projection here. This whole offense is one to avoid. And then on the Texans side of this game, it's hard not to be very excited about Woody Marks. I'm even higher on Woody Marks than we have here in the rankings. The last time he played the Tennessee Titans, he had 28 fantasy points. This was like a month and a half ago. Since then, he's had 2 games over 15 points. And last week, he had his biggest snap share of the season, 80% snap share. It was a bit of a weird game environment for Woody Marks. We'll see if how much of this sticks. Like, pretty unlikely he matches an 80% snap share this week, but he saw his best usage of the season. 63.6% rush share. That was a season high. Only 3 targets. But man, if he's getting 70%, 65% of the snaps in this game versus the Titans, he's going to smash. We already saw him smash the Titans. So I'm pretty excited about Woody Marks in this spot this week. And he's the other free player prop of the day. So these are the 2 official free player props of the day. 2 rookies I like in their respective increasing roles and matchups. Woody Marks over 76.5 total yards. Luther Burden over 1.5 receptions. We are 13-7 on the free player props now. Judkins ranks pretty low because he does not have a receiving role. But these are my 2 favorite props across the whole slate today. Woody Marks over 76.5 total yards. Luther Burden over 1.5 catches. If I had to choose just one of these, I think I would go with the Luther Burden one over 1.5 catches. But I like them both pretty similarly. Trying to go to 15-7. We'll get close to 70% if we hit both these. Bam Knight is not going to be out. He is going to be in. He's projected to be in right now. But yeah, if he was out, DeMarcado would be the guy. He has been playing ahead of Michael Carter. All right. Let's get to the next game here. I think the Texans smashed the Titans, by the way. They're 5.5 point favorites in Tennessee. Titans are coming off the bye, but this is not a good matchup here for the Titans. Panthers at Falcons. The last time these 2 teams played, the Panthers embarrassed the Falcons. One of the bigger upsets at that point in the season. Falcons are 4-point favorites at home in this spot. This has one of the lower over-unders of the week, despite this being a dome game. Obviously, we're smashing Bijan into the lineup even without the goal line role on this team, which is pretty frustrating for fantasy. Bijan is, locked in top 5 running back. We have him 1 spot ahead of Rico, Barry, Sanders, Dowdle in this game, on the other side of this game. Sean Tucker or David Montgomery. I actually would go Sean Tucker there, I think. We have Montgomery projected better, but I have Sean Tucker in the sleeper category, and I have Montgomery in the must-bench category this week. I'll get to that Lions game here coming up in a second. But the floor ceiling for Bijan is still really, really strong. This is a good matchup for the Falcons rushing attack still. Drake London's in a tough matchup. He's questionable coming into this game with back injury and an illness. He's going to play, though. Kyle Pitts is a good matchup. He's startable. Penix is really not a start in this game. Mooney has just had completely empty targets, like all season, just empty targets from Mooney. The target share looks good. He doesn't have a game over 10 points. He's 1 catch in each of his last 3 games. He had 1 catch last week on a 32% target share. 8 targets, 1 catch for Mooney. Talk about empty targets. The target share makes him, I feel like, still seemingly rosterable in fantasy, but he's just completely unstartable. Falcons defense definitely in play this week too. On the Panthers side of this game, Rico, Barry, Sanders, Dowdle is tough to bench against the Falcons. Both these defenses are run funnels. These are 2 of the biggest run funnels in the league. Let me go to the running back ranks. Both the running back ranks and the TikTok. I'll put the wide receiver ranks here on the YouTube Live. Let me know in the comments what position rankings you guys want to see next. Rico Dowdle projects for almost 20 points in this game. His carries total is at 18.5. And the Falcons secondary is really, really strong, and they've not been good against the run. So yeah, you got to start Rico Dowdle in all spots. I'll go to QB, then tight end, seeing people ask for that. Definitely some tough QB starts this week with the weather report. We saw Jonathan Taylor go for 50 fantasy points last week. He had 244 rushing yards. It's going to skew the Falcons' run numbers a little bit. But Achane and the Dolphins, they combined for over 30 points. The Patriots running backs, they combined for over 20 points. McCaffrey went for 39. I mean, this Falcons defense has allowed 20-plus points to running backs in 4 straight games. So, yeah, we're starting Dowdle, with a ton of confidence. He's a pretty interesting DFS play, too. Ted McMillan, I think, continues to be pretty underrated, but the matchup's really tough. The touchdown ceiling is so low. He has one game with a touchdown this season. He had 2 in that game against the Cowboys. Otherwise, no touchdowns. This offense skews just so run heavy, especially in the red zone. What's the real ceiling for Tet against a really tough secondary? Tet doesn't have a single game over 20 points yet. I think the target shares have been like a little underrated for Tet McMillan. He's gone 43, 32, 35% target shares over his last 3. I mean, those are elite numbers for Tet. But those target shares don't mean as much on the Panthers. That's 10 targets, 6 targets, 8 targets. Like, a 40% target share on the Panthers is equivalent to like a 30% target share on most teams because they run so much. And the Falcons are a run funnel as well. And then on the other side of this game, the Panthers are a run funnel too. Their secondary is way better than the run defense. That's part of the reason this game projects to be pretty low scoring. So we're starting Dowdle, we're starting Bijan, we're starting London. I think basically everyone else is a bench, and Tyler Algier is like an interesting dart throw to score a touchdown. I do like the Falcons in this game, even though they got embarrassed by the Panthers last time. I do think the Falcons take care of business here at home. And this is another game in a dome if you're trying to stay away from the weather in those other 4 brutal games. Speaking of those brutal games, let's hop to one of them. The Packers at the Giants. We got famous Jameis, man. And man, I really wish we could get this game with Winston not in 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts, please. Like, can we rerun the simulation here for week 11 and get Jameis in a dome here? We finally get Jameis in this NFL season. There was not a lot to happen. We had Russ starting for the Giants. Then Jackson Dart came in, looked great. He's been hurt several times. Now we had Jameis Winston starting with a whole new regime in the Giants. Darius Slayton is out. Malik Neighbors is out. They have a bunch of offensive line injuries. This offensive line is really banged up. They're playing the Packers in a game with 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. The Giants are missing a starting defensive tackle, a starting defensive end, a starting safety, a starting linebacker, and maybe their top corner. They're also without their top 2 receivers. And they got Jameis Winston throwing in 40-mile-an-hour winds. Like, it's about as rough as you could draw it up here for the Giants. And Winston's fun for fantasy, but in 40-mile-an-hour winds, I think he's well off the radar. I don't think we can start Jameis Winston. Like, I'd pretty easily start Brissett over him. I was telling people to start Marcus Mariota over him. Tracy's, I think, pretty risky, but he should lead the backfield. He did after a week where Devin Singletary led the backfield in snaps and touches. It went back to Tracy last week. 67% of the snaps, saw about half the carries, was the preferred target out of the backfield too, but only 8 points. The touchdown ceiling so low on this team. Wandale, guys. Wandale Robinson, despite everything I just described, projects as wide receiver 10 this week, because where else is the ball supposed to go in this offense? Especially with the 40-mile-an-hour winds, you got to think that funnels right to Wandale, who's had back-to-back games with 11 targets. He's got 22 targets over his last 2 games. Man, wide receiver 10 feels a little steep to me with the weather in this game and how big of a mismatch this game just is from a talent perspective on both these teams. But Wandale projects decently. Theo Johnson projects as top 10 tight end too. I mean, these are the top 2 targets for Jameis Winston today in a game where they're 7-point underdogs. It's not like it's going to be impossible to throw, but man, you couldn't really draw it up worse, I don't think. We have an official report now on Keon Coleman that he won't play. A healthy scratch for Keon Coleman this week. Wow. We were projecting this already. I was a little skeptical. The rest of the WalterPicks projections team was buying that initial report. I ended up being wrong here. Keon Coleman is out this week. A coach's decision. Coming off his highest target total this season since week 1, and Keon Coleman benched for Mecole Hardman and Gabe Davis. Wow. Really wild stuff. Wild stuff here in week 11. On the Packers side of this game, with everything I just described about the Giants, I don't know how you aren't very excited for Josh Jacobs, who's been one of the best touchdown scorers in the league. He's second in touchdowns per game at 1.2 TDs per game on the ground. Only Jonathan Taylor's averaging more rushing touchdowns per game than Josh Jacobs. He has scored in every single game since week 3. He only has 1 game, Josh Jacobs, this whole season without a touchdown. Now he gets the Giants, who have been, we talked about it on the live last week, for the Bears, arguably the worst run defense in the league. They're allowing 5.8 yards per carry. Swift went for 6.2 last week when Nungai was at 4. So we've now seen a running back go over 6 yards per carry against the Giants, I believe, in 3 or 4 straight games. And you got 40-mile-an-hour winds. You got a banged-up Giants defense. And Josh Jacobs on the other side of that. Running back 2 projected this week only behind CMC, who's also in a really good game environment. I like Josh Jacobs in DFS a lot this week. Tough not to be super stoked about. Everyone else in this game, though, it's hard not to be a little bit worried. They're 7-point favorites. They're going to be able to lean on the run against the Giants, which they've shown they're willing to lean on the run. There's going to be 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So I'm pretty nervous for Romeo Doubs. I'm pretty nervous for Christian Watson, Dontavian Wicks, Matthew Golden. All 4 of these guys I'd prefer to bench. And Luke Musgrave is just not the same as Tucker Kraft. Like nowhere near the same. He's like 50% maybe what we'd get from Tucker Kraft in the same role. The Packers defense is an absolute smash, though, in this spot against Winston in 40-mile-an-hour winds. So my general takeaways in this game, start Jacobs, start Packers defense. Wandale is startable. Theo Johnson's startable. But I'm playing Wandale over Doubs, in the same game. The game environment should skew towards Wandale in the Giants passing more than the Packers. So I'm okay going Wandale over Doubs. I do think the Packers just annihilate the Giants in this game. Would be really, really surprising to see the Giants keep this one close. On to the Seahawks-Rams game. We got only a few games left here. Seahawks versus Rams. Tight end rankings. I got you with the tight end ranks. If you guys got start sits as I talk through some of these games, let me know. I will get to a ton of start sits across this live stream today, I promise. If you are just tuning in to the YouTube live, guys, smash the like button. Hit the like button. Helps out a ton. If you're watching live on TikTok, hit the follow button. Do appreciate that. How about them Patriots? The best record in the NFL. I've been making my case for Drake May MVP on this live really over the last month, and it seems like the markets have caught up. He's now the odds-on favorite for MVP. All the value out of that has been squeezed. Let's talk about the Seahawks and Rams game. This should be a really fun one where we learn a lot, honestly, about both teams. Is Matthew Stafford the MVP? Because I think right now, Stafford honestly has an even better chance than Drake May to win MVP just because of the name value that Stafford's going to hold with the voters and how the voting works versus May, who's much younger into his career. But if Stafford can do it here against a much better defense than what we've seen him smash, he's smashed in 5 straight games, really 6 straight games, but he hasn't played a very good defense until this week in the Seahawks. He's got 13 passing touchdowns in his last 3 games, does Matthew Stafford. Puka Nacua projects as wide receiver 2. He's only behind Jamar Chase. Pull up the wide receiver ranks again. Devontae Adams, I'm pretty nervous about in week 11. He still projects well. He's not a guy you can really bench with how good he's been this season. But man, seeing him pull up, just running route, like pull up a back injury at this age, at 33 years old, he seemingly is going to be fine, trending towards playing. I'm a little nervous Devontae Adams might be used a little more as a decoy than usual. He's been a top 12 wide receiver in 3 straight, though. If he plays, really difficult guy to bench. I'd be okay starting Jameson Williams over him. But yeah, that's probably where I draw the line. Like, I'm not going to start A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith over him, I don't think. Though that's actually pretty close. At Dunze, I probably wouldn't start over him. I have Adams at the top of tier 4 with some of these other guys in tier 4. I'd be okay going these other tier 4 guys. Just because of the injury. That's really the only reason. Kyron Williams ranks as a back end running back 2 against the Seahawks, who have been pretty good at generating pressure this season, but still they rank the 13th toughest matchup for running backs. Kyron has 3 touchdowns over his last 2 games. Only a 58% snap share last week. That game was a blowout, though. Blake Corum got a little bit more involved. Corum is not startable in this spot. The tight ends are interesting here against the Seahawks, too. They rank the 3rd best matchup for tight ends, and the Rams are playing 3 tight ends, really 4 tight ends. All have a role for the Rams. They're playing 3 tight ends in the same formation oftentimes. Tyler Higbee, Terrence Ferguson, Colby Parkinson, and Davis Allen. Pretty nightmare scenario here for fantasy. Like, none of these guys can really be trusted. I think Terrence Ferguson's ceiling continues to be pretty exciting. Terrence Ferguson's role this season, the numbers behind it are pretty wild. He's averaging 27.6 yards per reception this season. He's only catching 45% of his targets, but 27.6 yards per reception. Terrence Ferguson is averaging under 2 targets per game, guys, and he's still averaging. He's 11th in air yards per game. Like, he's getting 2 targets or 1.5 targets per game, but those 1.5 targets per game are like 50 yards downfield, 25 yards downfield, every single target. Really, really unique role for Terrence Ferguson. On the Seahawks side of this game, I do think Rashid Shaheed gets more involved this week. And I still think he's going to mesh really well on this team in general and what they've been doing. He played 34% of the snaps in his first game. I think he would get up to 60, 70% of the snaps here for Shaheed against the Rams. The Seahawks are underdogs in this game. In LA, they're 3.5-point underdogs. With how good the Rams have been playing, the Rams defense is legit too. How good can Sam Darnold do against a very good defense? He didn't look great against the Cardinals last week, but did great again in a good matchup. His 2 tough matchups over the last month, he's gone under 10 points. His 2 easy matchups, he's gone over, had at least 20 points. His top 10 QB against the Commanders and Jags, outside the top 20 QBs against the Texans and Cardinals. The Rams are more like the Texans and Cardinals here. But yeah, last week was a very weird spot. He had 12 pass attempts, completed 10 of those. 83% completion percentage, 14.8 yards per attempt, but he only had 12 attempts because that game was over before it started. JSN ranks as wide receiver 3. Why Wan'Dale over Devonta? Yeah, it's really just target share driven. I'd be fine going Devonta Smith over Wan'Dale though with the weather there. I'm okay with that. They don't project that far apart. They're 2 points off in the projection. But yeah, I think Wan'Dale's floor is really, really strong. There's no Darius Slayton. And they're 7-point underdogs. Even with the weather, like, Wan'Dale should be getting 10 targets in this game. HN is just running right through the Commanders right now. I think he's probably already near his rushing prop. Check in on the stats there in a second. Neither of these running backs can be started. I have both Sharp and Kenneth as must benches this week. The Rams have been arguably the best run defense in the league. They rank second best in terms of fantasy points allowed. The Patriots are allowing the lowest yards per carry. But yeah, this Rams run defense has been very, very good. I think they're second lowest in yards per carry allowed. 5th lowest, 3.7 yards per carry. There's a bunch of defenses that are in that 3.5, 3.7 yards per carry allowed. But yeah, they've only allowed 1 rushing touchdown. That came to Brian Robinson last week. That was the first rushing touchdown against the Rams all season. The 5th fewest rushing yards per game allowed. The 2nd fewest running back fantasy points allowed. So we're benching Kenneth. We're benching Sharp this week in a pretty split backfield. Cooper Kupp's well off the radar. I think Shaheed's an interesting sleeper. And I do like the Rams to beat the Seahawks here. We got the 49ers and Cardinals next. Just a few games left to go through. Then we will get to the start-sit segment of this live stream. I already talked through the 3 player props. Those were Woody Marks, total yards over, Luther Burden over 1.5 receptions. We are at 65% on those 3 player props this season. We're going to get to the 49ers Cardinals game next. This game, I think, is a very sneaky shootout potential here. Start with the 49ers. There's no concerning weather in this game. This game's in Arizona. Cardinals are 3.5-point underdogs. Brock Purdy's back. This is like I said it earlier in the live, it feels like week 1 for the 49ers. This is like the first game all season we're getting. I'll pull up the QB ranks here. It's like the first game all season we're getting Brock Purdy, Ricky Pearsall, Jawan Jennings, and Kittle. I think Brock Purdy's ceiling's honestly pretty interesting because the Arizona Cardinals, they're also pretty banged up defensively. They're missing their top corner in this game and a couple of their starters. They're without 4 or 5 defensive starters in this game. And the 49ers, they're without half their starters on defense too. There's no Marvin Harrison Jr. for the Cardinals, but I think this game could be pretty high scoring. McCaffrey obviously ranks running back 1. McCaffrey is putting up legit wide receiver 1 numbers, guys. He's averaging almost 7 catches per game the only players in the NFL with more catches per game than Christian McCaffrey, Jamar Chase, Puka Nacua, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jackson Smith-Njigba. End of list. He'd be the 5th ranked wide receiver in catches per game, Christian McCaffrey. Wild role for fantasy. Exactly why McCaffrey is a smash historically in fantasy. He doesn't need touchdowns to get 20 points because he plays wide receiver for the 49ers. Now, how much does this change with a healthy Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall back, and a healthy George Kittle? Maybe a little bit, but he's had at least 6 targets in every single game this entire season. So it's almost impossible not to rank him as running back 1. He was the running back 10 last week, didn't score because he had 8 catches for 66 yards against the Rams. George Kittle ranks as tight end 3. He's a must start. Juwan Jennings versus Pearsall. We have Jennings just barely ahead of Pearsall. It's a really tough call, I think, in Pearsall's first game back. I lean Jennings over Pearsall because it's his first game back. I think there's just a little bit more risk. But I wouldn't knock you for going Pearsall over Jennings. And I think both these guys have a pretty exciting ceiling here in week 11, given the top corner is out for the Arizona Cardinals. And I think the Cardinals offense is going to be able to keep pace in this game too, because half the defense is out for the 49ers still. Even without Marvin Harrison Jr., McBride is in his own tier at tight end. McBride has been balling with Jacoby Brissett. He's had at least 16 points now in 4 straight games. I mean, he really is in his own tier at tight end right now. Ahead of Brock Bowers, ahead of George Kittle. Ranks as the tight end 1, 17.5 points per game. He ranks number 1 in catches per game, number 1 in yards per game. He's done even better with Brissett. He's finally scoring touchdowns. He had 1 touchdown in the first 5 weeks of the season. He's got 5 touchdowns in his last 4 games. So 1 touchdown through the first 5, 5 touchdowns in the last 4 for Trey McBride. A.J. Brown or Michael Wilson. We're going A.J. Brown here, man. We got to go A.J. Brown here. Man, I have them in the same tier, or 1 tier apart, actually, A.J. Brown and Michael Wilson. But yeah, I'm going A.J. Brown. I do like Michael Wilson here against the 49ers. Their banged up defense. He's the number 1 receiver for the team today. Him or Greg Dortch. I like them both in DFS at their prices. I like Michael Wilson more. But Greg Dortch is kind of sneaky too. 7 targets last week for Michael Wilson against the Seahawks. He doesn't have a game over 10 points all season. But he should be in a pretty good role in a pretty good game environment here. Xavier Weaver is projected to be the wide receiver 3. Zay Jones, is he out? Yeah, he's out with an injury, torn Achilles. So Xavier Weaver is going to have a role in this game. But it's probably going to be Michael Wilson, Dortch, and it's really going to be Trey McBride and some targets to the running backs here too. Bam Knight is expected to play. He was questionable. He is going to play. He's the running back 1 in this team that you want. DeMarcado's a pretty distant second, and Michael Carter's a way distant third. I was able to add Michael Carter off the waiver wire in a 32-person league yesterday. That puts into context how down bad Michael Carter is right now. All right. That is the Cardinals 49ers game. I do think the 49ers take this one, and Brock Purdy's first game back. I think the offense does very well. I think this game's over is pretty interesting too. The Ravens versus the Browns. This is the last weather game of the day. There is 3 very concerning weather games. The Packers and Giants, we already talked about. The Bills, Bucks, we already talked about. The Ravens, Browns is the 3rd one. That is basically just as bad. Lamar still ranks as QB3. The 2 of the top 3 QBs in the ranks this week, Allen and Lamar, are in 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. But does it really matter for both guys if they're such a big part of the rushing attack? I'm not sure it does. For fantasy, Derrick Henry ranks pretty strong this week. Running back 8. The Browns are the number 1 defense in terms of fantasy points allowed. This season, let me pull up the running back ranks here. I saw a comment earlier. Why is Derrick Henry ranked so high? He did so bad last time against the Browns. In week 2, he had 2 points against this Cleveland Browns team. 11 carries, 52% rush share, 23 yards, no touchdowns, no catches, 2 points for Derrick Henry. He projects for 18 points, though, here in week 11. And the reason is the role has been pretty good for Derrick Henry of late. He only had 11 carries in that game against the Browns. This game has 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. But what's the floor in terms of carries for Derrick Henry in this game? Like 16, 15, 16 carries? You get Derrick Henry with a floor of 15, 16 carries, he's going to project well. The Ravens are 7.5-point favorites in Cleveland with bad pass game weather. So yeah, I'm more bullish on Derrick Henry than we've seen this season. He's had a pretty difficult schedule. Obviously, the Browns are a tough matchup here too. The schedule really softens up after this week. He gets the Bengals twice, the Jets, the Steelers. I think Derrick Henry's just a little underrated right now, given how tough the schedule's been. And yeah, if you're locking in 15, 16 carries for Derrick Henry, I'm starting him. Can you show QB ranks? Yeah, I got you the QB ranks. I do like Derrick Henry's odds to go over 70 rushing yards today. His line is in the low mid 70s. Pretty interesting one given the projected game environment here. The tight ends are definitely risky. Both tight ends rank outside the top 12 tight ends. Pretty tough to start Isaiah Likely at this moment, even though he's out targeted Mark Andrews. He's had more routes than Mark Andrews over the last 3 games. It's Andrews that's scoring the touchdowns and getting the end zone targets. It's like a 3-way split at tight end. They're playing Charlie Kolar too. And then Zay Flowers, I talked about him earlier in the live as well, just allergic to the end zone. Zay Flowers has a 2% touchdown rate this season. That's wide receiver 90 in touchdown rate. He's wide receiver 92 in touchdowns per game, despite having the 10th most catches in the league. At wide receiver, at least. But yeah, he's just not getting end zone looks. He's not getting targets in the red zone. He has 1 end zone target this whole season. That came in week 1. And now he's in a game with 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts against the Browns. So Zay Flowers is definitely pretty risky. And yeah, I do think Lamar has good rushing potential. That's part of the reason he ranks as high as he does. Purdy or Caleb? I'm going Purdy over Caleb this week. Yeah, I think Andrews and Likely are benches this week in this game. All right, on to the Chiefs Broncos. Then we'll get to the 2 primetime games. Then we'll open it up for start sits. I'll get to the DFS lineup as well. Chiefs are only 3.5. They're 4-point favorites. They opened as 3.5. They're 4-point favorites now in Denver. Do you think the Chiefs cover here and take this one? Rashee Rice is a must start even in a tough matchup against the Broncos. Mahomes is really a must start even in a tough matchup against the Broncos too. He ranks as QB 6. Hurts, Stafford, Lamar, Herbert, Allen, these are the only QBs that rank ahead of him. I'm really not benching Mahomes right now, even against the Broncos. Kelsey's a back-end tight end 1. He ranks as tight end 10. He's honestly been better this season than I would have expected with Rashee Rice back. Hasn't been under 8 points in the last month and a half. Only has 2 touchdowns, though, over that span. I saw a question with Xavier Worthy versus Parker Washington, Xavier Worthy versus Michael Wilson. Yeah, it's probably Parker Washington, Michael Wilson over Xavier Worthy. Flowers or Shakir in windy games. Yeah, I'm going Shakir over Flowers. Pull up the wide receiver ranks here again. Yeah, I think we have. Yeah, we have Shakir and Flowers back to back here in the ranks. I actually would prefer Shakir over Flowers. Let's pull up there's no Pacheco again. And Brashard Smith is still basically unstartable. He's been under 1 point in back-to-back games. I think he's been dropped in most leagues at this point. 3 carries in back-to-back games. The receiving role has really dipped off too. He only has 1 target in his last 2 after 16 targets in his previous 4 games. He has 1 target in his last 2. They signed Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who's playing over him or getting some carries over him. Kareem Hunt is startable as a back-end running back too, but don't love him in this matchup either. Decent chance at a touchdown though. So it's really Rashee Rice and Kelsey and Mahomes, and that's it here for the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs defense is playable as well. The Chiefs defense is one to be stashing in fantasy, by the way. Do not drop the Chiefs. They get the Titans in week 16. They are locked in as a top 3 fantasy defense in week 16 versus the Titans. That game's going to matter to the Chiefs. And the Titans are allowing the most sacks per game. So I'm holding on tight to the Chiefs defense, and I'm fine just starting them here in the spot this week too if I only want to roster 1 defense. Especially in a couple leagues where I'm pretty much a lock to get the bye for the playoffs, and I'm just focused on week 16. I'm getting the Chiefs at all costs. On the Broncos side of this game, J.K. Dobbins is out for the season. This is absolutely massive news for R.J. Harvey. R.J. Harvey is a guy similar to Luther Burden, honestly, but on the other side of the position groups, obviously. A guy that I was very high on the talent profile for RJ Harvey heading into the season. We haven't really seen it, but he's been a touchdown machine this year. Touchdown rate for RJ Harvey, he's a 4% touchdown rate on the ground, but he also has, I think, 2 or 3 receiving touchdowns. He's got 4 receiving touchdowns and 2 rushing touchdowns. He's got 6 touchdowns this season on like a somewhat limited role, playing 29% of the snaps, RJ Harvey, but he has 6 TDs. He's going to jump up to the J.K. Dobbins role. I mean, this really feels a lot like the Ramondre Stevenson, Trevion Henderson situation where Harvey hasn't really smashed. He honestly has been better than Hendo was before the Ramondre role, before the Ramondre injury. But now it's going to be Harvey in a J.K. Dobbins plus role. The challenge is I don't think we're going to see Harvey in the Trevion Henderson role where he's like 80% of the snaps. We're still going to see Tyler Bidet play a ton. We're still going to see now Jaleel McLaughlin come in and get a role. Like this Broncos team loves to give 3 running backs roles. But Harvey's going to have the best role of the group. He's the most explosive running back of the group. He's the best touchdown scorer of the group. And he is a capable receiving back too. He's 8 targets in his last 2 games. I'm starting Harvey, guys, even against the Chiefs. I want to start RJ Harvey this week. All the teams I've been stashing Harvey on feel like they are legit contenders all of a sudden. They don't have the best fantasy football playoff schedule. They do get great matchups after the bye, though, against the Commanders and then Raiders. But the matchups really might not matter with the type of role we could get from RJ Harvey here. Seeing a question in the chat here from Brandon. I'm not playing RJ Harvey over Rico Dowdle. I'm not playing him over Derrick Henry this week either. Woody Marks or Wandale? Yeah, it's Woody Marks easily. I'm not benching Woody Marks. I'm playing Woody Marks over RJ Harvey as well. The rest of the Broncos team, I don't know how you feel good starting them. All these receivers rank outside the top 30. Bo Nix ranks outside the top 12. I really don't want to start Bo Nix. Evan Ingram's outside the top 20. It's like RJ Harvey or bust for fantasy purposes for the Broncos to stay against the Chiefs. And I do think the Chiefs take care of business here. A lot of close spreads, by the way, this week. The biggest spread on the slate is 7. That's the Giants and the Packers game. Every other game is within 6. Most of these games are within 4-point spreads. Should be a really fun slate today. We got the Eagles and the Lions playing tonight. Another really good game. 2 very legit Super Bowl contenders here between the Lions and the Eagles. Eagles are 2.5-point favorites at home. There's no Sam Laporta. He went on IR. He's out for the next 4+ games, which really consolidates target share here because Brock Wright is not going to step into the Sam Laporta role. It's pretty similar to the Musgrave, Tucker Kraft thing, where he's the obvious next guy up, but he's just not going to command the same target share. That's great news for Jameson Williams, Monroe St. Brown, and Jahmyr Gibbs. I am pretty nervous about David Montgomery. This week, I do have him as a bench. If the Lions fall behind in this game, like you're really banking on a David Montgomery touchdown. I think this is a game environment where Jahmyr Gibbs could be leaned on pretty heavily, though. 15 carries last week for Monty in a really good matchup versus the Commanders, only 10 points. He hasn't been over 12 points since week 5. He has 3 games over 12 points this season, does David Montgomery. He needs a touchdown to get there. So yeah, I'm pretty out on Montgomery. I would play guys like RJ Harvey and Woody Marks over David Montgomery. I'm starting Jameson Williams. I'm starting Monroe, Jahmyr Gibbs. Goff is interesting as well. The Eagles defense and offensive line are getting healthier. That's why they're favored in this game, but Goff is startable too. This game is going to be some cold weather, but no wind like some of these other rough games this week. Yeah, no need to spam in the YouTube chat. We're going to get to tons and tons and tons of comments very, very soon. On the Eagles side of this game, Saquon ranks weirdly low this week. And I double-checked this one, and I actually think the ranking where we have him, it makes sense. I am still buying Saquon right now because after this week, the schedule gets really, really interesting. Saquon Barkley has had one of the most difficult running back schedules so far this season. It's something that's really getting lost in all the Saquon analysis. I made a video about why I'm trading for Saquon after that Week 7 game versus the Vikings. Then he smashed versus the Giants. And had 13 points last week versus the Packers. But he's been one of the most matchup-sensitive running backs over the last 2 years. Like last year, he was very sensitive to matchups too. He averaged only 14, 15 points per game in bottom 12 matchups last season. He averaged over 25 points per game in the plus matchups. And we're starting to see something similar. The Lions are not a plus matchup here, but after this game, he gets the Cowboys, Bears, Raiders, Commanders, Bills down the stretch of the season. I mean, he doesn't have a bottom 12 matchup the rest of the season after this week. I'm buying Saquon at the trade deadline as much as I possibly can, especially if he disappoints this week. But the role is still really strong. 22 carries last week, 3 targets. You really can't bench Saquon, even though he ranks a little lower than usual. Running back 13, we're not benching Saquon. Devontae Smith ranks ahead of A.J. Brown for the second straight week. We were right about that last week. I do feel the squeaky wheel for A.J. Brown right now, though, in this matchup versus the Lions. Lions offense should be able to push the Eagles offense in this one, too. I do kind of want to start A.J. Brown this week. I know we're going to get a bunch of A.J. Brown start sits. The ceiling is high for A.J. Brown, guys. As low as the floor might be, I mean, both these receivers have a pretty compelling ceiling. A.J. Brown, 3 points. Last week, 3 targets, 3 points. Matchup gets pretty good for these pass catchers here down the stretch of the season, too. Definitely a better pass game environment than run game environment against the Lions. Commanders miss a field goal there in Madrid. Let's just pull up the stats here quick in this game. 7 minutes left in the second quarter. Jalen Lane has 1 catch. I have him under 1.5 receptions. Mariota only has 9 attempts, though. He's 7 for 9. I have him under an interception, too, so that looks decent so far. Achane has 2 catches. Have him under 5.5 catches, and they're winning this game 6-3. Did they miss an extra point? Or do they have 2 field goals, too? It's all field goals so far, 6-3. Wow, gross Madrid game. As well as Achane's running. Achane's at 9.2 yards per carry, and they haven't scored. 2 is 6 for 7 passing. Waddle only has 1 catch. Man, pretty ugly game. Both teams running pretty effectively. As expected, the unders here seem in play. All these unders still in play here, almost at halftime. So I do like to see that. Jalen Hurts is a start, too. He ranks as a top 5 QB. Parker Washington or Dobbs? Yeah, I'm going Parker Washington there. All right, the last game to get to. I do think the Eagles. I do like the Eagles in this one. Our projections, like the Lions, as underdogs here. I think the Eagles, talent-wise, are getting healthier. 2.5 point favorites at home. If this game was in Detroit, they would be underdogs. I personally like the Eagles in a bit of a bounce back spot. It feels like the Eagles are getting slept on a little bit with how everyone's talking about A.J. Brown and him being upset. It's like they are 7-2, and they're the healthiest they've been all season. They still probably have the most talented roster in the NFL, the Philadelphia Eagles. Then we got the Cowboys at the Raiders. The Raiders are only 3.5 point underdogs at home here versus the Cowboys. Hard not to expect the Cowboys to win this one. They're coming off the bye. CeeDee Lamb's a must start. Jake Ferguson's a must start. Javonte Williams is a must start. George Pickens is a must start. All of these guys are top 12 of their positions. So you're starting the entire Cowboys offense. And Dak, he's a start too. Why do we have Henry ranked so high? Because he's locked in for 16 plus carries in a game with 40-mile-an-hour winds, and they're 7.5 point favorites. Derrick Henry's role has been good, guys, over the last month. He hasn't looked quite as explosive as he has in the past, but guys, in the past, Derrick Henry's looked like the greatest running back of all time. We can't expect that in his final seasons as a running back. I still think Derrick Henry's a pretty good start this week, though. Honestly, getting a little underrated. Honestly, with how many Derrick Henry questions I'm getting in the live, I think he's an interesting DFS play. Probably going to be really low owned in DFS. You get like a sub 5% DFS ownership for 20 plus carry Derrick Henry day. It's pretty compelling. Brock Bowers is in tier 2 among tight ends because I got McBride in his own tier. I got Brock Bowers in his own tier in tier 2. And then I got George Kittle in his own tier in tier 3. And then tier 4 starts in a really big tier. And almost the rest of the tight ends are in tier 5, tier 6. But Brock Bowers versus the Cowboys is probably going to be more like 2 weeks ago than last week. 2 weeks ago, he goes for 43 points, 12 catches, 127, 3 TDs, the biggest tight end game of the season by far. And then he follows that up with 1 catch the following week on Thursday night. I mean, they were subbing him off for like Ian Thomas in the red zone. Has 3 targets, catches one of them for 31 yards. I think that was the first half too. Didn't have a single catch, I think, in the second half. But yeah, this matchup versus the Cowboys is pretty compelling for him. Ashton Jeanty, the top 10 running back this week. I think Ashton Jeanty continues to be pretty underrated in fantasy football. He has 1 game under 15 points in his last 6 games. I mean, he's on a horrible offense with a horrible offensive line. And he's still scoring almost every single week. Like he has at least 1 touchdown in 4 of those 6 games. But he also is starting to get a much bigger receiving role, much larger snap percentage. Ashton Jeanty's over an 85% snap percentage in each of his last 2 games. I don't care how bad your offense is. If you're going to be out there for 85% or more of the snaps, I want to play you in fantasy football. Christian McCaffrey leads all running backs in the NFL with an 84% snap percentage. Jeanty's been over that in back-to-back games. Like he could legit hit 90% of the snaps any given week. And now he's in a pretty exciting game environment for the Cowboys. Really his first good matchup since week 6 against the Titans. Jeanty's in a smash spot here this week. I think he's been an interesting buy low candidate in fantasy with how sour people have been on him. He only has 1 game over 20 points, but the floor is there with this type of role. He's got 10 targets over his last 2 games, finally getting in like legit target territory. He gets the Giants in week 17 as well after a tough matchup against the Texans in the fantasy playoffs. Pretty interesting guy for fantasy right now. I know some of you are going to want to start Geno. We do not have Geno ranked very well, even against the Cowboys. I feel pretty conflicted about this because every single week we're seeing QBs smash the Cowboys. We have seen Geno have a couple good games in good matchups. He had 27 points a couple weeks ago versus the Jags. The Jags, by the way, they allowed Geno to go for 27. They allowed Davis Mills to go for 26, and that's who Justin Herbert gets today. There's a ceiling here for Geno for sure. I do think they try to lean on the run, though. There are QBs I prefer over Geno this week. Because his receivers are Trey Tucker and Tyler Lockett. Obviously, he's got Bowers. Both Tucker and Lockett are interesting sleepers. I have Lockett in the sleeper category. I think Trey Tucker's doesn't quite qualify for sleeper category, but you can put him in that category depending on the league you're in. He had 100% snap share last week. He's going to be out there every single snap, running routes on every single passing play against the Cowboys. That makes him a sleeper. At least start worthy consideration here. Both these guys project over 10 points. There's really only 4 targets for the Raiders. It's Jeanty, Bowers, Tucker, and Lockett. Dante Thornton Jr. and Jack Bash are just completely irrelevant right now on this team. I do think the Cowboys take this one. I feel like I'm leaning with most of the favorites as we talk through these games today. All right, that's every single game. That's every single relevant player in every single game. Let's get to the DFS lineup. I'll recap the free player props. I'll recap Weatherman Sam's report as well. And then we're going to get to tons and tons and tons of start sit questions. Shout out to every single one of you on the live today. We are 2 hours in. We got about 2 hours to go. It is the best day of the week, and we are Madrid time today. All right, DraftKings lineup today. I'm going with the Justin Herbert, Lad McConkey stack. I don't have a bring back here with the Jags. There is $900 left in salary on this lineup as well, though. I'm going with the double stack with Herbert, Ladd, and Gadsden. I like the double stacks with Herbert and with Purdy today. I think the Purdy stacks, whether you're doing with Kittle, CMC, Pearsall, or Jennings, you choose 2 of those guys with Purdy. I think the Jacoby Brissett double stacks with McBride and one of the receivers, Michael Wilson, Greg Dortch, and then the double stacks with Herbert. One of those double stacks, I think, is going to win the slate today in DFS. I really like the Josh Jacobs Packers stack. Talked about that game a bunch. James Cook, I think, smashes against the Buccaneers as well. The 2 win games, I'm going with the running backs there. I'm getting Luther Burden in this lineup too. I like his player prop over 1.5 catches. I think his ceiling is really high. Price is really low. Ownership's going to be really low. The matchup's not great. I don't think there's going to be very high ownership here. I like Michael Wilson against the 49ers. My biggest fear in this lineup is I only have one guy in that game, that 49ers Cardinals game, which is another game I'm stacking in DFS. And I like Aaron Jones a lot too. A mini stack there with Luther Burden and Aaron Jones. My 3 favorite DFS stacks of the week on DraftKings. Josh Jacobs, Packers defense, Aaron Jones, Luther Burden, and a mini stack there. And then I like the Herbert Gadsden stack as well. That's the DFS lineup of the day. As a reminder, the free player props, Woody Marks, over 76.5 total yards, Luther Burden, over 1.5 catches, are my two favorite props of the day. And let me run through the weather report one more time. Let me actually refresh the weather report in case it's changed at all. And then we will open it up to some start sits here. Doesn't look like much has changed. No, nothing's really changed. Chance of snow showers in this Bills game. The three most concerning weather games. Can I see the running back ranks? Yeah, I got you. Three most concerning weather games are the Packers at Giants, Ravens at Browns, Bucks at Bills. All those games have up to 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. The fourth most concerning game is the Bengals at Steelers. That game's like 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And the sustained winds are like 5 miles an hour less as well. All of these games are somewhat concerning. Wow, a lot of Saquon start sits in the chat today. All right, let's get to the start sit segment of the live now. We're going to get to hundreds of start sits the rest of this live stream. What's up, Sam? I have 4 starts and sits picks in a hard spot. Rodgers or Mahomes? We're going Mahomes. We're going Mahomes over Rodgers. I get the matchup scary for Mahomes. We're starting Mahomes. He's right up there in the MVP candidacy this season. He's running a lot as well. He had a tough game against the Bills. No passing touchdowns in that game. Like, didn't really run either. 5 rushing yards. But he was over 25 points in the 5 games before that. He's coming off the bye. I'm willing to play Mahomes in this tough matchup over Rodgers in a good matchup. Tet McMillan or Troy Franklin, Harold Fannin or Dalton Schultz, Monungai or DeMercado. Yeah, these are some tough ones. I'm probably going to go Tet over Franklin. Both in tough matchups. Tet McMillan is the better player, similar target share, probably lower total target projection. But yeah, I lean Tet over Troy Franklin. Harold Fannin or Dalton Schultz, I think is going to be Fannin over Schultz. Yeah, it's Fannin over Schultz. And then Monungai versus DeMercado. I really don't want to start either of these guys. Yeah, it's Monungai. Man, the matchup's better for DeMercado. The receiving role is better for DeMercado, but the touchdown potential is probably better for Monungai. Yeah, I think I would go Tet McMillan over Franklin, Fannin over Schultz, and Monungai over DeMercado. And I go Mahomes over Rodgers too. Yeah, some really tough ones in there. For sure. Allen or Flacco, I'm concerned. Yeah, you got to go Allen. You can't be playing Joe Flacco over Allen. Even with the weather, I'm going Josh Allen. It's not like we haven't seen Josh Allen put up fantasy points in the snow before, in the wind before. Josh Allen and Lamar, they're a little insulated from these types of weather reports because of their rushing ability and their chance to score rushing touchdowns. Not fully insulated. Obviously, a bad pass game environment's not great for them, but yeah, I'm willing to start both of them this week still. Tracy, Pearsall, or Watson? Thanks. Yeah, in this spot, I honestly think I'd go Pearsall. Tracy's might start one for flex. Yeah. Oh, standard league too. Man, it's probably got to be Tracy in a standard league. Appreciate that context. Yeah, part of the reason the WalterPicks app's a cheat code, guys, is it's going to account for all your scoring settings when you sync your league. And I think this might be a good example of that. Well, yeah, Tracy's just ahead in PPR. I probably would make the argument for Pearsall over Tracy in PPR. I mean, this matchup for the Giants is really tough today against the Packers with this weather report. I don't see any of the Giants players outside of Wandale really that I want to start in fantasy. Pearsall, I think, has an interesting ceiling, but he's got a low floor. But if you look at this in non-PPR, it's really not going to be close because in non-PPR, all that matters is the touchdowns and the yards. And yeah, so the way bigger difference here in non-PPR, it's got to be the running back. It's got to be Tracy, who is locked into like minimum 15 touches, like worst case, probably 12 touches today for Tracy. Eliminated if I lose. Yeah, we're at that stretch of the season, guys, where we got to be churning out wins in fantasy now. Saquon, London, Nico, or Chase Brown. This is a bench one. Saquon versus Chase Brown's a really tough call. Let me switch this back to PPR. Saquon versus London and Nico. We're not benching Chase Brown. I think you might have to bench Saquon here. You can't bench Nico. Yeah, I guess you bench Saquon. You're playing London, Nico, and Chase Brown over Saquon. I'm playing Gadsden over Goddard, seeing that one in the TikTok live. Hop over to the tight end ranks again. Shout out to everybody in this live stream right now. We were on Madrid time this morning, so we're a couple hours in already. We're in the start sit segment, so I'm going to get you as many start sits as I can. If you are just tuning into the YouTube live, guys, smash the like button. We're almost at 50 likes on the live. Hit the like button. It takes 2 seconds. Do appreciate that. If you're watching live on TikTok, guys, hit the follow button. We're posting daily content on YouTube and TikTok this season, so make sure you don't miss out. Goff, Darnold, or Flacco. Let's narrow in on the QBs here for a second. QB start sits, guys. You got QB start sits. Send them in the chat. Put QB start sit at the beginning of your comment so I know it's a QB start sit, and I'll prioritize pulling some of these up. I will lock in here on the QB start sits. Rodgers or Stafford. Yeah, I'm going Stafford over Rodgers. Again, the games with the concerning passing game weather. It's the Giants and Packers, so a little bit more concerned for Jordan Love. I want nothing to do with Jameis Winston. It's the Ravens and Browns, still starting Lamar because of the rushing. And Dylan Gabriel's not even on my top 24. And then it's the Bills and the Buccaneers. And similar to Lamar Jackson, I'm not benching Josh Allen, but I am willing to bench Baker Mayfield. Stafford or Hurts, I'm going Hurts. I'm going Hurts over Stafford. They're 0.1 points apart. I like Hurts' potential in that game more than Stafford. We got Flacco, Knicks, Caleb Williams. Yeah, it's Flacco. It's Flacco, then Caleb Williams. It's Flacco, then Knicks, then Caleb Williams, I think. I really don't want to start Flacco. I mean, I really don't want to start Bo Nix. I do want to start Flacco, even with that weather. My regular QBs are out, so should I start Brissett or Geno? Also, I see we got the math hat on. We got the math hat on every Sunday morning, man. I do think we go Brissett over Geno. Any sleeper picks? Yeah, so in terms of fantasy starts, my sleepers this week include Jacoby Brissett, Rashid Shaheed, Tyler Lockett, Sean Tucker, and Pat Freiermuth. These are my sleepers of the week. Best matchup for tight ends for Pat Freiermuth. Best matchup for receivers for Tyler Lockett. I think Rashid Shaheed's role grows a lot in a game that the Seahawks will be playing from behind. I think Jacoby Brissett is a pretty good one, too, against a pretty injured 49ers defense. They're still missing half their starters on that defense. Baker Mayfield or Caleb Williams. Yeah, I have both Baker and I have Baker in my must-bench category this week. I think I would go – I think we have Caleb ahead in the ranks. I think I would go Caleb over Baker. Again, there's 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts for Baker. There's not wind gusts for Caleb Williams playing in the dome. Like go if it's close, go with the quarterback not playing in 40-mile-an-hour winds. Judkins, White, Washington, the Guillotine League, half PPR. Wow, still alive in the Guillotine League. Yeah, I think this one's Judkins. Judkins versus DK. Yeah, I saw some comments saying we had Judkins really low. Brissett or McCarthy. Yeah, I think I would probably go Judkins over DK for the floor, but if you need the ceiling, I'm okay going DK over Judkins. I'm playing Mahomes over Caleb. I'm playing Flacco over Purdy, but I do think Purdy's ceiling's pretty high. Flacco's been so good since he's joined the Bengals, though. I'm okay going with Flacco, even with some light concern with the weather there. I am playing Brissett over McCarthy. Oh, God, I think it's McCarthy over Brissett, actually. Let's pull this up. I think McCarthy's a bit underrated this week, too, in the matchup against the Bears. Yeah, I would argue the floor is probably better for Brissett just because we've seen a pretty strong floor over the last month. He doesn't have a game under 19 points, does Jacoby Brissett. And this is not a bad matchup for Brissett. But there is no Marvin Harrison Jr., Michael Wilson, Greg Dortch are the top receivers after Trey McBride, which isn't ideal. You know, McCarthy's throwing to a much different set of receivers than Jacoby Brissett. I say the ceiling is higher for JJ McCarthy here versus the Bears. Divisional matchup, potential shootout here. He's also been over 16 points in back-to-back games. This is a better matchup than he's had those last 2 games too. The Vikings defensive line should hold up very well versus the Bears. It's the Vikings offensive line, should hold up very well versus the Bears defensive line. Winston, Bryce, or Mills. This is just absolutely disgusting. Austin, you got to be able to find someone better than this. You just got to be able to find someone better than this. We are not starting Jameis Winston versus the Packers in 40-mile-an-hour winds with no Darius Slayton and no Malik Neighbors and half the offensive line out. Just no thank you to Jameis Winston. Then you got Bryce Young versus the Falcons, a run funnel defense. Bryce Young, like, barely throwing the ball. Like, the ceiling pass attempts wise for Bryce Young is like, what, 20, 25 in this game? I mean, he hasn't had more than 25 pass attempts in the last month. Bryce Young's been under 5 fantasy points in back-to-back games. So, like, no thank you to Bryce Young. I honestly think I'd probably go Winston over Bryce Young. But the real answer here is Davis Mills. You're playing Davis Mills here over Bryce Young and over Winston. Davis Mills, the QB1 last week against the Jags, hit 28.7 points. So, yeah, man, it's Mills. It's Mills over Winston, and it's Mills over Bryce. I'm going Derrick Henry over A.J. Brown. I think the ceiling for A.J. Brown's really high, but the floor, I don't mind the floor here for Derrick Henry. He had 2 points the last time he played the Browns. Only 2 points the last time he played the Browns. But he's locked into 15-plus carries in this game. They're 7.5-point favorites in this game. Squeaky wheel for A.J. Brown. It's not like his floor is that high either, though. We have seen a pretty low floor. I think the matchup here for the pass catchers for the Eagles is pretty exciting. But yeah, man, this projection is not even close. It's got to be Derrick Henry. Start Marks or Parker Washington half PPR. Yeah, we're starting Woody Marks, guys. You got to start Woody Marks this week. Judkins, Adunze, or Marks. It's Marks. Yeah, Marks gets the Titans. He smashed the Titans last time. He's coming off his highest snap percentage of the season. There's really no world where we want to be benching Woody Marks right now. I'm starting Flacco over Caleb Williams. Herbert versus Lamar. Oh, man. I think it is Herbert over Lamar. With the matchup Lamar has and the matchup Herbert has, with the weather Lamar has, the weather Herbert has, it is Herbert over Lamar. We just talked about it in a couple other conversations. So Justin Herbert, he's been over 26 fantasy points in 3 of his last 4 games. He gets a matchup versus the Jags, who just allowed over 27 points to Geno Smith and over 27 points to Davis Mills. They've allowed over 27 points in 4 of their last 5 games to quarterbacks. Mahomes went over 27, Stafford went over 27, Geno went over 27, and Davis Mills went over 27. This is why I'm playing Justin Herbert in DFS this week, in this matchup. I'm 4-6, and I need this. Lamar or Dak? Yes, Lamar, I think, over Dak. And Troy Franklin or Christian Watson? I think I would go Franklin over Watson. The weather report is not great here for Christian Watson's role. 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts against the Giants, a game where I think they can skew really run heavy in that game. I'm pretty out on Christian Watson. I'm playing Trey Tucker, though, over Troy Franklin. I'm playing Parker Washington over Troy Franklin as well. Let me go to the wide receiver ranks now, yeah. If you guys are just tuning in, guys, smash the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit the follow button on TikTok. Helps out way more than you could realize. Do appreciate it. Jake Ferguson or Dallas Goedert? Yeah, it's got to be Ferg over Goddard by a decent margin, I think. They might be in the same tier, but pretty far apart within that tier. Alvin, how we doing? Start Stafford or grab Brissett off waivers? Yeah, it's Stafford. I get the easier matchup, but it's still Stafford. Harvey, Flowers, or Pearsall? Pick 2. Yeah, I think I'll go Harvey and Pearsall. The weather is not good in this Ravens game. The matchup is good for Pearsall. The Cardinals are without their top corner. I think that game has like very sneaky shootout potential too between the Cardinals and the 49ers. So yeah, I'm going with Pearsall and Harvey over Zay Flowers. I'm playing A.J. Brown over Addison. I'm playing AJ Brown over Jordan Addison. I think AJ Brown does have a high ceiling this week. I'm not playing over Derrick Henry. I got that question earlier. I'm willing to buy the squeaky wheel narrative here for AJ Brown, though. Devontae or Chase Brown, I can't decide. Yes, Chase Brown. You got a 33-year-old receiver who pulled up lame with a back injury, just running a normal route. Last week for Chase Brown, without Samaje Perine in the lineup, probably going to play more than 90% of the snaps here in week 11. In a great matchup, too. It's Chase Brown. It's Chase Brown over Devontae for me this week. Like way, way safer, similar ceilings. Sam the GOAT. What's going on, man? Wandale or Rachaad White? Man. I think it's got to be Wandale. Yeah, it's Wandale. It's Wandale over Rachaad White. Sutton or McMillan? God, I do not feel good about either of these guys. I think it is Tet. Yeah, I think it's Tet over Sutton. Neither guy is a good matchup this week. I believe we're at halftime in the Madrid game now. 6-6 at halftime. Jalen Lane still only at 1 catch. Mariota is 12 for 16, no interceptions. Devon Achane still just 2 catches. The unders are looking decent in this game. We talked about that. If you were with us on Madrid time, my 3 favorite player props in this game all still alive. The Jalen Lane under catches, the Mariota under interceptions, the Achane under receptions, all looking decent here in Madrid. And we're going to have our guests hopping on here momentarily. Week 11, halftime in the Madrid game, pretty ugly one. A lot to talk through on the slate with all the weather. So pumped to welcome Samps to the Sunday Morning Live. Samps, how are we doing here in week 11?
I was doing good, and then I started watching the first half of this Madrid game, and I'm doing worse. But I'm glad to be here. How are you?
It's the last international game of the season, Samps. It feels like a consistent theme of you coming on this live and saying I'm not missing much in this international game. I'm glad I was riding 3 unders, at least so far in the game. You know, way too early to celebrate unders at halftime. So I'll stop jinxing those. But it is a really interesting slate this week, Samps. We have a ton of weather to talk through across the slate today. I'm very curious if you're as worried as I am about the weather in some of these games. That is, I think, the key to the slate this week. It's like half the games on the main slate, at least, have some type of weather concern to be aware of. But then we also have a couple games in domes, some significant injuries to talk through. It turns out that Keon Coleman report was accurate that you sent in the projections team channel yesterday. A healthy scratch for Keon Coleman, coming off his second highest target total of the season last week. And the Bills, an embarrassing loss. He scores a touchdown in that game, like a pretty good catch in that game. And now they're opting to play Gabe Davis and McCole Hardman over him. We'll see how that pans out for them in a game with 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I mean, pretty shocking, honestly, all around there in terms of the decision for the Bills. I guess they didn't like his motivation levels, his effort levels on some of these plays, which I know the coaches always care a lot about, a lot more than us fantasy people. But yeah, let me talk through the weather report, Samps. Then I'm curious on just your initial thoughts on the weather, how you're thinking about that. And then we can get into some of your takes for the weekend. Of course, we're going to get to tons and tons of start-sit questions on the live today, like we do every single Sunday. So there's 3 games that I'm marking as very concerned about here in week 11. All of them have similar weather reports. They all differ like slightly, but they're basically the same. The Packers at Giants, the Ravens at Browns, and the Bucks at the Bills. All 3 of these games have 20 to 25 mile an hour sustained winds, which that's like right approaching the threshold of concern. But you can throw in 20 mile an hour winds. 25 mile an hour winds is not ideal, but they all also have 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts. And most of these games, the first half is projected to be worse than the second half. It's not like zeros in the passing category for these games, but I'm definitely pretty concerned, especially for Jameis Winston, especially for Baker Mayfield in those respective games, and just the way that those quarterbacks play and a lot of the receivers on those teams play. So I'm nervous about all 3 of those games weather-wise. And then the Bengals at Steelers is the 4th one. I'm just a little bit concerned about that, but that's like 5 to 10 miles an hour less, basically across the board, both in the sustained winds and the wind gusts. So it's like 15 to 20 mile an hour sustained, 25 mile an hour, 30 mile an hour wind gusts. So nothing, which man, that game was so exciting last time these 2 teams played on Thursday night. So I'm just a little bit worried, but that game also seems to be much worse in the first half Second half, I don't think will be like a problem at all in that game. So that's the weather report from Weatherman Sam today. Is there any of these games that you're more concerned about than others? You generally in line with me in terms of the weather concerns across the league today?
I would say that I'm in line with you to some extent. I'm not super I guess maybe I'm naive, but I'm not really super worried about it in terms of just like the entire game, like players being useless, not being able to produce, especially like the Giants in particular. They won't be able to run. They simply won't be able to. James is going to throw 40 plus times. Like I don't care who the weapons are. Like they simply will not be able to run the ball against the Packers defense. So they're going to throw regardless of the wind or not. So that's kind of my thought process on that. The Packers are going to run all day. Josh Jacobs is going to go crazy in this game. Like there's no doubt about that in my mind, like crazy. Ravens Browns, that game's always gross anyways. The Ravens actually do struggle historically against the Browns in Cleveland. I think they've only one of their last 4 games there. Lamar, for some reason, struggles against Cleveland in Cleveland. So we'll see. I mean, Derrick Henry's lines are pretty high, so I guess they think he's going to do well, but I'm a little concerned about that. Bucks Bills, I have no idea what to think in that game. Both teams are like, I guess, bad, but like also like not bad. I don't know what to say about that. And then Bengals Steelers, there's no way it's as good as the first one, but I'm not gonna talk myself into concern in that one. That's the unction part too. They're gonna have a crazy game that game, I think.
Yeah, so the Bills Stadium, from what I've read, is actually the most impacted by wind of all of these because of how low the top of the stadium is. I was going deep into the weeds here for Week 11 weather report. This one actually might be the most concerning of the group, and I don't see how guys like Gabe Davis and McCole Hardman specifically. It's the deep passing that's impacted the most by these types of wind gusts. So I'm a little more concerned for Tez Johnson as well. Like specifically, I think certain players I get more concerned about than others. You talked about the Ravens there briefly, and there's been a lot of Derrick Henry starts. Samps, I think I'm in on Derrick Henry this week. I get the concern. The last time he played the Browns, he had 2 points. This was back in week 2. He had 2 points in that game, 23 rushing yards. The Browns ranked number 1 in fantasy points allowed to running backs. They're the toughest running back matchup for fantasy points this season. But Derrick Henry had his highest snap percentage of the season. Last week, there's no Justice Hill in this game, so Keaton Mitchell and Derrick Henry are going to be the lead backs. He's had at least 19 carries in 4 straight games. You're giving me at least 19 carries from Derrick Henry. I'm smashing the start button in fantasy when that's the case. I really don't care about the matchup. They are 7.5-point favorites in this game. I know you said they struggle historically in Cleveland, but you get Derrick Henry locked into, I'd say worst case, 15 carries as a 7.5-point favorite. I don't know how you bench that. And there's also 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts in the game. That should skew only more run heavy. So yeah, I'm pretty in on Derrick Henry this week. And with how many start sits I've seen about Derrick Henry this week too, it does make me kind of want to make a DFS lineup with him. He's going to have super low ownership, it seems like, with how concerned people are with the matchup and just like the sourness people have about Derrick Henry right now in general, because he's not having like an all-time season like we've seen really for the past 3, 4, 5 seasons from him. He hasn't been over 20 points since week 1. Would not be surprised to see Derrick Henry go over 20 points, even in a tough matchup though here with the weather and the projected role. So yeah, I think I'm more bullish on Henry than most, but a lot of people concerned for sure about Derrick Henry. Outside of the weather report here, Samps, any bold takes or clear takes you have for us?
Yeah, so last week my first take was Jalen Naylor is going to be involved, and he had the best game of his season. So I'm going to start with another deep shot here, and it's in the Giants game. They just signed. I don't even know if we're not even having projected for anything. We might. Isaiah Hodgins is going to play a lot of snaps in this game. Like, there's no doubt about it, and they're going to be playing from behind. He's not really a crazy deep threat like Slayton is, but he's sure-handed, for at least if he's the same guy he was a couple years ago, and he's familiar with Mike Kafka's offense. So I think he can like fit right in and play a role in this game. I don't think he's have a crazy outing necessarily, but same thing with Jalen Naylor. I think you could see 10 points from him. I really do think you could see that in this game.
This is as deep of a call as it gets here from Sam's coming off rip. And he did call Jalen Naylor. Naylor was a top 4 wide receiver on the slate last week. I already told you I didn't have enough time to get him into the DFS lineup last week. I am going to try to scramble to get a Hodgins lineup in after this live today. But you look at the receiver room for the Giants. It's like, yeah, how does he not play a real role here? It's Jalen Hyatt, Wandale, Hodgins, and Gunnar Olszewski. I mean, this is just ridiculous. I thought the Jets starting receiver room was bad. This is almost as bad. Like Wando would easily be the top guy for the Jets, who are trying to Adonai Mitchell out as like this elite wide receiver. But yeah, I like Wandale this week too. Wandale projects as a top 10 receiver for us this week, despite the wind and the matchup. And like the Packers have been much better against the run too than the pass. Very interesting, deep call there. I doubt he even has prop lines out there.
There's no way.
Maybe they come out close to the game. That could be kind of interesting too. It's probably one catch prop line in that territory. Raymond McLeod, we have projected in. He's
not even on the roster today, so we got to fix that, I think.
Yeah, it didn't look like he was on the depth chart.
He's not, so he's on the practice squad still. If it's up to them, I think if it's up to Mike Kafka, Gunnar Olszewski won't play a snap on offense. I don't know how he feels about Jalen Hyatt, but it feels like the Giants as a whole don't like Jalen Hyatt. So I really do think the receivers are Wandale, Hodgins, and Theo Johnson today. I like Theo Johnson a lot. I've said in the past I don't think he's a great NFL player, and I still feel that way. But the Packers aren't great against tight ends, and Jameis Winston's going to have to throw. So those two things together, I think. Theo's playing like 100% of the snaps. Like, talking about cardiocade, looking at Theo Johnson here, he's playing a ton of snaps. So those are two Giants, and I'll be done talking about the Giants now. No need.
Last week for Theo Johnson.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is. Winston being in definitely changes this offense like a ton. If you're watching live on TikTok, by the way, guys, you got to come to the YouTube live. Link is right in the TikTok bio. That's where you can see Sam's Falcons.WalterPicks talking through some of this. You can hear him on the TikTok live. You can't see him unless you come to the YouTube live. Link to that's right in the TikTok bio. But yeah, I mean, where else is the ball supposed to go? If you were right, Sam's, and Winston throws the ball 40 plus times in this game, despite the 40-mile-an-hour wind in this matchup, they are big underdogs at 7-point underdogs. I mean, one of these guys is going to absolutely smash fantasy projections. Wandale's the guy we're most bullish on. Theo Johnson projects his top 10. But if it's not one of those guys, a new quarterback in play, like, yeah, maybe it is Isaiah Hodgins or Jalen Hyatt or Gunnar Olszewski. I'm definitely pretty skeptical of Hyatt too. We have him under 1 point here.
Yeah.
That might change a bit when we take Ray and McLeod out, but the 40-mile-an-hour wind gust probably hurts him the most, if anyone, with the type of role that he has played. He's going to be like a much, much worse version of Slayton if he actually has like a legit role in this game. And for the Packers, I mean, one of my three favorite stacks for DFS this week, Sam's, is this Josh Jacobs Packers defense stack. Because again, if you're right here and Winston drops back 40 times with 40-mile-an-hour winds against this Packers defensive line, like this Josh Jacobs Packers stack might be pretty chalky, but really tough to beat. Jacobs is minus 200 to score a touchdown today, could easily get 2 or 3. We talked about this Giants run defense last week and it ended up being pretty split between Monangai and Swift, but they could still combine. Very efficient day against the Giants run defense. You got the heavy wins. Like, there's almost no reason for the Packers not to skew really run heavy today. So I do like that stack a lot. I want to talk to you about this Vikings Bears game too. This is one of the games in the Dome. And if I'm right to be very concerned about those 3 games, then like getting these Dome games on this main slate is, I think, an interesting angle. And I do like the mini stack here between Aaron Jones and Luther Burden. Aaron Jones is kind of sneakily in like a workhorse role all of a sudden. He had, I think it was a 70% snap share last week. Yeah, 71% snap share last week for Aaron Jones, had 6 targets in that game. And the Vikings offensive line matches up really good against this Bears defensive line that has not been very good all season. I like Aaron Jones to score today. I think he has a pretty good shot at 20 fantasy points if he's in that type of role again in this game. And then I like Luther Burden. His role is growing as well. He had a season high snap share, route participation, target share last week. They talked about getting him more involved in terms of the coach speak since last game. And I just think his ceiling is still underrated. Just in general, we saw a flash of it in week 3, but we really haven't seen like a real role for Burden all season. This could be the first real role we get, at least half the snaps for Burden. And the Bears are underdogs in this game too. So I think his ownership will come in pretty low since there's no injuries to the Bears receivers. Zaki is still going to play for sure too. And then I like the Herbert stacks just in general. The Jags defense, they've allowed over 27 points to Davis Mills and Geno Smith in their last 2 games. They've allowed over 27 points to a quarterback in 4 of their last 5 games. They're obviously missing Travis Hunter. They're missing another piece of the secondary as well. If the Jags offense can just sustain like a little bit in this game, as bad as the Chargers passing offensive line has been, yeah, I like Herbert. It's hard for me to get off Herbert in DFS this week. I do think Brissett and Purdy are kind of interesting as well. JJ McCarthy a bit interesting too, but yeah. Any response to any of those thoughts, Samps?
I totally agree with Aaron Jones. I think Aaron Jones is going to be awesome this week. I like Justin Herbert too. If I'm stacking, if I can afford Ladd McConkey, I'd rather go that direction. I think just feels a bit safer to me with the same sort of ceiling outcome. I feel like because Ladd can just go crazy on any given week. We've seen him do it. I think it's not been talked about that much in the fantasy space. Like Ladd is like kind of like back, like from what he was last year, maybe a little less like target share, but like he's still getting targets and he's still performing. So he's great.
Tale of two seasons for Ladd. People were full panic a month into the season. I was definitely buying at that time, and he's just completely turned the corner. He's had at least 14 points in all but one game since week 5.
Yep. So Ladd's one of my favorite players. Fun name, Georgia guys. Like, I think I love having him on my fantasy teams, and I'm excited about that. One of my favorite stacks, I'm sure we'll talk. I see actually 2 of them in this question, actually. I like stacking Ricky Pearsall and Michael Wilson. 2 guys who could be the top receivers on their teams that are very cheap in DFS. I think Michael Wilson can be a fantastic option this week, and I think Ricky Pearsall can be a great option in his first game back. The Lions have Ricky Pearsall at 40 yards. Like at his price, if he gets that line, you're happy with that, especially if he scores a touchdown. So
I did have Pearsall as one of my favorite touchdown odd scorers in the longer odd section of my favorite touchdown plays. Today, I did go, I think, 5 for 7 in these plays last week. So I wanted to run it back this week with some of the ones I liked. And yeah, Pearsall stood out to me at plus 260 to score. This game in general, this 49ers Cardinals game, is my biggest fear of the official DK lineup of the stream today is I only have Michael Wilson from this game in that lineup. It's like Michael Wilson in one of Michael Wilson or Dortch, I think is going to outpace their projection. I prefer Michael Wilson to score over Dortch. McBride's obviously going to have a huge role. But the 49ers are missing half their starters on defense. The Cardinals are also missing like half their starters on defense. They're without their top corner in this game too. It's hard to know who to stack amongst the 49ers. Like it's the type of game where I want to put 20 lineups together just for this game because we got Purdy, CMC, Kittle, Juwan Jennings, and Pearsall all really healthy in the first game like all season. It feels like week 1 for them a little bit. But Purdy and Pearsall, they had a lot of time to recover. They've been out for a while, so they could really be fully healthy in their first game. Who do you prefer, though? Pearsall versus Michael Wilson, just in a vacuum here for the start sit. I think it's pretty easily Aaron Jones over Swift in the other question.
Yeah, I agree with that. I was honestly going to ask you the same question. I think right now, they both play at the same time. So my mentality is going to be, how am I doing after 1 o'clock? And if I need a larger boom play, I think I would go with Ricky Pearsall because we do have the higher boom percentage. Yeah. But I think Michael Wilson is a safe play this week. So
yes, Michael Wilson's way safer. I think they honestly have somewhat comparable ceilings too. I understand Pearsall's ceiling being a little bit higher, but yeah, no Marvin Harrison Jr. Brissett's been very serviceable. The matchup, I would argue, is better for Michael Wilson too than it is for Pearsall. So I think I'd lean Michael Wilson over Pearsall. Any other takes you got for us, Samps?
Always. Maybe it's risky. I've had a lot of people in my lives this week tell me, Cole Kmet. I don't care about Cole Kmet. I like Colston Loveland. The Vikings have struggled against tight ends, at least as of late, I feel. And Colston Loveland, 9 points last week. Big game, I believe it was the week before that. I just think Colston Loveland's going to see like enough work to make him serviceable if you need someone this week. Like I'm playing Theo over him, but I do like Colston Loveland. Like if you're looking at the waivers sort of thing, I think Colston's certainly serviceable as like someone who can get you points.
You're right. Over 17 points scored from tight ends against the Vikings in three straight games. It was Gadsden, Laporta, and then the Ravens tight ends. Mark Andrews has just been a tight end touchdown machine this season. I'm definitely nervous about Kmet, though. He played 60% of the snaps last week, 62% of the snaps. Like, he's not going away. Sorry, this is Loveland that had 62%. I think it was actually, was it 66% when we were looking at this? They both played over 60% of snaps. So it was a decent amount of 2 tight end sets against the Giants last week. The target volume's been low. Yeah, he played more snaps than Loveland last week, 66%, but had lower target volume, lower production. I mean, clearly Loveland's the better receiver here. Between the two. And so if this ends up being a more pass-heavy game, I think Loveland's ceiling is excited, but I am a little scared about the floor in comparison to some of these other tight ends this week.
I just feel like you kind of touched on it a second ago. I think this is definitely be a much more pass-heavy game for the Bears. They could do whatever they want on the ground against the Giants last week, and that's why Cole Kmet was on the field. Cole Kmet could probably still play a lot of snaps, but he's blocking he's a blocker. That's how I feel. And so that's kind of why I like Colston. This question's interesting. I probably wouldn't take him over either of those other guys.
Right.
But it's still like I feel like in most leagues, like Theo and Kyle Pitts are probably on teams, and if you need a tight end, you could pick up Loveland.
We got to talk about these Eagles wide receivers, Sam. So another a couple other guys. I haven't really actually seen that much Devontae Smith. I see him in this question I just pulled up, but a lot of AJ Brown questions this week. I mean, when the guy himself is telling you to bench him in fantasy, definitely a tough start sit. I'm pretty in on AJ Brown this week. I really like the ceiling here in this game environment against the Lions. You got 4 games with like much more concerning weather than this Eagles game. There's like just such a squeaky wheel narrative here too. I feel like AJ Brown, he's got the most squeaky wheel narratives across the season than I've ever seen. He complains obviously a ton about the targets, and it's a very public thing with AJ Brown, but the ceiling is here. We have him at wide receiver 21, which is pretty low this week. I mean, I'm seeing questions like AJ Brown versus Jordan Addison, AJ Brown versus Parker Washington, AJ Brown versus Troy Franklin. Like, these are the types of AJ Brown questions getting asked. I'm going AJ Brown over all of those guys. Personally, I think the ceiling is high enough to justify it. You could argue Parker Washington's floor is maybe a little bit safer. Some of these guys' floors might be a little bit safer than AJ Brown, but this should be a pass game environment for the Eagles. So yeah, I'm kind of in on AJ Brown here. Are you with me on the ceiling here, or are you more out on AJ Brown?
I like both Devontae Smith and AJ Brown this week. I think the Lions are different than the Packers. The Lions are going to score points regardless of the defense, I think. So I think I prefer Devontae. Obviously, it's not really a hot take there right now between the two, but I think both are certainly startable. When you're comparing like Troy Franklin against the Chiefs, like no way.
Yeah, there's a lot of tough wide receiver starts this week, and yeah, I would go Devontae Smith over Rome Odunze and Jordan Addison to this start sit I pulled up here on the live. And yeah, it sounds like we both agree you should not start Troy Franklin. I mean, really everyone but RJ Harvey, I'm terrified to start for the Broncos today. I could see RJ Harvey disappointing too, just given the matchup, but I am excited about the role. I don't think it's going to be quite like Doug Henderson level role that we got to see from him when Mondre went down. Since it's the Broncos, they're still going to play 3 running backs. Jaleel McLaughlin's going to annoyingly be involved. Bidet's not going anywhere, but RJ Harvey's got pretty good touchdown upside, I think, every week now with J.K. Dobbins out. But yeah, I think we're both saying bench Troy Franklin here. Any other takes you got, Sam? You want to talk through?
Yeah. I think that people have been telling me like T. Higgins struggles on the road, but T. Higgins is going to smash this week. Like, there's absolutely no debate. So yeah, I also I feel like I was way wrong on my favorite defense last week, but I really like the Ravens defense this week against the Browns. I feel like Quinshon Judkins is an absolute bench if you can bench him this week. I'm not starting Quinshon Judkins, and that could come back to bite me bad, but I just don't think that you can start him with any confidence this week.
This starts it up. I would go Gadsden here over those 2 receivers. Let's talk about Judkins for a second, because I have seen a lot of comments on the TikTok live when I go to the running back ranks here that Judkins feels low. And I don't think Judkins is too low. I'm in the very bottom of tier 4. I would play him over. I'm ahead of RJ Harvey. I would play him over David Montgomery, who I really don't want to start this week against the Eagles. But the problem for Judkins is he doesn't have a legit receiving role. He had 3 targets last week, 3 targets the week before that. He's 1 game over 10% target share this whole season. I think the weather report bodes decently for Judkins. Like, he should get 15 plus, probably 20 plus carries in this game if they can sustain some drives. The Ravens haven't been great for running backs, but all their defensive metrics are pretty like tough to trust, because half the season they had a full practice squad out there, and that's just not the case anymore. But yeah, without the receiving role, like, he needs to score. And if he doesn't score, he's going to go under 10 points most of the time. Last week, he just barely beat 10 against the Jets without a touchdown. So yeah, the ceiling is with the touchdowns, and the matchup is maybe not ideal. He's a back end running back too. I'm not like full you must bench Judkins, because he should get 15 plus touches in the game. But yeah, without the receiving role, I'm okay being a little bit lower in the ranks on Judkins.
Yeah, I just feel like 15 carries, even if he gets 80 yards and no touchdowns, it's like, okay, that kind of stinks. Like, you're not happy with that by any means. So, and I don't see, outside of that scripted first possession, I don't see the Browns having very many effective drives this game.
I'm curious what you think about this one. I think the answer is kind of clear to me, but we got Jameson Williams, Trey Tucker, Ricky Pearsall here, and this starts it. I don't think we're going Dobbs or Sharp here. Maybe you could consider Rashad White in this starts it, but We have it pretty firm in the WalterPicks app of JMO here. I would agree with that, Sam. Would you force Pearsall or Tucker here in their matchups?
Third week in a row, I'm saying this. Start Jameson Williams. He's a dog. And now after the bye week, I said it last week. I'm assuming Dan Campbell's going to continue calling the plays. He wants Jameson Williams to have the ball. In a huge primetime game against the Eagles, Jameson Williams is going to get the ball. Now, Sam Laporta's gone. The target's got to go somewhere else. Brock Wright is not Sam Laporta. It's not just going to go Brock Wright. So it's going to be Amon-Ra, Jameson. And I think Isaac Tesla is dealing with an injury as well. So who's it going to be, like Khalif Raymond? No, I don't see it. I think
they don't have another target earner to step in. There's no other target earner. Like Laporta goes down, Brock Wright steps in. He's a blocking tight end. No, he's going to have a bigger role now, but not a Sam Laporta role. Sam Laporta has been getting like 20 to 25% of the targets. And yeah, clearly they're trying to get JMO more involved. We've been on it in this live back-to-back weeks. His first games is first 2 weeks in a row over 16% target share all season. And he's going to keep hitting that every week. If you can lock him into that type of target share in this type of game environment, then yeah, I'm in on JMO this week too. Woody Marks, Samps, I just refuse to bench him this week. Like I really want to get Woody Marks into my lineups. We have him at running back 17, and there's some running backs that are ahead of him, like Monty Vidal, Travis Etienne, even that like I'm going to strongly consider Woody Marks over. This question has RJ Harvey, Quentin Johnson, Kamani Vidal, Ricky Pearsall, and Woody Marks. I'm starting Woody Marks over every single one of these guys, Samps. Is there any one of these guys you'd start over Woody Marks?
I have a little bit of fear that Nick Chubb steals touchdowns from him in this game. I think Nick Chubb probably scores a touchdown, and it's really annoying for people who have Woody Marks. This is one of my takes. I was going to say, I love Kamani Vidal this week. I think schematically, it doesn't look like a great matchup when you're looking at the matchup tab, but schematically, he matches up very well with the Jaguars. And I think like I would start Vidal over Harvey with confidence. We're looking at him and Woody Marks. Out of this question, I play both of them. I think it's pretty.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would go Vidal over Harvey, just because of the matchup for the two guys. And Vidal's going to get more work than Harvey, probably more touches than Harvey this week. It's going to be talk about annoying. It's going to be really annoying watching Bidet and Jaleel McLaughlin steal like half of the backfield from RJ Harvey. Really hope we see him get like a legit role moving forward, because I have him in a bunch of leagues. I was very high on him before the season, and honestly, we're pretty fortunate injury-wise for him to get a spot like this, because it did not seem like he was ever going to have a very big role if Dobbins stayed healthy. Woody Marks, he's one of the two free player props of the week. I got him over, I think it's 76.5 total yards. I don't see a way this game plays out where he doesn't have at least 60 yards in this game. The last time he played the Titans, he had 69 rushing yards and 50 receiving yards. Scored 28 points in that game, by far his biggest game of the season. Since then, he's been over 12.5, at least 12.5 in 3 of his last 4 games. Last week, he has by far his biggest role of the season, 80% snap share, which I don't think he's going to match that. Like, it was a bit of a weird game environment here against the Jags last week with a punt return touchdown from Parker Washington. It kind of skewed things a little bit. They were playing from behind like the whole time. That's probably not going to be the case here versus the Titans. That should skew a little more to Nick Chubb. So yeah, maybe he steals a touchdown, but I don't see a world where Woody Marks is going under 60 yards. The floor in comparison to the prop line feels really good. And he's definitely the better receiving back on the team too. So yeah, I like Woody Marks a lot in terms of the props. I would probably personally play him over Vidal. I'm definitely playing both these guys, over Harvey and some of the other guys in this question. How do you feel about Quentin Johnson, Sam? So the Quentin Johnson versus Pearsall piece of this question is kind of interesting. I have seen a decent amount of Quentin Johnson questions in the chat.
I don't like Quentin Johnston this week. I think with Gadsden back, I'm pretty skeptical. I mean, he went out of the game last week, and then Johnston just saw all the work, all the touches that probably were going to go Gadsden's way. I think there's a lot of manufactured touches to him, but I don't know. I don't trust him. It's tough comparing him to Pearsall because, how is Pearsall 100%? I don't know. Kyle Shanahan would tell you they don't play people unless they're 100%, but is that truthful? You can start Johnston. There's a ceiling there. I'm not super bought into it, but I can talk myself into it.
Yeah, definitely interesting. I'm very in on Herbert, so I want to be in on the pass catchers here too. Gadsden being back is definitely not ideal. Did have a 30% target share last week after a 21% target share the week before that. I do think there's still a pretty legit ceiling here. Keenan Allen's been the one that's kind of been getting phased out a little bit too. But yeah, I think I would probably lean Johnson over Pearsall in his first game back, but it's definitely close. This is an interesting one here with Tet McMillan, another guy that's been asked about a lot in the chat this week. Really tough matchup here versus the Falcons. We haven't really talked about this Panthers-Falcons game yet, Samps, but this is two run funnel defenses. Both secondaries are way better than their run defenses in this game. The Falcons are probably the biggest run funnel in the league right now because their secondary is so strong and they really haven't done great stopping running backs. And the Panthers are like somewhat similar. So it's a pretty scary spot for Tet McMillan, who's had really strong target shares. He's gone 45%, 43.5%, 31.6%, 34.8% target shares over the last three. But then you look at the target totals, it's like 6 targets, 8 targets. Like this team's just not throwing enough to really be super excited about. He doesn't have a game over 20 points all season. Shakir, I do kind of like with Keon Coleman out with the weather in that game. I think that all bodes pretty well for Shakir. It's not a terrible matchup for him versus the Bucs. I would go Shakir here, but any hope for Tet today?
There's obviously hope for Tet today, just because of how talented he is. But I would go with Shakir over him. I think there's a world where the Bills Bucs game is like a really like fun one, exciting one. You know, both teams have been kind of both really need this game bad. Like Bills need it really bad. The Patriots just keep pulling away to the point where that game where they play again is not even going to matter. You know, so they really need it. The Bucs really need it. So yeah, and I'm just seeing a notification that Keon Coleman is a scratch because he was late to meetings on Friday.
Wow.
You know, coaches don't like that. Coaches really don't like that.
Crazy stuff. Really crazy stuff with Keon Coleman being a healthy scratch. This is the DFS lineup I'm playing today, Sam. So I'm stacking Herbert with Gadsden and McConkey. I have all three of the stacks, my favorite stacks in this one lineup. I got the Burden, Aaron Jones mini stack, and I have the Josh Jacobs Packers defense stack with the Herbert and Gadsden stack, which is my favorite QB stack of the week. I think this lineup, by the way, still has $900 of salary cap left to play with. Really interesting slate, I feel like, with some of the guys who can fit in. And I'm going with James Cook. You just talked about that Bills game. I don't see the Bills losing this game after an embarrassing loss to the Dolphins. Their season is like a little bit on the line here. I mean, in the AFC, you got to get home field advantage when you're playing against the Chiefs in the playoffs. And the Bills like need that, I think, more than like every team, especially with their home field advantage that they have. And yeah, they're like one loss away from basically no shot at the bye, like no shot at home field advantage in the playoffs, which I think is going to be a really big deal for them. And James Cook has a great matchup too versus the Bucs. I do like his ceiling like a lot. Any thoughts on this DFS lineup? What you might do with the extra $900 in salary cap here?
It's funny you say that. Mine has $600 in extra, and that's on FanDuel. Where I feel like that's hard to do. I like it. I think on paper it looks really good. You know what I mean? It's one of those where you feel good submitting it. Anytime you can get a good defense in there and feel okay about it, that's a plus. I feel like a lot of times people are left to just try and hope one of the bad defenses does well. We'll see how Luther Burden does. There's a lot of question marks in that game. I'm a little more skeptical. One of my concerns, and maybe it contradicts the Loveland take a little bit, is I think this Vikings defense is going to cause some fits for Caleb Williams. It's a very complex defense, hard to read, hard to identify. Caleb Williams like runs around like he's got ants in his pants, like he's freaking out. But I mean, Herbert, Jacobs, Cooks. I mean, there's a lot of great things to look at here. I would not change this. If you're really confident in Luther Burden, I would not change it. Yeah,
and I was saying if I'm not going with the Herbert stacks, I'm going with Brissett, with Purdy, or with JJ McCarthy, with one of those guys. And I feel like there's lineups you can get this week with Jacobs, Cook, and CMC, and you get the Brissett stack with some of those cheap receivers. Maybe you go Isaiah Hodgins at minimum price too. And that's
even on there.
And you can get some crazy lineups in, I think, this week. It should be a high scoring week, I think. All right, let's get to some more start sits here. Good morning, Sam and Sams. Full PPR looking to start two. Dowdle, Chase Brown, Vidal. I know what the app says. I just like both your inputs. Go WalterPicks app. Happy Sunday. Shout out to you, Josh. Yeah, shout out to everyone who's using the WalterPicks app to help dominate in their fantasy leagues and with props. It is the best place to go if you're serious about winning in fantasy and props. You can get free access to the app in the App Store, and you get free access to the premium features in the app for 14 days when you use code SAM as well. Do appreciate it. Samson and I have both spent the last 5+ years helping build this app to help you guys all dominate. So appreciate the shout out there, Josh. This is a win-win situation here with the 3 running backs you're choosing between. But I think it's really a pick one here, Sam. We're not benching Rico, Barry Sanders, Dowdle in the run funnel against the Atlanta Falcons. I don't think. Would you consider benching him here. Maybe I'll include him if you disagree there. But yeah, I really do not think we can bench him against the Falcons. But these other two guys are both running backs we like too. I know you were just talking about Vidal. I think I'd probably bench him in this spot. But yeah, would you argue Vidal over either of these guys?
I would love to see Josh's lineup because I don't know how you bench any of these guys. I know it's my default answer all the time and it's annoying, but like seriously, I like Vidal's matchup so much that's like I can't sit Chase Brown though. He's gonna catch 5 passes. He's probably gonna score. You got Rico Dowdle in the run funnel. It's so tough. I mean, I guess if I had to bench one, it's Vidal. That's strictly out of principle in the projection, but man, that's so difficult. Some people's teams are just loaded, and it's just like, wow, I wish I was you.
Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely benching Vidal here, though. Chase Brown, without Samaje Perine in the lineup, he could have the highest snap percentage of all running backs this week. Last week, before their bye, they're coming off the bye, but in week 9, Samaje Perine goes down in this game. He played 96% of the snaps. This is, I think, the highest snap share we've seen from any running back this whole season. McCaffrey leads the NFL for context with an 83% snap share. Genty, by the way, he's been over 85% in back-to-back games. Like he's got a legit case to lead all running backs in snap share rest of the season. I continue to think he's like a bit underrated. Finally, he's a good matchup this week too, but I don't know how you bench Chase Brown, who could play over 90% of the snaps against the Steelers. He had 108 yards against them last time, didn't end up scoring in that game, but it was like his best game on the ground at that point all season. He's been a top 6 running back in the next 2 games. Now he gets the Steelers again in a somewhat windy game. Yeah, I'm not benching Dowdle or Chase Brown this week. Any other takes you got, Sams, to get off your chest before we get to some more start sits?
I think I said it last week, but I'll go back to kickers. He wasn't great last week when I suggested him, but I'm going to go back to him this week. Harrison Mevis, the thicker kicker. I do think this week he's got a great chance to kick some field goals because Seattle's defense is very good, but so is the Rams' offense. So I see a lot of scenarios where the Rams get past the 50 and can't quite finish the job, and they have to kick a field goal. So for that reason, I do like Harrison Mevis in a competitive game, assuming he can knock the kicks through, which he did last week.
6 extra points made last week.
It's crazy. It's crazy. So made them all. Didn't miss a single one. So I like him in the matchup. We don't have him ranked super highly, but that makes sense. He hasn't done much. So, but let's get to some start sits. Let's do it.
Yeah, for sure. Let's pull it up here. This is an interesting one. I got definitely a take here, but Dobbs or Michael Wilson?
It's difficult. I think I would go with Michael Wilson, but Romeo Dobbs has the potential for a fantastic game if the Giants keep the game competitive. The secondary is so beat up. I say it every week. It feels like it's so bad for New York that Dobbs could easily cook. He could get manufactured touches on the goal line too. I wouldn't be surprised to see that. I think this is a real get-right spot for LaFleur. He's got a lot of flack this last week. Oh, he's not calling the offense the right way. I think it's a real get-right game for him. So it's tough to say no to Romeo Dobbs, but if that wind is a concern, then maybe.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the wind. I'm going Michael Wilson here. It's for me, the wind, when we're past the 25-mile-an-hour range, and we're up to 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts in this game, they're 7-point favorites. Josh Jacobs is not going to be stopped against one of the worst run defenses in the league. Like, I think the floor for Dobbs is actually pretty low. And Michael Wilson's game environment matchup, I feel better about without the wind and without Marvin Harrison Jr. And I don't think the 49ers offense gets stopped. I really think that 49ers Cardinals game could be extremely high scoring. The over-under is actually not like that high in that game. The 49ers Cardinals game is at 48.5, 47.5. It's actually a little higher than the 42.5 in the Packers-Giants game. That Packers-Giants total, by the way, has gone down like 3 or 4 points since from where it opened. That is where I would go here. And like when you have the close calls, I'm fine just going with the guy not in 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I think that's like a reasonable tiebreaker for receivers and for the quarterbacks. Speaking of the receivers, I mean, Zay Flowers is another tough start sit this week. I've seen a lot of Zay Flowers questions. Target share has been good for him. The production really has not been great, though. This also gives us a chance to talk about Rachaad White for Sean Tucker. White projects the best amongst this group. I think I might play Tet over Zay this week too. I am a little bit nervous about Zay Flowers in the wind. I also just don't see him scoring. He has not scored since week 1. He has 1 end zone target, Samps, this whole season. That came in week 1 as well. He just is not a touchdown scorer. He's the 10th most catches per game, and he has 1 touchdown. this season. I mean, he's allergic to the end zone. I think Ted has a better chance even in a tough matchup. But yeah, I would go Rachaad White here. This is a start too. Also, actually, I might just go both Bucs running backs. I like in scenarios where I'm trying to have a high floor, starting both Bucs running backs or both Falcons running backs this week feels pretty sharp to me. And you just lock in 20 plus points in both those situations. But yeah, how would you approach this start sit here? And any thoughts on anything I just said?
I like Bijan and Algier starting together. I feel like at that point it's going to become a viable strategy. I like Flowers more than Tet. He's not the deep threat guy, so the wind doesn't impact him as much, kind of like Wan'Dale Robinson in that way. And I believe that the Ravens are going to struggle to run the ball, which opens up work for Flowers. And Flowers has been reliable. We just looked at the game log. He's getting you points. Tet is a little bit more volatile than that, I feel. Like, would you be really that upset with 14, 12? Like, no, not really. You're probably not going to lose because of that. And I think if you're in PPR, you have to go Rachaad White over Tucker. But yeah, I don't know what to think of Sean Tucker. I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm kind of in on Sean Tucker this week. I have him as one of my sleepers of the week this week. I don't know how the Tampa Bay Buccaneers can look at this backfield. And again, for me personally, I'm going White and Tucker here. I feel like that's a really high floor play. And the Bills' run defense has not been good this season. I mean, Devon Achane just absolutely destroyed them. 41 points for Achane last week. He was the key to the DFS slate that I missed last week. But Rachaad White is clearly a worse runner than Sean Tucker. I mean, just every efficiency metric, just the production. Like, it's really not hard to see. If you go back and watch the games, it's really obvious. We've seen 21 carries from Sean Tucker over the last two games. Both these games, he's at 3.5 and then 5.9 yards per carry. We haven't seen Rachaad White go over 3.8 yards per carry since week 2 of the season. I mean, we haven't seen Bucky Irving for most of the season, and Rachaad White has not been efficient running the ball. And we've seen this in the past from Rachaad White too. He's just a pure scat back. He's a good receiving back, but not good between the tackles. And they have like the perfect complement in Sean Tucker, who's like the exact opposite guy. So yeah, I think Sean Tucker's got a pretty interesting chance to score. He's one of the touchdown props I like this week with how bad they were stopping Devon Achane last week. I agree though in PPR, like you can't really start Sean Tucker over Rachaad White because the receiving role should be good for White. If the wind is as bad as I'm expecting this game too, that's actually probably good news for Rachaad White and the check down stuff. But yeah, I do kind of like starting both here in spots like this and just lock in a pretty high floor this week. All right, let's get to some more start sits here. Shirag, how we doing? Choose two, please. Sutton, Metcalf, Dobbs, or Vidal? Another Dobbs question here. I think we're both going to say Vidal, so let's make this a choose one.
That's easy.
Sutton, Metcalf, and Dobbs. Which way are you going here?
It's Metcalf against the Bengals. I'm not even thinking about it in this way. I don't know. Maybe the wind is a little concerning, but Sutton against the Chiefs with Bo Nix and Dobbs in a very windy, run-heavy game. It's Metcalf, I think.
I'm not willing to get the win. Let the win. It really impacts my decisions here in this game. Unless it's extremely, extremely close. Because there's 4 windy games today, and this is the least concerning one. In the second half, it's just not going to be a factor in the game, like at all. So yeah, I agree. I think it's Metcalf pretty easily here. Sutton versus Dobbs is obviously an interesting, tough call. God, I think I'm fine going Dobbs there. I don't feel great about Sutton, but Sutton is the one, not playing in 40-mile-an-hour winds also. So I wouldn't knock you for going Sutton over Dobbs, but I'm definitely going Vidal and Metcalf in this specific start sit.
Yeah, I think Sutton over Dobbs is probably where I would go because I feel like Sean Payton's going to try to help Bo Nix get the ball to the veterans in such an important game. I think the importance of this game cannot be talked about enough. Like if the Broncos win this game, the Chiefs have like an outside chance of getting into the playoffs. They have to win out. Like they have to. So I think the entire country is going to be rooting for the Broncos to win this game. It's just a matter of Bo Nix. Like that's a little why I'm concerned about RJ Harvey. I can see Sean Payton relying on the veterans in such an important game. Maybe it's not the right choice, but I feel like historically that's how he's done things. Yeah. And so we'll see.
Got a question here. Sending an SOS for QB situations. There's a lot of SOS happening out there with QBs this week. Sam, so we got a few different buys at play. We got Josh Allen and Lamar playing in 40-mile-an-hour winds. We have the Jordan Love and Jameis Winston. They're playing in the windy games as well. And then you have Baker Mayfield, some concern in his game. You have Brock Purdy in his first game back. Can he be trusted? Darnold against the Rams, and he's been very matchup sensitive as well. So this question here is some of the top QBs we have ranked: Flacco, JJ McCarthy, Aaron Rodgers, Jacoby Brissett. Some people tossing in Davis Mills some of these questions. Davis Mills, Sam's, was the QB1 last week. That was against the Jags, though. Not a terrible matchup against the Titans this week. So he gets tossed in here. I don't think we can really consider him, but yeah, which guy would you go with out of all these QBs? Let's just talk through the QBs on the slate a little bit.
Couple of thoughts before I give my opinion on this. Davis Mills did have a rushing touchdown last week. I don't know if he's ever done that before. I'm not sure if it's ever going to happen again. I will say this. I feel it's disrespectful for Mike here to say he's dumpster diving when we're talking about Flacco and Jacoby in this spot. Both guys have been awesome. So I would go with one of those guys. I feel like based on our rankings, how do you not go Joe Flacco? Like, how do you not go Joe?
Yeah, and again, I'm not letting the wind in this game get me off of the passing here because it's not nearly as bad as the other games. Like, they're very slightly concerned for the first half, but they're going to pass. And Joe Flacco, it's like been a true tale of 2 seasons. The first half of the season with the Browns, he was stone cold dead last, least efficient quarterback in the NFL. He was worse than Cam Ward. Like he was the least efficient QB across almost every metric. Then he goes to the Bengals. He's the QB1 in fantasy football points per game. If you just look at the games with the Bengals, he has 3 games with at least 45 pass attempts. One of those came against the Steelers. I don't think he can do this well against the Steelers as well as he did last game with the wind. Just being the second time playing a Mike Tomlin defense, probably not ideal. But yeah, it's tough for me to bench Flacco too. I would play JJ McCarthy over Jacoby Brissett. I think his ceiling is higher. I think the floor is a bit safer though with Brissett. We've seen a pretty good floor for Brissett. Yeah. He's got at least 19 points in 4 straight games. There's no Marvin Harrison Jr., but the matchup's good. This week, he's been a top 12 QB all 4 games. I think if you want to lock in floor, Brissett might actually be the guy here to lock in the floor. I'd go Flacco for the ceiling, and I honestly go JJ McCarthy for the ceiling over Brissett too. I think that's why he projects just a little bit better in this game against the Bears. But yeah, I mean, you got Brissett projecting almost as good as JJ McCarthy. McCarthy's throwing to Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison, and Jacoby Brissett's throwing to Michael Wilson and Greg Dortch. I mean, obviously McBride is there too. Can't leave him out, but yeah, I'm going Flacco here too.
Yeah, I mean, people aren't going to want to hear this, but Jacoby Brissett has as many top 10 finishes as Bo Nix. Just putting it out there. So, and people love Bo Nix for fantasy. So, just going to throw that out there for that one. But yeah, I'd go Flacco easily.
Getting a question in the TikTok live: Rondé Gadsden or Theo Johnson? It's got to be Gadsden. We really can't bench Gadsden unless you have one of the top guys: McBride, Bowers, Kittle. I honestly think I'd go Gadsden over Otten too. The more I think about Cade Otten, like, what's the ceiling with Cade Otten? He hasn't scored a touchdown all season. Cardio Cade still ranks as tight end 4 because he's coming off a huge, like, really consistent 20+% target shares over the last month. But if he can't get in the end zone, I just don't think the ceiling is quite as high in that matchup that Gadsden has. The Bills also rank number 1 versus tight ends this season. But yeah, I'm starting all those guys, I think, over Theo Johnson. I know you were in on Johnson, but I don't think over any of these guys, right, Samps?
No, I think you could play both of them, but if I had to pick one, it's Gadsden.
There's been a lot of Baker Mayfield questions. I'm out on Baker Mayfield this week. I don't think you're going to be quite as out as I am, but where's the line for you with Baker Mayfield this week, Samps, in terms of the quarterbacks before moving on to some non-QB questions? Because for me, I'm playing Purdy over him. We have him 1 spot ahead of Purdy. I'm playing Brissett and JJ McCarthy and Joe Flacco all over Baker Mayfield. Caleb Williams versus Baker Mayfield is honestly pretty interesting. Like, we have Mayfield pretty low. I think I could make a pretty good argument for Caleb Williams over Baker Mayfield too. Yeah, is there any spots here where you would start Baker Mayfield?
Probably not. I think all the QBs on the screen right now, I would not start any of them. I don't trust Purdy in his first game back. I think he'll be a little rusty, at least to start the game. So, and like I said earlier, I really am worried about Caleb Williams against the Vikings defense.
Baker or Darnold?
That's a tough call. I think I would go with Sam Darnold because I think that game's so important, and I think the Rams are going to really try to make Sam Darnold beat them while having him throw more than just like 15 times. So, yeah.
One of my other sleepers for the week was and is Rashid Shaheed. I think it's a really interesting spot for him this week. Kind of an interesting sleeper in DFS, though his price is like much higher than I would have hoped for him to be like a smash in DFS. He just played the Rams 2 weeks ago on another team. He had 5 catches, 68 yards in that game. He only played 34% of snaps in his first game here with the Seahawks, but I think he does profile really well in this offense. I think he jumps probably double the snap percentage or more this week in a super important game, like you said, versus the Rams. And the Rams offense is not being stopped as good as the Seahawks defense has been at times this season, as good as they are at generating pressure, you can't stop this Rams offense. Right now, I think that's pretty exciting for the Seahawks passing attacks. I agree. I would go Darnold over Baker. And I think Shaheed's an interesting sleeper as well, like a pretty good potential for like at least one big play, one long touchdown in this game with the type of role he's going to play. Kittle versus Ferguson is a question we're getting here too. Would you start any tight ends other than McBride and Bowers over Kittle this week?
No, probably not.
Yeah.
If I had to choose between Kittle and Ferguson, I'm going with George Kittle, though. This could be completely wrong, but I feel like George Kittle always does good against the Cardinals. I don't know why. I feel like I've heard that.
Yeah, they play twice a year, right? And they also the Cardinals have been like historically bad versus tight ends in like 2 of the last 3 seasons. So I think that's Kittle's definitely contributed, to that for sure. But yeah, I have like the top 3 tight ends here. I have them all in their own tier. I have McBride in tier 1, Bowers in tier 2 alone, and Kittle alone in tier 3, and then like Otton through Dallas Goedert, I have tier 4, like a huge tier 4 of like a hodgepodge of tight ends, a pretty large tier 5. But these top 3 guys all kind of separating, I think. And these were the elite tight ends in draft season. Really curious to see down the stretch here is the elite tight end draft strategy end up panning out or not. This week points to it being pretty strong. I mean, you got Trey McBride like 3 or 4 tiers above basically every tight end, and Brock Bowers versus the Cowboys could be another 40 bomb as well. We got an interesting question here. Good morning to you as well. Good morning to everybody on the live. It's not morning on Madrid time anymore. That game, I think, is about to enter the 4th quarter. I believe the Commanders winning in that game. Now,
Marcus Mariota out of the game with a concussion. It's Josh Johnson in the game.
Oh, wow. Which is huge news for the Mariota interception under. So that pans out well. That's really not good news for the Commanders in this game, though. Deebo Samuel did score a touchdown. He's at 5 catches, 49 yards. Jalen Lane under is still looking decent. Achane still only has 2 catches. The 3 unders talked about a couple hours ago on the live. All 3 of those still live, nearing the 4th quarter of that game. So that's good to see. Are you benching Derrick Henry, Sams, in a spot like this with Travis Etienne and Trey Tucker?
No, I'm not benching Derrick Henry. I'm skeptical, but I just think his opportunity to score touchdowns too high in this game. I think that they won't have to drive the field sometimes. Like the Ravens are going to force turnovers in the game. I think it kind of goes hand in hand with my defense opinion. Like the Ravens defense is going to be great. So I'm not benching Derrick Henry.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not benching him either. I don't think there's been a question today where I've said to bench Derrick Henry. Definitely a lot more people more concerned than me. I've seen a lot of Xavier Worthy questions. I've gotten a lot of Quentin Johnson questions in the chat too. Do you have a lean here, Sam, before I pull up the projections?
I think I'd go with Quentin Johnston over Xavier Worthy, but it's very close. I feel like there's a very strong possibility outside of the scripted possessions that Chiefs and Broncos is a gross game. Really gross. Now, Chiefs coming off the bye is probably a good thing for them, that they have a strong advantage in that way. But it is in Denver, if I'm not mistaken. So that does hurt. And I would go with Quentin Johnston.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. We have Xavier Worthy just slightly ahead. The ceiling is actually higher for Johnston, though, and I do agree with that analysis. Again, Davis Mills was the QB1 versus the Jags last week. I mean, I don't know how you look at that and don't feel like pretty excited about the Chargers' passing potential in this game. So, yeah, I'm in on the Chargers' passing attack just in general. I think the ceiling is just extremely, extremely high. Nico and Jaden Higgins both went over 15 last week. I mean, if Jaden Higgins can go over 15, Quentin Johnson definitely can too. I think at least 2 of Gadsden, Johnston, McConkey, and Keenan, at least 2 of these guys going over 15 points today. And Johnson's definitely very much in the mix for that. So yeah, I'm in on Johnson over Worthy. And even without Surtain, the Broncos still have one of the better secondaries in the league. We have 5 start sits here. I don't think we can get to all of these, Sam. So let's run through that.
That's a lot of words.
Mayfield or Goff, I'm going Goff. Dobbs or Judkins? I personally would go Judkins. I'm curious.
Yeah, I agree.
Aaron Jones or Judkins? I'd go Aaron Jones. Parker Washington or Pearsall is an interesting one. Pearsall, Washington, and Sharp. Let's jump to that. Start sit, Samps. We should go Pearsall or Washington this week. Parker Washington is another guy getting asked in a ton of start sits.
I think I would go with Pearsall. I'm a little skeptical of Washington this week. Not that I think he's going to do badly. His last week was very skewed by a punt return touchdown. He had a great touchdown catch, but I think we see a little bit more Jacoby Myers this week. I don't love the matchup for the Jaguars passing attack, but it is such an important game for them. I said it earlier in the projections call this week. This game's a playoff game. Whoever loses this game, their odds to make the playoffs sink drastically. So both teams will need to bring all they got. So it's so tough. I mean, you can ride the targets that Washington's been seeing. I wouldn't blame you at all. But I think I'd go Pearsall, but I don't love it.
The Chargers have been really good against receivers this season. I think the floor is way, way safer for Parker Washington, though, with the role we know he's in. There's no Brian Thomas Jr. They haven't played the best receivers, too. I mean, they did play the Vikings, but they played the Steelers and the Titans in their last 2 games. Did the Chargers. Waddle did okay against them. Debo had a good game. And we've seen single good games, really not a game where 2 receivers did well against the Chargers. Pearsall in his first game back, though, I just think is way riskier than Washington, who's kind of locked into 5, 6, 7 targets in this game. I think I'd lean Washington, but I would probably agree that Pearsall is the higher ceiling. If you're shooting for a 20-plus point game, I'd probably lean Pearsall over Washington. And I think you got to bench Sharp and Kenneth. My must benches this week, Sam's Kenneth Walker and Sharp. I'm benching David Montgomery this week as well. I was in on Monungai last week. I'm pretty out on him this week. I want nothing to do with the Monungai, with Swift back getting all the targets. And then also Tony Pollard for the Titans. I don't know. I don't think I've seen him in a single start sit. So that's a pretty obvious one. Receivers, I'm nervous about Tet against the Falcons. DJ Moore, I know you said you were nervous about the Bears passing attack, but I'm in on Luther Burden. I feel like that means I kind of have to be out on DJ Moore because it's very unlikely that both of them smash in this spot. I was in on Judy last week. We cashed that free player prop. I'm out right away this week with the weather.
Yep.
I do not think we're going to see many repeat big performances here from Judy. I'm also out on Tez Johnson, who I did have in the DFS lineup last week, but I'm concerned about the weather there for him as well. Those are some of the guys I'm definitely advocating to bench this week.
How many receptions was Devon Achane's line? Because since you said that, he caught 2 more passes. And I feel like you chased them a little bit. So I'm wondering.
His line was at 5.5.
Okay, he only has 4, and he was just tackled on the 1-yard line, and they handed it to Ollie Gordon for a touchdown. So anyone with Devon Achane, I'm sorry for you. That stinks. It's just the way it goes, I guess.
That is brutal. Yeah, so he needs 2 more catches to hit his over, which is very, very possible with how much time he's how close
for
the game.
Sure.
But a high line for a running back, obviously 5.5.
That's very high.
Basically a 6. So it definitely felt like a reasonable line. The other unders are still, I mean, if Marriotta's out, that catches that one. But yeah, people are not happy in the chat with the and Vulture touchdown.
It was a definition. 1-yard line doesn't get the score.
This is an interesting one. Woody Marks or Wandale, Woody Marks or Derrick Henry. We're getting some questions around Woody Marks.
I got that one a lot. This question in particular.
Yeah, which one would you go with here, Sam? Henry or Woody Marks?
My answer all week was I'm looking at the Vegas lines, and they like Derrick Henry. I trust him a little bit more than Woody Marks. If I need a safer play, go Derrick Henry. He'll score a touchdown most likely. Although the Ravens are getting cute on the goal line sometimes, and I don't really understand why they're doing that. It's pretty annoying. So maybe not, but I go Derrick Henry, I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty in on Woody Marks. I like his over at 76.5 yards. I think I might go Woody Marks here over Derrick Henry. I like Derrick Henry too, but I think Woody Marks is more game script proof than Derrick Henry, where Woody Marks has a better receiving role, probably a slightly worse chance at a touchdown, but is it really that much worse in this matchup versus the Titans? It's just so hard for me to bench Woody Marks when he had 28 points against this Titans defense the first time they played, and he's coming off a season high snap percentage, and he's the better receiving back in his own backfield than in this situation. So yeah, I'm in on Derrick Henry, but I think Derrick Henry's props are actually pretty close, like at least the yards props, because of the receiving for Woody Marks, because the over under for Marks is 76.5. I think Henry's is right around 80 total yards. Touchdown odds definitely favor Henry. It's plus odds for Marks, probably minus odds here for Derrick Henry. So it's a close call, but I would be okay, honestly, going Derrick Henry in a PPR league here over Woody Marks. Hey, Sam and Samps, should I put in Wandale or Jordan Addison? Yeah, I would go Marks over Wandale, I think, too, to get the Marks Wandale question from the TikTok live. But that one's close. Wandale versus Addison, I don't think is as close. Would you go Wandale over Addison?
I would go Wandale over Addison. I'm a little I'm not super in tune with like what the DB matchups are going to be all the time. I do know the Bears are getting Jalen Johnson back, which is a huge deal. He's either going to be on Jefferson or Addison. You would assume it's probably going to be Jefferson if he is going to shadow. So that could open up work for Addison and even Naylor again. That'd be fun if he did well again. But I would go Wandale in this matchup. He projects way too high in our app. And I also want to call out Mariota's cleared the protocol. He's back in the game. That under's at risk still.
Under still, all three unders could still miss with 1 quarter to play there. So I'll stop talking about them. Herbert or Lamar? This is the QB 2 and 3, I believe, in our ranks. Yeah, we have Herbert at QB 2, Lamar at QB 3. I can't bench Justin Herbert this week. I just cannot get myself to bench him. He's the DFS guy I'm going with. It's just so hard for me to stare at this matchup tab and talk myself into starting anyone other than Justin Herbert. If Geno and Davis Mills can go over 27 points, I mean, Justin Herbert just absolutely can too. 4 of the last 5 games against this Jags defense went over 27 points. Some of these games, they were way healthier too in the secondary than they are now with Travis Hunter out. They have another corner out as well. Lamar's playing in 40-mile-an-hour winds against the Browns. I'm okay going Herbert over basically everyone. Like, I would honestly be okay going Herbert over Allen this week too. I don't think that's like that crazy. If Davis Mills was the QB1 last week against the matchup that Herbert has this week, so I don't know how we get off of Justin Herbert.
Okay, well, I have a rule in fantasy football that I have abided by for several years now, and I don't know if I've ever actually said this to you before, but my rule in fantasy football is if you have Lamar Jackson on your roster in fantasy football, you are starting Lamar Jackson in fantasy football on your roster. So that's what I'm going to ride with. I'm going with Lamar Jackson, and in week 2 against the Browns, he had 26 points. So I'm okay with it. Herbert's got a great matchup for sure, but I don't ever doubt my king Lamar Jackson. It's a tough call. That's a crazy situation that person's in, by the way. How do you have both those guys? I actually had both those guys at one point and traded Herbert away. But, yeah, that's my rule.
Yeah, I think it could be a really good week, too, to trade Herbert away after this week. If you have Lamar, his schedule opens up like amazingly the rest of the season, and then probably right around the trade deadline in most leagues, too. Parker Washington, Michael Wilson, or Jawan Jennings in a PPR league. We have the Pearsall versus Jennings question. Sam's is it like keeping me up at night. Like it is so close. It's such a tough call for me. I feel like I just tend to lean with the guy that's not in his first game back. So I lean a little bit towards Jawan Jennings over Pearsall. There's just so many moving variables here. Like the first game, we've really seen both them with Purdy and a healthy Kittle. Like there's just so many firsts, I feel like, in this game. How healthy is Pearsall really? I feel pretty good about the matchup with some of the injuries for the Cardinals, but then you throw Parker Washington in here too. It's like a pretty interesting start sit. What's your take here on Pearsall versus Juwan?
I touched on it in the predictions calls this week, but I think I would go with Pearsall over Jawan Jennings. I'm taking Kyle Shanahan at his word that he's 100%. He's going to play and he's going to be in his full role. If that's the case, he is better than Jawan Jennings, in my opinion. And he's more dynamic. I think he's their best receiver. Maybe it's a hot take over if you feel about Brandon Ayuk. But in that first game against the Cardinals, he was fantastic. And that was when the Cardinals defense was fully healthy. And you touched on it earlier, they're not fully healthy. So I would go with Ricky Pearsall, just taking Kyle Shanahan at his word. But now my question is, like, I don't know. Would you play Parker Washington over those guys? I don't know. I have, funny enough, except for Jawan Jennings, I have all these guys on one of my teams, and I'm actually, this person might be talking through me right now. I don't know. It's a tough call.
I think the safest play here for sure is Parker Washington. And then if you're going for the ceiling, again, I lean Jawan Jennings personally over Pearsall just because it's his first game. In that week 3 game too, Jawan Jennings was out. Kittle was out. Like we haven't seen a game really like with Purdy and all of these guys. It's just there's so much uncertainty here. I feel really good about the game environment though. So the ceiling, I think for both these guys is higher than it is for Parker Washington in a kind of tough matchup against the Chargers. But if you're trying to lock in 10 points, I think you're going Parker Washington here over both these guys.
I feel the same way about Michael Wilson. You think Michael Wilson's not going to get 10 points? I feel like that's like 4 for 60 is so, or even 6 for 40. Like, I feel like it's so possible for him.
Yeah, I agree that there's a pretty high floor there as well. Kelsey or Theo Johnson? I actually think we have these guys back to back in the tight end ranks. Sam's Kelsey's actually been pretty good with receiving right back. Yeah, better than I think we expected for sure. Still not any like huge games, like the Kelsey of old. He's one game over 20 points. this whole season. I still feel decent about having him on the do not draft list. He's not like winning leagues, this season, but he has been startable most weeks. Now he gets the Broncos coming out of the bye. Would you start him or Theo Johnson this week?
That is such a tough question. I think I'd go with Theo. The competition is not as strong for targets. James, I believe, like I said, James will throw a ton. The one concern is I think Kelsey's probably got a better chance of scoring a touchdown. I think I've said it a few times, the scripted possessions are very important. And coming off the bye, you're going to see an immaculate Chiefs possession. I'm pretty confident in that to start the game. Off the bye, I want to see that stat. Their percentage of touchdown drives coming off a bye with Patrick Mahomes, it's got to be crazy high, I bet. But I think I'd go with Theo, but I feel terrible saying Theo Johnson over Travis Kelce.
I think I agree with you. I mean, if you're right about the 40 pass attempts for Jameis Winston, it's Theo Johnson over Kelce. I think that the ceiling is probably higher for Theo Johnson than Travis Kelce. I think they have comparable floors as well. Thoughts on Tet and Parker Washington or Trey Tucker? I don't think we've talked a ton about Trey Tucker since we talked about Cardio Cade, but Trey Tucker, he played 100% of snaps in their last game. He's not coming off the field. Like he just isn't coming off the field. They don't have legit receivers really outside of him and Lockett. Thornton and Jack Bash, they just refuse to play. Obviously, they have Brock Bowers, but he gets the Cowboys. You're getting a receiver that's going to run every single route this week against the Cowboys and Trey Tucker. So it's like kind of compelling, but then it's also, he got out targeted by Lockett last week. Brock Bowers is not going to only have one catch in this game, and Gentry's having a huge role too. I don't think you could go Trey Tucker here. Yeah, I think it's Parker Washington again. I would play Parker Washington over Tet, like definitely. And then Trey Tucker versus Parker Washington, I would say Trey Tucker has a higher ceiling, lower floor. That's exactly what this is showing here too. So yeah, if you're trying to get 20 plus points on Monday night, I'm okay going with Trey Tucker. But if you're trying to lock in 10, I'm going Parker Washington. And yeah, I honestly would play both these guys, I think, over Tet this week.
Yeah, I think I would go with Trey Tucker, but I feel awful about it. I don't think Trey Tucker is even that good, but I think the matchup is too great. And I actually, in the Walters picking league, I'm starting Trey Tucker and Tyler Lockett, kind of following the mentality of the two running backs. They're like, two of these guys, they're going to score, you'd think, right? Unless it's Brock Bowers the entire way, which is possible. But yeah. I maybe it's intuition. I don't know. I feel a little skeptical of Parker Washington this week, and we don't want to work off intuition, but I'm a big gut guy. I feel like a little iffy about the matchup. Don't love it, so I think I'd go with Trey Tucker. But
yeah, I like to see
who really knows.
I really do. I mean, Trey Tucker's already shown in at least one game this season, like one of the highest ceilings we've seen from a receiver the entire season. He had 41 points in week 3 against the Commanders. I mean, this is the best matchup he's had since then. It's an even better matchup, really. I am curious to see how this Cowboys defense looks. They did make some trades at the deadline to improve the defense. How much can that really improve? Like, I'm not super convinced, but it could look a little different because they were so bad defensively. That's part of the reason I'm not like fully in on Geno this week. Like I have been on basically every quarterback that's played the Cowboys all season. But yeah, that's some of my Trey Tucker thoughts. We're definitely not playing him over T. Higgins, but would we play him over Cortland Sutton? I think we both would, right?
Yeah, I think we would. I do think there's a world where Sutton scores a touchdown against the Chiefs today, but I don't feel great about it. So I go Tucker.
Sutton is like a true touchdown dependent receiver right now. Keenan Allen is not a guy that's come up yet. Jacoby, you said you thought his role was going to grow, but I don't know how you feel about him for fantasy purposes. I assume you're going with one of these first two guys, Sam. So we already talked about Parker Washington versus Pearsall. I think you're leaning towards the Pearsall side in terms of seeing Parker Washington's floor is a little bit safer. But yeah, would you consider Keenan or Jacoby over these guys?
Logic says no, don't consider Keenan. He's not playing a lot, and they have to manufacture him touches to help him break records. It's like, I don't know about that. But yeah, I think I'd go with Pearsall. Jacoby's interesting, but I think we need one more week. Some of these questions have so many players that are on my teams. I feel like these are questions I had that I'm now having to answer myself, which I don't really love that exercise very much. Like, why are these questions on my players?
I would probably rank these guys honestly in this order. And I think Pearsall is the highest ceiling of the group. But again, I'm leaning Parker Washington here. And I think Keenan Allen has a pretty intriguing ceiling too, for all those reasons I talked about the Chargers offense. But with how bad his floor has looked the last couple of games, I don't know how you feel good starting him. This one's Jameson Williams. Easily you're starting Jameson Williams over Flowers and Dobbs. I don't think there's a Jameson Williams question we've seen this live where we wouldn't be starting Jameson Williams. This is an interesting tight end one to get to, Sam, some of these deep tight end questions. This week, I think Michael Wilson over Shaheed, even though I got Shaheed as a sleeper, Michael Wilson's floor is way, way better than Shaheed's. They probably have similar ceilings, to be honest, too. But at tight end, Njoku, Freiermuth, Isaiah Likely. We got Njoku and Likely in the same game there, and then Freiermuth against the Bengals. Is any of these tight ends stand out to you as the clear start here?
None of them stand out. No way. But I think I would go with Njoku. I think that he's going to see a lot of targets, whether they're good or not. I think you'll see them against the Ravens. Freiermuth, to me, feels a little bit like, I hate the term point chasing because that's what fantasy is. You're getting points. But I feel like you're chasing what he did against the Bengals in the last game. And that is just never going to happen again. I don't think his second touchdown was a completely busted, the defender wasn't even looking. It was just okay, how does that happen? So I think I'd go with Njoku. I'm definitely not trusting Isaiah Likely. No way.
Yeah, it's really tough to trust Likely. I am going to have to trot out Freiermuth, I think, in one league that I'm in. It's him and Chigo Konku's on the waiver wire. It's a 14-man league. I got some buys and injuries, I think, at tight end in that spot. And it's he's just playing the Bengals, close my eyes and play tight ends versus the Bengals. I'm willing to do that if I'm really desperate. But yeah, I'm playing Njoku here, I think, as well. We called it Njoku's touchdown last week after his comments of him never leaving. Yeah. By the way, on the live, he only had 2 catches, still finishes as top 12 tight end in that spot. I think the tight ends will have a pretty big role in this game for both Fannin and Njoku. Got an interesting question here from Sam in the chat. Trade deadline talk here, Samps, as we near towards the end of the live, towards the end of the Madrid game here. I'm curious to talk a little trade deadline talk for fantasy purposes. And this one's dynasty specific, looking for a tight end to trade for. He's got Fannin, which is definitely a really good dynasty tight end to have. Terrence Ferguson, to me, is the most intriguing dynasty stash right now. Pulled up his stats earlier on the live. He's in a 4-way committee right now. So he's really not startable for fantasy now, but he's averaging 27 yards per catch, Sam's. I mean, this is a ridiculous tight end role that he's in, that if in the future he's in a full every down role like this, I mean, he could really be a top 5 tight end in fantasy in the next couple of years. I think he's still relatively cheap to acquire in dynasty. It depends if you're trying to win now or not. This is not a win now move. Obviously, if you're doing win now, it's there's just a clear tier at tight end with these top 3 guys here. Yeah. Gadsden's an interesting dynasty rest of the season and long-term too, but he's probably really, really expensive to go get now. But yeah, any trade deadline thoughts in this question or anything else, Samps?
Well, it's an interesting question. He says looking for sharp options. So to me, my first thing I would say to Sam is go look at your waivers and see if Gunnar Helm is available. Just pick him up. If you have a deep bench in Dynasty, roster Gunnar Helm. I can see he's not going to be this year. There's no way it's going to be this year. But in the future, I don't know if they're going to pay Chig. I think Gunnar Helm showed some things this year where he's okay. That's not super exciting. I think I agree with the Terrence Ferguson one, but maybe you got to do it before the game today. Maybe that'd be my recommendation. Try to get him before the game today if you can. I even honestly think Colston Loveland's interesting. He hasn't done a ton outside of 2 games. I think you could probably get him for cheaper than maybe you'd be able to get him in the offseason. So that's I like dynasty questions. They're rare.
Yeah, 100%. This question is asking you how you feel about Devontae Adams and Devontae Adams, Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm curious to talk about Devontae Adams a bit, Sam. So I'm this is also more feel than projection. It's on the projections, you can't really bench Devontae Adams. He's been so good really all season. The matchup, pretty regardless of matchup, honestly. I know Puka missed a couple games. He still projects in the top 20 this week. He's back-to-back games, 3 straight games over 19 fantasy points. He's been top 12 wide receiver in 3 straight games. But man, watching 33-year-old Devontae Adams pull up lane on kind of a normal route and holding his back, it definitely has me pretty nervous here. And he practiced on a limited basis. It definitely sounds like he's going to play, but I'm very nervous about this impacting his role here in week 11. I don't know if you're at all nervous about Adams and what we saw last week. He still finished with 20 points, still a top 12 receiver, but just at 33, man, watching that play out, it does have me a little bit nervous.
Yeah, I don't like oblique injuries because it's such a big part of your body. Like it takes up so much. Like it sounds like silly to say that, but it's like it's a lot of area. Like it's a very debilitating thing. I wouldn't be surprised if he's wearing some sort of like extra protection or something. But it was weird. Like comparing him to Gibbs, that's not really a conversation to me.
Yeah.
But
I think there's two different questions. Just your thoughts.
yeah, yeah. So I'm in such a huge game. Like we could be looking at an NFC Championship preview in this game. I genuinely believe that. Uh, Adams is gonna have a role. I don't know if they're gonna have to like inject him with something. They're probably going to, but it's such an important game. He's gonna have to have a role. I feel.
Yeah, I have a tough time benching him. I'm just a little nervous. Sam, trying to lock in first this week. Yeah, let's go, man. If you can get that, if you get a buy in your league, super underrated how valuable buys are in fantasy football. You basically double your chance to make the finals if you get a buy in fantasy. So you definitely got to try to lock that in, and then you can just really optimize too for week 16 and 17, which is a huge advantage. Talked about the Chiefs defense earlier on the live. I'm locked into a buy in a couple leagues. I'm holding on to the Chiefs as tight as I can. They get the Titans in week 16. Like this is what you can do if you lock in buys early. You can look ahead when they don't have a great defense schedule for fantasy, but then week 16 comes and they're like locked in to be a top 2 or 3 defense that week, almost no matter what. Like no matter what happens, it's gonna be a huge game for them against the sack leader in the Chiefs. But nonetheless, Michael Wilson, Parker Washington, two of the most discussed guys on the live today, Sam. So we talked about both these guys. I actually don't know if we talked about them both in the same start sit yet or not.
It wasn't head to head. We've had multiples with both of them in it, but it hasn't been one or the other. God. And to me, if you're trying to lock in first, I would encourage you to look at the Michael Wilson game log and look at his stats and be like, okay, they're not insane, but then you look through the lens of he's never been the top receiver on the team this year. And then you look at 8, 7, 9, 7. That's not terrible when you think about it that way. And in a matchup that's very good, I think I would go with Michael Wilson. Now that we've been talking about it a lot, I've kind of talked myself into it a little bit. I think I would go with Michael Wilson, but I don't love it. And I do think something's interesting about Michael Wilson moving forward. I have a very special source, aka my sister, who has had her appendix removed before. And I said, how long were you like out? How long until you felt you could actually do stuff? And she said a month, like 3 weeks to a month. So I think there's a world where MHJ, Maserati, Marv can miss next week too. And then they got the Jags next week. So maybe we get 2 weeks of Michael Wilson.
I think there's a real chance Marv is out even longer than that, to be honest. I mean, if they lose this week, which I think they will, like they're kind of like a couple losses away from like, what's the point of putting Marv out there, especially if he's not maybe fully 100%. So yeah, I'm pretty nervous about Marv rest of the season for fantasy. Really rough all around, obviously. But yeah, I do think Michael Wilson has a higher ceiling than Parker Washington. I'm fine going with him there. I think I've talked myself into him a little bit too on the live on the floor. We just saw his floor with Marv in was like 7-8 points. So like the floor even that different here? Like I honestly think I might go Michael Wilson.
And if he's trying to lock in first place, I bet the rest of his team's loaded. If you can get 8 points from Michael Wilson, like and that's the floor, you're probably going to be okay. That's my thought process there.
Caleb Williams or Aaron Rodgers? It's got to be Rodgers, I think.
It's Rodgers for sure. I cannot like. We think when we watch Caleb Williams, I don't know if you agree. Maybe I shouldn't say we, but watching Caleb Williams is like watching like a stick of dynamite about to go off. It feels like you just something crazy is about to happen. Like you don't know what. Like he's running. He seems aimless a lot of the time. In Minnesota, if I'm not mistaken, against that Vikings defense, there's no way you can trust Caleb Williams. There's a world where he does good for sure, but if you're looking for a safer guy, I think Aaron Rodgers is safe. Now the concern with him is Warren, but. He's probably going to throw a lot to Warren. Jalen Warren's one of my favorite running backs of the entire week. I think he could finish top 5 easily. I'm sure you probably feel the same way.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Just some reporting that's come in, Samson, the last like 30 minutes. Calvin Ridley is officially active. Drake London's officially active. Brian Thomas Jr. officially inactive. Matthew Golden officially active. Quentin Johnson is officially active. Jeffrey Simmons, defensive tackle for the Titans, he's active. Today, not great news.
Oh, that's huge. That's huge, actually. I'm shocked to hear that. That's a little bit. I mean, I'm not going to say anything, but nothing crazy. But Woody Marks, that's bad for him. I'm just gonna say it. That's bad.
Yeah, does that answer it all to this question? Woody Marks, Judkins, Chase Brown. I think I was going to say Chase Brown in this one. Anyways, this is also a speed league too, so that I think pushes me even more to Chase Brown. There, show running backs, please. Yeah, I got you with the running back ranks. Pull these up on the YouTube live here as well, guys. Shout out to every single one of you still in the live. If you've been here with me since Madrid time, do a special shout out to you. Let me know in the chat if that's the case. I will try to get to your start sit. We are heading into hour number 4 on this live stream here.
I don't know how you do it.
Very short. It's the best day of the week, man. I can do all day long. I look forward to these all week. Great to have you on again this week, Sam.
Thank you for having me.
This is an interesting one in a PPR league between RJ Harvey and Khalil Shakir. I do think RJ Harvey is an interesting option. I'm gonna, if you're watching live on TikTok, I'm gonna restart the TikTok live real quick. It looks like some Wi-Fi problems, but yeah, which way would you go here, Sam? Harvey or Shakir?
I would go with RJ Harvey for the hopeful workload and potential opportunity to score a garbage time touchdown, because that's what the Broncos do, is score touchdowns when the game is like in a weird spot. But I really am skeptical of RJ Harvey this week. It's tough. Now I will call out real quick. The Dolphins just had to punt with 4 minutes left, and the Commanders muffed the punt, and the Dolphins recovered it. Wow. So the Commanders are commandering.
Wow. So. Yeah, I saw they got stuffed in the goal line, I think.
Yes, they did.
Jeez.
Yep. Crazy stinker game, but that's how it is with these two teams.
I feel very conflicted with RJ Harvey this week. I got to be honest, Sam, because I know we did a lot of the rookie prospect profiling together this year on the NFL draft, and I was extremely high on RJ Harvey. I remember one of my draft day wishes was that he was a day 2 pick. He did end up being a day 2 pick. He goes to a situation that I was kind of excited about with Sean Payton. They've been near the top of the league in running back target share like every single season. My ceiling comp for RJ Harvey was Bucky Irving. He just reminded me so much of Bucky Irving in his college tape. He really hasn't looked like that this season. He has been a touchdown machine, though. It's not like he's been all bad. He does have 3 games already over 15 points. He's got 6 touchdowns this season. He's not even playing a third of the snaps. Now Dobbins is out. Like, he should be in that Dobbins role, but a larger receiving version of that Dobbins role. But on the other side, the matchup versus the Chiefs is rough. And the Broncos are just going to still play 3 running backs. Like Jaleel McLaughlin and Tyler Bidet are going to play probably 30 to 50% of the snaps, probably still in this backfield. Like, they just aren't going to give like a massive role to him. I think I probably would go Harvey in a spot like this in his first feature role. The matchup's tough though, and like the backfield's just not exactly what I hoped it would be. Really, I feel very conflicted about RJ Harvey because I want to be in on him with how in I was on him as a talent profile, and like we had some flashes of it. Yeah, I don't know. I lean Harvey here, but it's close.
I think something that isn't talked about a lot is Dobbins and Harvey are like very different, and Dobbins was so good inside the tackles. And we haven't really seen Harvey get a ton of opportunity inside the tackles. He's been such a pass catcher. So who knows? I don't know if he's better inside the tackles than those. I would assume he is, but maybe Sean Payton views it differently. I don't know. Tough call.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, Sam and Samps. Trey Tucker or Khalil Shakir in a half PPR league? Another Shakir question here. And I don't like want to be out on Shakir either, especially with Keon Coleman out. But I do like the potential for Harvey. How about Shakir versus Trey Tucker and half PPR? Does that change any of this calculus for you?
I don't think it changes much for me because I didn't feel strongly that Keon Coleman was doing a ton to begin with. I trust Shakir more than Trey Tucker, but I think his ceiling is obviously far worse than Trey Tucker's. As you can see, it's displayed right there. The boom probability is 8x of Khalil Shakir's for Trey Tucker, and the projections are similar. So for me, it's Trey Tucker in that question.
Yeah, half PPR does push me towards Trey Tucker here. And PPR, I think I would go Shakir. Half PPR, I'd go towards Trey Tucker. This is why scoring settings matter so much. The lower you get per reception, the more touchdowns and yards matter. I think we already got to this question. It's Jamo over Flowers and Dobbs pretty easily.
Yeah.
DK versus McConkey, I'm seeing in the chat. We'll get to this one on YouTube next, but this is an interesting one for McConkey. Are we benching McConkey in like really any spot today, Samps?
No, absolutely not. No way. You are not benching Ladd McConkey under any circumstances, especially in such an important game. DK can let you down far more frequently than Ladd. Look at that boom probability comparison. It's not even close.
Yeah. Yeah, we're
So,
going McConkey here for sure. And in this question I just pulled up from Ryan, shout out to you for being with us since 2020. We are 5 years into these Sunday morning lives, man. I think they started in 2020, if I recall. But yeah, Woody Marks over Tet, I think like pretty easily. The fact that the Titans have their number one defensive tackle back is not great news for Woody Marks, but I'm still playing him over Tet, I think, pretty confidently. This is an interesting one. I don't think we've seen this one yet. ETN versus Adunze. I don't think we've talked much about Adunze, really,
no,
Sam.
not at all.
A little concerned about Caleb Williams. We haven't talked a ton about ETN either. We got ETN a little bit ahead in the projection here. Like you mentioned, this is a playoff game here for the Jags. Pretty big game for the Bears, though. Also, like really both these games, I would argue, are pretty much playoff games for the respective four teams. Both these games are away from the wind as well, unlike a bunch of the games today. But I think I agree with Walter, and I'd go ETN here. But yeah, would you convince yourself into a Dunze with this higher boom probability?
Yeah, no, I would not. I would go with Travis Etienne. Dunze's awesome, but I just despise the matchup, and I just like if Caleb Williams goes out there and performs awesome today, I might be like, okay, maybe Caleb Williams is like legit, but I just don't see that happening in this game. It's going to be really weird. Both quarterbacks in that game are really not ones that give you a ton of confidence. That's going to be very, very. There's so many good games today. Like, let's be honest. There's so many games. Like, that's why you're going to do the quad feed on the TV, quad feed on the computer, phone out. Like, you need to watch all the games if you can.
It's the best day of the week, man. And it is really, truly a good slate. I feel like the last couple of slates, we've been looking at some massive spreads, like especially for NFL, in NFL terms. And this week, like really all close games. We got the Commanders and Dolphins. This game has been super close. Seems like the Dolphins are going to end up taking it with how the game's going right now. There's a couple minutes left, though. I think the Commanders will get the ball back, but that was a 2.5.
They will.
The Bengals Steelers is one of the bigger spreads of the week. That's 5.5. The Steelers are favored by 5.5 at the home. This is actually the one upset I like this week for the Bengals.
I was going to ask you, what did you think of that line? That line feels preposterous to me.
Yeah, I mean, every time, like I've felt like the Steelers spread has been like way off. I feel like I've missed, and I've been pretty on it, honestly, with some of the spreads I feel like haven't made sense this season. I do like the Bengals to win this game, so I do like them with the spread here. The spread markets give so much respect to Mike Tomlin. I mean, like every time Mike Tomlin's like giving them like 1.5, 2 points, it feels like, and I don't fully agree with that, to be honest. So yeah, I like the Bengals here. I'm not going to say it's a super surprising spread because of the Mike Tomlin effect and they're at home, but I do think the Bengals win this game. And I think a part of me too, I just want the Bengals to win so we get to see Joe Burrow come back for the fantasy football playoffs. So I'm really rooting for the Bengals so we can see that come to fruition, because I think it's a lot less likely if they lose these next couple of games. So we got that game. That's a 5.5 point spread. This Jags-Chargers game, Jags are 3-point underdogs at home. The Bills are only 6-point favorites at home versus the Bucks. That's the second largest spread of the day. Vikings only favored by 2.5. Titans are only 5.5 point underdogs at home against the Texans. You got the Falcons. They're only favored by 4. The Giants, who I really think this spread honestly might be the most surprising to me. They're 7-point underdogs at home. I don't think this game's going to be close like at all. And to be fair, Sam, I sat on this live stream last week and I said the exact same thing about the Bills-Dolphins game. I was very, very confident the Bills would not lose that game across all the games on the whole slate.
Yeah.
I thought no world were the Bills losing that game, and they did. So, I'm going to be wrong all the time. I'm certainly wrong.
Not buying into the Mike Kafka first game bump for the Giants.
Yeah, I just like what a brutal first game for him.
Oh,
though.
Terrible.
First
Absolutely
game,
terrible.
He goes in without, the star rookie quarterback. He's got Jameis Winston and 40-mile-an-hour winds, without Malik Neighbors, without Darius Slayton. They're missing a bunch of players on the offensive line.
Okay, Scattaboo.
And defense too. I mean, this team is ravaged, man. Like they're missing three key starters on defense. They're missing 2 or 3 key starters on the offensive line. Then like all of the talent on offense has just been completely gutted. Now they play the Packers in a windy game. Like I think it's just really sets up to not be a good situation.
I'm going to call my shot. I just thought of this as you were explaining that through. I'm going to call him. I don't know if you can bet on this, Kyle. I have no idea. Xavier McKinney to get an interception against this former team. Xavier McKinney's intercepting a Jameis Winston pass. You can book it. Like that is going to happen. No way it doesn't happen, right? Like it's Jameis Winston. I do like that. And if you prescribe to what Sam thinks, and we see Winston drop back 40 times in this game, it's going to be a wild game for sure. No matter what happens, it's gonna be a wild game if Winston's dropping back 40 times. Not to mention the defense matchup and the wind component. We're playing Woody Marks over Flowers pretty easily. Let me pull this start sit up. Would you consider, this is actually an interesting one, Samps.
for you to talk through. Just really quick, the rest of the spreads. So there's that 7-point spread for the Giants, which I think is actually pretty optimistic for the Giants. The Rams are only 3.5-point favorites. The Cardinals are 3.5-point underdogs at home. The Ravens are 7.5-point favorites too against the Browns. Broncos spread is only 4. Eagles are only 2.5-point favorites. Then that game Monday night, Cowboys and Raiders only 3.5. It's like almost every game is within a 5-point spread, which we really haven't seen most Sundays. So I agree. It's going to be a fun slate for sure. DJ Moore, Tracy, Sean Tucker. Man, Sean Tucker's Sean Tucker's in my sleepers list today. I think I didn't put Tracy in the must bench list, but I definitely thought about it against the Packers. The volume should be okay. Like the volume did finally swing back in his favor over Singletary last week, but the matchup's so rough. The game environment, I'm like just very pessimistic about for the Giants specifically. I really don't think the game's going to be close. DJ Moore, I'm not super excited about either. Man, Tracy projects the best here, Sam's. Which way would you go with in a PPR league?
In a PPR league, I'm going with Tracy because of my belief that Winston drops back a lot. I see a lot of dump offs to Tracy, PPR merchant sort of thing. Not that I think he's going to play good. I literally said earlier, I think that the run is not going to be able to be established. But NFL teams score. They'll be on the goal line. I think he'll get an opportunity maybe, but I think he'll catch passes. I just don't trust Sean Tucker, and I don't trust DJ Moore, who's been like banged up, coming off a 0 in a very difficult matchup. So I think I'll turn Tracy, but this is a gross question. I'm sorry for Austin having to make this decision.
Yeah, I think I lean Sean Tucker here over Tracy. He is one of my sleepers of the week. I agree the floor is probably a little higher for Tracy with if Winston drops back 40 times, Tracy's getting several catches in this game. Sean Tucker's not going to catch more than one ball in this game, like max. But the ceiling, I kind of agree with the ceiling here for Sean Tucker. The Bills have not been a good run defense. They just got absolutely annihilated by Devon Achane in like a must-win game. They could not stop Devon Achane. 40 points. It was almost all on the ground. He did have 6 catches, 174 rushing yards on 22 carries, averaged 7.9 yards per carry. The week before that, Kareem Hunt, he was at 4.5 yards per carry. The week before that, Etienne was at 4 yards per carry. Trevor Etienne. Rico Dowdle was at 6.8 yards per carry. Like they're allowing 5.4 yards per carry this season. There's a ton of wind in this game too. Like this is the game of all the games. I think the wind's going to play the biggest role. I think Sean Tucker gets minimum 10 carries, has like a pretty high ceiling to break one and to score. So yeah, I think I lean Sean Tucker over DJ Moore, over Tyron Tracy, but in PPR, it's a tough call for sure. And Tracy does project a bit better. We got a Debo versus Tech question in a TikTok live, and I love seeing these before 1 o'clock on Madrid time in these early time games. Like this is why when you're really on it in fantasy, like you get an advantage over people, right? Like we were on Madrid time. We were up an hour before the game live talking about Debo being kind of an interesting start over a lot of the sketchy options. I think I had him over Parker Washington, over Pearsall, over Michael Wilson, some of these other interesting options, because where else was the ball going to go? Minimum 20%.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you weren't on Madrid time with us, it's too late. Whoever you started. Debo has, I think, at least 15 points in this game, which is coming to a close. He probably will have a role in this last drive.
The Dolphins just had 4th and goal from the 1 with 1:40 left. And instead of kicking, they ran it, did not get it. And now the Commanders have the ball on the 2-yard line. There's been like 4 goal line stuffs in this game. Now, I don't necessarily think they should have kicked it, but that is crazy.
It was a tie game and they didn't kick?
It was a tie game with 1:40. They did not kick from the 2-yard line. They went for it. And now the Commanders have the ball on the 3-yard line, their own 3-yard line, and they're going to try to kick a field goal with 1:40. This game's going to go to overtime, isn't it?
That is stone cold worst scenario for the unders in this game. You got to be absolutely kidding me. Not kicking an automatic 3 points with a minute left in a game. Wow. That's pretty shocking.
Mike McDaniel, and now the Commanders just had a 28-yard completion to Deebo Samuel. They're going to have a good chance of getting field goal range.
Wow. Yeah,
Mike McDaniel might get fired. Mike McDaniel might get fired. They might leave him in Madrid.
It seems like they've already decided that won't be the case, but wow, that's pretty shocking stuff, to be honest. Quentin Johnson or T-Mac is an interesting start sit here. Sam's from Thomas in the YouTube live. Shout out to everyone with us on Madrid time today. I know we got a game going on. Appreciate you guys dual streaming us with the game as well. But yeah, crazy stuff here in Madrid. Would you go Quentin Johnson or Tet McMillan?
I go Quentin Johnston. I also agree with one of our commenters in the YouTube chat that said tinfoil hat, Mike McDaniel's trying to get fired. I don't necessarily disagree. I think he might want to just be OC somewhere. Head coaching is a lot. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you get paid for like the full contract too when you get fired. It's not a bad gig to be getting fired.
Nothing better than being a fire head coach in any sport. Nothing better. It's crazy.
I do want to consider Quentin Johnston in this start sit because of the matchup with the Jags. I'm definitely nervous about Ted, but yeah, it's a tough pill to swallow here to be benching Ted McMillan for Quentin Johnston. I honestly think the ceiling compels me to Quentin here. Sam said Ted, so we disagree on that one, but it's a close call. Definitely. This is an interesting one here, Sam. Would you play Gadsden over RJ Harvey?
Yes, I would. I really think I would.
And you're playing Aaron Jones over Gadsden, right?
Yes. That's tough. That's a really tough one.
I think I would be playing Aaron. I'm playing Aaron Jones, and I feel like almost all the start sits I've seen him in. But yeah, God, RJ Harvey versus Gadsden. We do have Gadsden over Harvey. I usually don't like starting two tight ends, but I feel like I've overcome that a bit this season. The tight end landscape has been much different, it feels like, this year than the past few years. Oh, he had Ferguson in here too. I think we do have Gadsden over Ferguson as well. Yeah, it's Gadsden and it's Aaron Jones here. Oh, you benching one? Would you play Ferguson over Harvey too, Sams?
That one's tougher, but I do think that Raiders-Cowboys game will see a ton of points, which is not a hot take. Vegas thinks the same thing. I really just can't stress how skeptical I am of just the offenses in the Broncos-Chiefs game. I just think it's going to be nasty.
Ferguson's he bounced back a little bit last week after the donut. Actually, his highest snap percentage of the season. Wow, against the Cardinals. Man, yeah, I think I would go Harvey over Ferguson. It's a close call, definitely. I'm seemingly a lot more bullish on Harvey than Samps is. I am concerned about the matchup too, but it's hard for me not to be excited about a rookie I was in on in his first game.
Yeah.
But there's definitely a pretty wide range of outcomes here.
Don't know how severe the injury was, but Devon Achan said it's questionable return with a back injury.
Oh, gosh.
That's not good. I don't know how serious it is, but back injuries are bad.
Never good. Parker Washington versus Trey Tucker. We've talked about this one a decent bit. It's Parker Washington for the floor, Trey Tucker for the ceiling. I'm interested in this tight end question, though, Samps. Goddard versus Theo Johnson. I think we have Theo Johnson a little bit ahead of Goddard in an interesting game environment there for Goddard. Would you go Theo here?
Yeah, I think I would. And I don't feel good about it. I think I would, but I don't love it. Goddard certainly got a better chance of scoring a touchdown. No doubt about that. And if you think the Eagles offense picks it up better than they did last week against the Lions defense, which is highly likely, I wouldn't blame anyone for going Goddard. Goddard's definitely, to me, feels like more reliable.
Yeah, I think I lean Theo Johnson over Goddard. I think the floor ceiling are both better. We agree with that in our projections here. I also I'm in on the receivers for the Eagles, and I think that might squeeze Goddard out a bit. Where are you at, Samps, with Saquon? Because we had a bunch of Saquon questions earlier in the live. I haven't really seen many since like the first hour or so of the live stream. He stood out to me as like, really, we have him that low? When I looked at the rankings early this morning, running back 13, he's not even ranking as a top 12 running back for us this week. Still projects for 15.5 though, and I double checked all the assumptions here. They all made sense. But he's in a potentially high scoring game versus the Lions. Would you start guys like Jalen Warren, Ashton Genty, Derrick Henry over him this week, like we have projected? And yeah, how are you feeling about him rest of the season?
I would go Warren and Genty over him if I had to pick one. Henry's a different conversation because I kind of dislike him for similar reasons. I'm not like a scout or anything like that. I've watched Saquon Barkley play football pretty much every snap of his career for a very long time. And I can just say last week in particular, maybe it was the matchup and even a little bit against the Giants. It feels like he's not as explosive. He doesn't look as dynamic as we've talked about it before on these live. Last year, he was leading the league in long carries. He hasn't done it that much. So I have a little bit of a concern, just maybe something's wrong. I don't know. Yeah, I think Saquon can be started just in a super important game. But yeah, I don't know if you agree with me or not.
Yeah, I don't. I'm very bullish on Saquon. I think he's like a really good buy in fantasy right now ahead of the trade deadlines. I talked about him after this game in week 7. I posted a video on the main TikTok channel at WalterPicks, guys that I was buying, and Saquon was number one for me on that list. I do think the explosiveness thing, it's just getting a little overblown, where he's actually been pretty good in the good matchups and not been nearly as good in the tougher matchups. And it was actually similar last year. He was extremely matchup sensitive last year. I feel like the difficulty of matchups is just getting like totally overlooked for Saquon. He's played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games against top 12 run defenses. This season, half of his games have been against top 12 run defenses. After this week, he doesn't have a single game against a top 12 run defense. The Eagles' offensive line is getting healthier. Like, we're going to see some of those explosive plays. I don't know about this week against the Lions, but any week that we go into and Saquon's likely to get 20 touches, I'm going to want to start Saquon. And I feel good where we have him ranked. Again, I double-checked all the assumptions here, and like I think I probably would start Jalen Warren, Ashton Genty, James Cook, all these guys over him. And there's some pretty good running back matchups this week. Derrick Henry, I feel a little bit more nervous about, but I probably would do that too. But yeah, rest of the season, I think Saquon's the guy to go buy ahead of the trade deadline, especially if he struggles this week with the schedule he has rest of the season. He's already had his bye as well. I'm pretty bullish on Saquon, I think, in comparison to where a lot of people have him. Let's talk about, let's pull up one of these here. Oh, man.
The Commanders missed a field goal, so it's 13-13, and Devon Achane's back in the game and just caught a pass and took it 24 yards, but I don't think the Dolphins had a timeout, so now we're going to overtime.
That's like worst outcome.
That could not be worse.
They do not have a timeout. I'm looking at a little delayed here on the screen. Jacoby Jones, Sam's
who is that?
Had a big catch for the Commanders over Jalen Lane. I said, like, all the unders are still live, but now we head into OT, which is just so rough.
Yeah, I saw on the ESPN it said unknown player caught a pass. I'm like, we always love those on the projections call.
Yeah, Jacoby Jones had a 25-yard catch in the last Commanders drive to get them into field goal range, but not quite enough.
It's not. I've never heard of that person. I mean, there was obviously the Ravens, Jacoby Jones.
Different Jacoby Jones. Got to be.
Well, yeah, but I'm like, who is that?
All right, let's get to some more starts here before we wrap up and before OT kicks off here. Devontae Smith or Odunze. It's got to be Devontae Smith. Vidal or Aaron Jones? I don't know if we got to this one, Sam's. I think it's Aaron Jones. Would you go Vidal over Aaron Jones?
I like them both so much. I feel like can't really go wrong. I think I like Aaron Jones a little more, just like we have it in the app. But I think Vidal's is so important to that team today. So I don't know. So I hate saying I don't know, but they're both so good.
I'm going Aaron Jones, against the Bears. I think the matchup is better. Honestly, the role kind of similar for the two as well. T. Higgins or Woody Marks. I think neither of us have told anyone to bench T. Higgins today. I agree with you. I think you mentioned it in one of your takes at the beginning when you hopped on, that T. Higgins is set up really well today. Just the fact that Jamar Chase had 16 catches, Sam's, the last time they played the Steelers. Like, you've got to be the Steelers coming into this game and being so focused on stopping Jamar Chase, and that's got to be good news for T. Higgins.
Yeah,
the spot. And T. Higgins is like quietly kind of been smashing too. He's got 3 straight games with a touchdown. He's got 4 CDs in his last 3 games, coming out of the bye, and again in a pretty good matchup where the defense is just going to be so hyper focused to not get embarrassed by Jamar Chase again. I'm in on T. Higgins this week, like pretty strongly.
I agree, 100%.
Big QB starts it, Flacco or Stafford. Yeah, I think we both have said we're in on Flacco. I don't think I'm starting him over Stafford, though. Would you consider this one?
100% I would consider it. I think it would be dependent on what your matchup looks like. I think I trust Stafford a bit more in a big game, like to perform well. But Flacco, the ceiling is so crazy. He's just been so electric. I cannot believe I'm saying these things. He's maybe more elite than he ever was. Like, I think I agree with you though, with what you said.
I'm going Stafford. Yeah, I mean, he's been absolutely on fire. I actually think he should be the favorite for MVP right now, only because, like, not necessarily because he's like definitely worse, definitely having a worse season than May, but just the name value I think matters with these voters. And May is just a much younger player. Stafford, this will be the only chance he ever has at an MVP. And he's like just a well-known and respected name. So yeah, I think Stafford has a legit shot right now to win. He would be my odds-on favorite. Right now, May is the slight favorite over Stafford. I also think people are going to hold the strength of schedule against the Pats and against Drake May, which is somewhat reasonable. They obviously they're doing well within the easy schedule, but they do have a very, very easy schedule, and it's hard to ignore that too. But yeah, I'm not benching. I think the leading MVP candidate right now in Matt Stafford. This is an interesting one here between Rashad White and Khalil Shakir. We're definitely starting Vidal on the other side of the start tip. But yeah, would you go Shakir or Rashad White? Same game here.
I think I'd go with Rashad White, but it's because I think he touches the ball more times than Shakir does, and it's not too dissimilar of a role. I feel like I think White's gonna just catch 4 or 5 balls in this game, and that's a PPR goodness, I would say. Shakir, the thing is, like, I don't view Shakir more highly because Keon's out. I said that earlier, but they just play such different roles. I don't see the correlation necessarily. I think I go with Rashad White, but I feel like that's a natural disposition to go for pass catching running backs in PPR.
Yeah, I honestly think with the Keon Coleman stuff, with how much I'm in on Sean Tucker, I actually think I might lean Shakir here over Rashad White. But God, yeah, I think I would. Sam, you put my message up, didn't say anything about it. Pick 2: Dunze, Shakir, Juwan, Trey Tucker, PPR. Yeah, I have a tendency to do this, Sam, because we were on this live stream, so I appreciate the shout here for this comment. Dunze, Shakir. We're seeing a lot of similar names, I feel like, as we go down, but I don't think we've answered these ones together. I left Trey Tucker out here, but he maybe should be tossed in over Juwan Jennings. Would you go Trey Tucker over Juwan Jennings, Samps?
Yeah, I think I would.
All right,
I don't love it.
I don't love it either, but I'm fine with that call given the role that he has against the Cowboys. He still projects the worst here amongst these 3 in the app. Dunze projects the best. I feel like we've been kind of sour on the Bears passing attack. I got a tough time benching Dunze amongst these 3. And then it comes down to Shakir and Trey Tucker. And to me, that is like a very clear floor ceiling type of decision. No Keon Coleman, no Dalton Kincaid, must-win game for the Bills. 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but that doesn't really impact Shakir that much. I think I go Shakir over Tucker. But yeah, that's me. I'm starting a Dunze here, and then I'm going Shakir. Would you go Tucker over Shakir?
No, I don't think so. I think I trust Shakir a little bit more. And Marcus Mariota just threw an interception on the first play of overtime.
My God, I cannot stand this game right now. Absolutely brutal.
It's gross, like exciting but bad, like almost like that Colts Broncos from years ago with Matt Ryan, where it was just like morbid, like curiosity to watch it. It was just crazy.
Rough.
Man, that mean Mike McDaniel might be safe. They're going to win this game.
That is absolutely ridiculous. Oh, what a disgusting throw too it was.
I didn't see it. I'm just looking at the game log on my phone, but that's crazy. What a gross game. Couldn't have had it any better, huh? At the end of the overseas games.
Wow, 2 goal line stuffs too. Really brutal.
Crazy.
Let's get to this question here. Ferguson, Gatson, AJ Brown, pick 2. I'm starting AJ Brown here, and I think I'm going Gatson. I think I'd go Gatson, AJ Brown. Yeah, Walter agrees here too. Would you toss in Ferg over AJ Brown?
No, I wouldn't. I would not.
Sam, so was there any takes you didn't get to shout out yet?
I don't think so. Other than, I kind of feel like you can't trust any Packers pass catcher this week at all, especially with Matthew Golden back. Honestly, that question earlier was asking about Romeo Doubs. I think Golden hurts him a little bit, and especially in such a run-heavy game. Maybe my strongest take is that Josh Jacobs finishes easily top 3 running backs. Not a hot take, but I just strongly believe he's got a huge game.
Yeah, I think he projects his running back 2 this week.
Yeah.
But still, there's a lot of good running back matchups this week. I mean, Achan's having a decent game here. Let's see if he gets in the end zone if we're counting him. But Bijan against the Panthers, Rico Barry, Sanders Dowdle in that same game against the Falcons. We got obviously CMC. He projects his running back 1. I just want to shout out the 2 free player props really quick. again, before we near the end of this live, I like the Woody Marks total yards over 76.5, Luther Burden over 1.5 receptions. We did cash both player props last week, the Waddle and the Jerry Jeudy receiving yards line. I think the Jeudy line cashed in the first half. Waddle cashed early third quarter. So we're on a bit of a streak here with the free player props. We're up to 65% on the season, trying to hit two for two again this week. Do like both these a lot. I think I prefer the Burden one, honestly, the most, but I have these pretty close in my mind. This is an interesting one to maybe end on here, Samps.
Okay.
Woody Marks versus Jameson Williams. I think we would start both these guys over Parker Washington. Which side do you go with here, Samps?
I just got a notification saying Dan Campbell's going to call the plays the rest of the season, which makes me elated as a Jameson Williams fan. I think there's no world where Woody's not safer than J-Mo is, but I think I'm going with Jameson Williams, but I could definitely be swayed. It depends on your matchup. I always say that. You need a ceiling. I think both guys have a good ceiling.
Yeah, I'm going Woody Marks. I like Jameson Williams a lot. We've been in on him the last couple of weeks. I think he's a good start. I think we've told most people who've asked about him to start him this week. The matchup is tougher here for Jameson Williams, though, than it is Woody Marks, even with the top defensive tackle back for the Titans. We've seen the ceiling already for Woody Marks in this matchup. We saw the role last week for Woody Marks. I think the floor is like clearly better. I think the ceiling is similar as well. So yeah, I'm going Woody Marks here over Jameson Williams. I think we talked about all these guys here, of Michael Wilson and Judkins. Yeah, we've talked about both these guys. You were out on Judkins, Sam. So would you start him over Michael Wilson, though?
I don't know if I would. I strongly believe that even if he sees 20 carries, if he has to score a touchdown. Do you believe he's going to score a touchdown? I don't feel great about that. And look at the projection. I actually think that that's pretty telling. It's only 1 point difference. So I'd go with Michael Wilson personally, but I don't love it at all. Yeah,
I'm assuming this is a PPR league as well. He also has a question here of Dak versus Jacoby Brissett. I think I would probably go with Dak. Yeah, over Brissett. It's actually kind of close. But yeah, I'm going Dak over Brissett. I think I probably would lean Judkins over Wilson. In PPR, I think it's fine either way. Again, Judkins, like Sam said, needs a touchdown, doesn't have a huge receiving role. But with the weather in this game, I think he probably does get close to 20 carries in this game, and that's tough for me to bench for a guy like Judkins. Yeah, I think I agree with the projections here. I'd lean Judkins over Wilson. They both have similar floors, I think. And yeah, you could make an argument for Wilson in PPR for sure, but I would go Dak over Jacoby. All right, Sam, so we're going to end on this one here. Parker Washington, Theo Johnson, Tez Johnson, K. Dotton, and Tet McMillan. We're picking three of these guys. I assume these are all three flex spots. So we don't need to start one of these tight ends. I'm benching Tez Johnson this week in the weather in that game. I want nothing to do with Tez Johnson. He's on my must bench list this week. He scored a bunch of touchdowns recently too. I think his fantasy points are a little more inflated than reality. So I would go Parker Washington here. I probably would start Tet in a start sit like this, and then I think I'd go with K. Dotton projects better than Theo Johnson, Samps, but I don't feel great about it. I think I probably would go Cade over Theo, but Theo to me has a higher ceiling.
Yeah, I would go with Parker, Theo, and Otten. I think I'd go two tight ends. And I do want to call out, we just found out 2 minutes ago, Paulson Adebo, the Giants' top corner, felt discomfort in his knee before the game in warmups and is out. So they have another corner out. So it's really hard to bench these Packers receivers. I got to be honest with you. Maybe go back and take back all the things I said about Romeo Doubs. Deontay Banks is going to be on Romeo Doubs. That is, as Shaquille O'Neal would say, barbecue chicken alert. That's all day long for Romeo Doubs. So terrible. Yeah, cannot believe the injuries for the Giants. It's truly sickening.
It's really a ravaged team. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, there's no way the Packers lose this one. No. Same thing I said about the Bills last week, but yeah, it will be fun to watch Winston drop back 40 times. So I do hope we get that.
He's going to. There's no. What's the script where that doesn't happen? Like just get 3 and out every possession, I guess maybe, but.
Sam, appreciate you hopping on the live again. We'll see you probably next Sunday as well. Enjoy your Sunday, man. Appreciate all the takes here.
Of course. Thank you for having me. See everybody.
That is our time on the Sunday morning live. We were on Madrid time today. We got absolutely fleeced there with the unders in the Commanders Dolphins game end up having Mariota throw an interception in overtime. I believe the other two unders end up cashing. Achan did go under 5.5 receptions. Yeah, finished with 5, and Jalen Lane only had that one catch. He finished with 1 catch. So 2 for 3 on the Madrid time game. Hopefully we can go 2 for 2 on the free player props here as well. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Time is the most valuable thing we have. Thanks for spending some time with me today. Enjoy your Sunday, and good luck, everybody.